Well, a very good morning to you all from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, just about an hour northeast of the Atlanta metro area. This is the World Racing League, and we are DriversEye Live. Thrilled to have all of your company this morning, whether you're joining us on the World Racing League YouTube channel or here at the track for what is one of our few spectator events on the 2025 National Championship Tour. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Ryan West will be along on the microphones a little bit later on this afternoon. Jordan Worth is on the buttons in his remote studio, mixing the pictures for us from both trackside and on board what is a nearly capacity grid here. 58 cars scheduled to take the green flag here in just a couple of moments' time. Layla Kazmarek is with us this weekend as well on the at World Racing League, at DriversEye Live over on Instagram. Give us a like and a follow. Appreciate all your support and coming out to check out the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. 8 hours of racing today, 7 hours of racing to come tomorrow with the quiet hours in between. Today it's flag to flag, JT, and forecast to be a little on the toasty side.
Oh boy.
Better than we had last year, I think it's safe to say. Last time we were here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, we ended up with, I think the word flood is probably not out of line. Layla posted a picture yesterday, or a video yesterday, of one of our batteries trying to float away right at the end of Sunday's race. No such weather expected this weekend. Bright, sunny, and that classic Georgia humidity. But certainly test our drivers, test the cars and the teams down in the pit lane. Nothing like an endurance race. To answer the question of going quickly and doing so competitively, today promises to be a great race. GTO and GTU are your top two classes. Grand Touring cars. GTO cars are FIA GT4 type machinery, if you're new to the World Racing League. A couple of other home-built cars are welcome in there as well. There'll be the second group on the grid. The front group on the grid is your GTU category. Those are all Sebeco NP01s this weekend. Little 2 or 2.5 liter powered prototype type machines, all under 2,200 pounds. Those cars make about 190 horsepower at the wheels, but both GTO and GTU are at a 9-to-1 power to weight ratio, pounds to horsepower. Those GTU cars this weekend, JT, expected to be a little bit quicker this weekend, a little bit more nimble around these high-speed corners at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but kind of lack that punch down the long straightaways.
Yeah, this is definitely a really good track for these GTU cars, where they're relatively lightweight. They might have just a little bit more lateral grip going through the corners. So this is Road Atlanta is very much a driver's track, and they're going to have a lot of fun today.
Not just a driver's track, JT, but a traffic track as well. The Petit Le Mans is, of course, the flagship event here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta down in October now. Not quite the same distance of event here, but certainly a bigger capacity grid, a higher traffic density. And those GTO and GTU cars are going to be dealing with it all day long, picking through our production cars, which now come down the front straightaway to complete the first of 2 pace laps. Pole sitter in GP1, the faster of the 2 general production classes, is All-Star Racing, featuring, would you believe it, an all-star cast of drivers. That car stole the pole position in the production categories right at the death of the qualifying session yesterday, literally coming to the checkered flag. It was able to get itself up onto the inside of the front row. Steve Park is one of the drivers named against that car for the full season. Not sure who was in the car during qualifying yesterday. But it was a really, really good effort right there at the conclusion of yesterday's race. A lot of BMWs there in GP1, as is always the case. GP2, slightly slower general production cars, but similar in concept, just a little bit down on horsepower or up on weight. And that gives us our 4 classes in the World Racing League. Like we said, it'll be a tough all day of making good decisions in traffic, JT, being patient, not making any dire moves, such as through the S's, late at turn 12, late into turn 1, or super late on the brakes down into turn number 10. It is what makes Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and these endurance races so special.
Mm-hmm.
Field now will form up 2 by 2 down the back straightaway here, the longest full throttle run around this 2.54 mile layout. Stratus Racing on the front row of the grid headed down the back straightaway. Those are your GTU cars. It'll be a short gap then back to GTO, where we've got the Low Country Motorsports number 843 Chevrolet Camaro on the pole position. JT, we've seen that car do well at the hands of Austin Dillon Motorsports in past races, certainly back at championship finales at Circuit of the Americas. First time we've seen that Low Country car up onto the front row in GTO, however.
Yep, but it's going to be Stratus, the 58 and the 59 taking us to the green here.
Yep, Heraflight on the second row as well. That's an interloper in this expanded GTU field this morning. Patrick Wilmot is on board that car, named against that car, as now the green flag waves down the front straightaway. It's Stratus and Stratus, but to the inside goes that Heraflight number 247, and we're going to have a lead change before turn number 1 from the second row of the grid. Orange and black NPO1 up the inside of the 58. GTO goes 2x2 into turn number 1. Go back up to GTU, where the 58 is hung tough around the outside, headed up the hill towards turn number 3. We very, very briefly had that lead change, but it looks like the number 58's been able to hang on through this first sequence of corners. Now, quicker to get the tire temps up to operating numbers for GTO, and they'll stream by the back end of the GTU category, as now the general production cars head towards turn number 1 with the green flag in the air. It's All-Star Racing who will lead to the apex from the number 44 of PC Racing. Ooh, a little bit wide there. I think that's the 808 just through the outside of turn number 1, but hangs on just up against the exit curb as they climb the hill towards turns 2 and 3. All basically single file now as they work through the left-hander between 3 and 4, and they'll descend through the S's to the bottom of the hill, where 5 leads 44 through the first time of asking. Good opportunity here, JT, to get yourselves sorted out, put yourselves in the right kinds of positions so that when the GTU and GTU cars, which are now half a lap up the road, get to you, you're not also fighting your class position cars. You can open up the door, let's say, and let them through safely and cleanly, trying to lose yourself minimal time.
Yeah, you can try using the traffic as advantage to build some gaps, but before that, you got to try to get up a couple positions. Real quick, it looked like the 908, unfortunately, just a little bit slow. That opening lap, it has dropped back behind the GTO field here. Low Country, as you see going through the shot here, working its way through quite a few of the GTU class, I believe, going past the round 3 racing entries.
Yeah, that 908 is straight into the pit lane, JT. So first lap will be completed in the pit lane for that yellow, all yellow Sebeco NPO1. Your GTU leader, by the way, did end up changing hands a little later on around the first lap. So Heraflight number 247, that's the orange with black spots Sebeco, there it is, leaving turn 7 and headed up the back straightaway. Did end up leading lap number 1, and then the drafting train will head up the hill towards turn number 8. Look off in the distance. There is the Low Country Motorsports number 843, leading from the number 2 of Team ACP Tangerine Associates. Then the number 10 from round 3 racing, that's the GTU category car. Before the team car, number 70, that's the Trimtech-sponsored Porsche 911 Cup. And the number 77, Draft Piot on the back straightaway here, headed into turn number 10.
Yep, and GP1, it looks like the 5 continues to lead over the 44 from PC Racing and the 555 from Bruce Innovations. Well, down in GP2, I'm seeing Blitzkrieg Racing in the 190 leading over the 779 from Unitek Racing, the 83 from Palomar sitting up in third.
Already the gaps towards the tail end of the GTO field as they come by start-finish beginning to open up just a little bit. As we say, it can be a difficult passing track here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta if you don't have obvious competitive advantages over the cars around you, better straight line speed or better mid-corner speed. If everybody's kind of in the same performance window, you find yourself in these long trains for long periods of time. Down in GP1, it's about a second between all of your top 3 cars. They head out of the chicane down at turns 10 and 10A, but it's all basically as it was on the first lap with the number 555. Slotting into P3. AR Motorsports, number 146 in 4th, and then the BMW of Harrison, number 392 in P5. A good little train from 5th through 10th in the GP1 category, headed down into turn number 1 with a look at the inside from the Palomar number 38. So they sneak by the Blitzkrieg 4-2. Do they? Blitzkrieg is going to hang tough on the outside. They'll go too wide over the crest at 2. You can hang tough around the outside there at turn 3 if you can get the power down early. Actually, looks like Palomar decided to back out of that number 38. Not so very far away now from our GTU leaders, catching the tail end of the general production cars. And then from then on until 5 o'clock this afternoon in the checkered flag, traffic will be the name of the game.
Yeah, they clear the, I believe that is the 851 of AOA Racing with the MX-5.
Yeah, AOA had a tough day yesterday, JT. The number 85, which is the BMW M2 Club Sport in GP1, had a nasty old incident headed down into turn number 1. If you look out the commentary booth here, down towards turn 1 or at the turn 1 camera, you'll see a pair of 11s, let's say, headed off towards driver's left, caught the wall on the way into turn number 1. We didn't see it in qualifying yesterday, and I think I'm right in saying it hasn't been out this morning, or has it? Able to get that car repaired. Doesn't look like it. There's a big incident yesterday as well for the second of the big mission cars, number 567 here, exiting the final corner. Definitely won't see that car again this weekend. Driver was okay there, but it was a big old hit to the inside pit wall here off of the final corner during yesterday's morning practice sessions. The GTU leaders head down the hill from turn number 12, working traffic for the first time. Heraflight's got a good little gap built up now back to the Stratus cars, who go single file into turn number 1, 58 from 59 with the Roberts Motorsports 109. That's the maroon colored prototype. They're in P4 in class. That trio will work through the tail end of the GP2 field, headed towards turn 3 and the drop down the S's. Caught up behind what I think is the number 24 there at the bottom of the hill, and there's just nothing you can do until you get yourself squared up to head up the hill at a turn number 5. The idea, JT, generally in traffic here, is to time your runs right so that you're accelerating through the corner and getting the launch off rather than parking yourself at the apex behind a slower class car.
Yeah, the last thing you really want to do with these momentum cars is be accelerating when they are accelerating at the same time.
Yeah, it's a real art form. You see it in professional racing circles all the time. The really good drivers just kind of do it subconsciously. And you can get the same experience in sim racing. If you're into iRacing or any of the simulator platforms, it's the same mechanics apply. You want to keep the corner speed up and be accelerating as early as you can to maximize your launch off the corner, which means a lot of times backing off at the apex or prior to the apex. As we go into the gravel trap there, driver's right. Again, where that car started qualifying yesterday afternoon, unfortunately, within the first 10 minutes of our race this morning, ends up backwards in the gravel trap at the outside of turn number 10. Now, it is occasionally possible to haul yourself out of the gravel there if you don't spin the tires up and dig the drive wheels in. It doesn't happen that way very often, though, and more often than not, JT, it requires well,
keep in mind we are not on slick tires.
This is true.
Does help.
This is true, and the less deep you are into that gravel trap, the more likely it is you'll be able to haul yourself out. The 333 does recover and heads down the hill now towards turn number 12, making a bit of gravel down the hill, but all things considered, it's in pretty good shape and accelerates back towards turn number 1. Question for me there is, was there contact down at turn 10? The race control log says no. Of course, the World Racing League is a no-contact sport.
So there was no contact. It just looks like he lost under braking. I can't tell if he put a wheel off onto the grass on driver's right, or if he just had too much rear lockup, but the car was by itself.
It's so easy to do, JT, when you're being swarmed by faster class cars, especially for the first time, and you're trying to find your own rhythm as these prototypes and GT cars are zipping by you on the brakes. just to be distracted ever so slightly. And distracted doesn't necessarily mean that you make some critical error. It could just be a little bit too much brake pressure or a mistimed downshift that locks and spins up the rear wheels, and next thing you know, you're backwards in the gravel trap, just like the 333 was. GTO lead change, headed down into turn number 1, where the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates has gotten by the Low Country Motorsports number 847, who gets on the throttle, leaving 1, climbs the hill, and pulls to driver's right between 2 and 3. Does this put the Camaro back in the lead? Yes, it does. So lead change and change again at the top of GTO, now that they've cleared most of the traffic for the first time of asking. And that's allowed a new third-place car to sneak up onto the back of those cars. It's the number 77 Kingpin Racing Cargo Shorts Racing Toyota Supra.
Yeah, and it looks to be not too far behind. You have the Porsche Cup from Round 3 Racing as well.
Yep, that car slipped back behind the 77, actually, JT. They started up in P3, have allowed the Supra to go through. It's early days here yet, obviously, around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. But within those first 10 minutes, all change at the top of the GTO running order. We had an onboard yesterday for the 77, Jordan. I don't know if we've got that up today. And just getting information now that it's Sadakal Kalsa behind the wheel of the number 77. Been awfully quiet on the social media this weekend, it has to be said. Our friend, oh, another car off in the... is that delayed, or is that the 333 again?
That is the 333 again.
I wonder if they're battling some kind of issue there, if they've spun off and made it to a stop before the gravel trap.
Yeah, so not a great start for the 333 from Bruce Innovations in GP1. The sister car, the 555, as they go 3 wide, exiting 10B. Doing quite well, still up in 3rd at the moment. Car continues, does not hit pit lane.
You know, it's interesting, JT. We talk about sim racing. That's a lot of our backgrounds, and it's a lot of what is most accessible to racing fans, right? Before you decide to go behind the wheel and give proper racing a shot. In sim racing, you oftentimes get a chance to warm up, right? You get a chance to get yourself into a rhythm behind the wheel and start to feel comfortable. Remind yourself where all of your braking points are, where all of your shifting points are. Get comfortable with the shifting methodology. No such luck here, right? There's no warm-up session. There's no real opportunity to get the car up to speed. It's just 2 pace laps, and then you're right into the thick of it. And if you're not, let's say, used to starting and all of the traffic density and the chaos that happens around you as the field starts to sort itself out, it's easy to make those kind of little mistakes. Unfortunately, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta is the kind of track that still offers some consequences, even to small mistakes, kind of like we saw yesterday. And fortunately, the 333's gotten away with them so far, but just very, very minor things can create those as we go 3 wide up the front straightaway here. Change for P4 with the 74 AOA Racing BMW round the outside of the number 70 through traffic as they all scoot up the inside of the number 221 from HK Motorsports. Jump up a little further here, now on board the Blitzkrieg number 424. Fantastic livery on that car this weekend, JT. I don't know if you've seen it, but the blue and orange BMW just looks absolutely stunning.
Yeah, one of 2 orange and blue BMWs, I believe.
Not that I, could possibly pick a favorite, but if I had to,
Yeah. Looks like they're just trying to... they're going to have a good opportunity here to try to go around the outside of the 550 of 5th gear. Motorsports, great to see them back here with their Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, we've talked a couple of times, JT, about the move towards a highly BMW-centric formula there in GP1, and it's not anything the organizers have done. It's just the E36 and 46 platforms really suit the GT1 concept, or GP1, excuse me, concept very, very well. That Cayman from 5th gear, though, that number 550, is and has long been kind of the interloper in that GP1 class. It's super competitive, super consistent, and does things differently than the BMW platform does, which does give it some certain advantages. in this type of racing. I wish we had more of them just for the variety, but it's great to see them back and great to see them competitive here right off the bat down in GP1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had 20 GP1s at Daytona at the last race in the WRL calendar, and every single one of them was a BMW.
Yep. It's
18
take the start here this weekend. It was 20, but of course we lost 2 GP1 cars yesterday. Into the pits, early caller is the 779 from Lagunatics.
They had been running second in GP2.
Yes, they had.
Only second.
As is the Kingpin number 11. That 779 is interesting, JT. We talked and have talked on multiple occasions this weekend about the GP2 championship fight as we hit sort of the midpoint of the national and Eastern regional championships. And that 779 had a bunch of really, really good runs back at Mid-Ohio and again at Daytona to sit P2 in the title fight. Unfortunately, in a pretty healthy GP2 grid this weekend, I don't think it can afford a whole bunch of time loss this morning. No crew members have even addressed the car yet here on the pit lane. Kingpin, they're looking at the rear of the car. Looks like the left rear first. Your overall leader is into the pit lane now. The 247 Heraflight Sabeco NPO1. So one of the fastest GTO cars in the Kingpin number 11. Hometown and IMSA race winning car is into the lane. The overall leader is into the lane. The second place car in the GP2 title fight is into the lane. What is happening 15 minutes into the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix weekend?
Yeah, it's unfortunately a bad start here for a couple of them. I can't tell if they're going to the paddock or if they're continuing on here. Can you tell?
They've both made the right-hand turn into the paddock.
Oh, boy.
The 909 is into the lane.
What is going on?
We haven't even cleared 80 degrees yet, JT. We've got a long way to go in terms of the heat and the stress on these cars.
All right, let's talk good news real quick.
Yeah.
So that does promote the Stratus 58 to the lead. I do want to point out in GTO, we're having a very good start for the number 40 from Off Leash Motorsports in their, I believe, brand new Mercedes AMG GT4. They had I want to say qualified. Checking notes, down in 15th. So they've made their way up to 8th at the moment, and we're looking to be quite close to the TLM USA. BMW's coming down into breaking a 10 here.
77 was wide at the edge of the 10, JT, and it's allowed the 74 and the 70 to sneak through, headed under the Fox Factory Bridge. So changes there now for, oh boy, let's do the math for a second. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Back on board with Sadako Kalsa in that number 77. There go the BMWs and the Porsche just up ahead of it. We climb the hill towards turn number 3. Hello to Rusty in the chat, who says that Road Atlanta track map is something. It's just oriented differently. Not wrong. Just, you're used to seeing it north to south. We decided to go with something artistically different. Jordan says we did it hot dog style instead of peppermint style. That's very good. A nice second grade paper folding reference for you. Yeah. Big Al's Backyard points out Ben Myers in the Low Country Motorsports GTO car. Fantastic start from Ben. That's not a name we've seen or spoken to previously here on DriversEye Live, but has vaulted that number 843 up from, let's say, the middle portion of the field where typically we see that tube-frame Chevrolet Camaro right up to the front of the grid in these first 20 minutes of racing.
Yeah, has a nice, comfortable gap at the moment.
Has really kind of stretched things out here. Really efficient working through traffic as well. New second place car. That battle for 2nd through 5th here, entering your shot from the background, continues to rage. It's now 74 from 70. The 2 has slipped back from 2nd to 5th and allowed the 77 to scoot back through on the way into turn number 1. This is JT. I mean, it could be as simple as somebody making a mistake and 3 cars pouncing. It could be traffic as well. You see this so often at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You get caught behind a couple of production class cars through the S's or through turns 6 and 7, which was pointed out as a hot spot yesterday, specifically during the drivers' meeting, by the way. And it can be very, very easy to just, let's say, halt your run at speed and allow the cars behind you that are following to make it through on the straightaways that follow.
Yeah, and it should be noted that the general production cars that they're coming up on right now include the GP1 class leaders, which PC Racing is currently just ahead of All-Star Racing as they are coming down the back straight here. So that's white and blue BMW leading, I believe, black BMW? Or dark blue, always hard to tell. They're going to stay that way as the leaders come through into the start of 10A and through 10B here. That's allowed the 555 from Bruce Innovations, third in GP1, to catch up to the back of the 40 number 5 from All-Star.
Look at the traffic down there at the apex. The 44 has cleared the number 5. The 70 goes up the inside of the 7. It's all happening behind the number 74, but they're still not sorted out as they arc their way into that turn number 1 apex. I think if I'm behind the wheel of the number 2 BMW this morning, I'm quite happy to let this all just kind of play itself out. 8 hours of racing, and we're only 21 now minutes into it. Thanks for being with us, whether you're on the World Racing League YouTube channel or here at Trackside. If you are following along on a phone or from home or from the shop this morning, give us a like and hit that subscribe button over on the World Racing League YouTube channel. Smash, I think is the word. And give us a follow over on social media on the at World Racing League, at DriversEye Live. Layla Kazmarek has rejoined me here in the booth from the pit lane and paddock. Was out on the grid this morning getting close-up shots of the cars before we rolled off just before 9 o'clock. Do we have a Ryan West with us this morning?
I believe we do.
Yeah, well, we did.
He just wants a dramatic entry.
Of course, yeah. Well, we tried to give it to him, but whenever he's ready, feel free to pop in, right? We knew Ryan would be along a little bit later this morning. And, all question marks. But I am Brendan Kazmarek. JT Tammy joins me here in the virtual booth, as it is this morning. And Jordan Worth is on the ones and the twos. The bottom split man, bottom split himself? The CEO? The CEO?
Lord Bottom Split.
Correct, yes. We love Jordan. Jordan has carried us through the better part of the last year on production duties, basically every weekend, and strapped in for 15 hours of the Road Atlanta here this weekend. Climbing the hill now towards turn number 3 once again. This is on board the 172 from TLM USA. The off-leash Motorsports number 40 there out in the distance.
Did get by.
Yep. That's all happening behind the GP1, or I guess in amongst the GP1 race leaders. 44 is just up the road. That's the blue and white BMW. And then the All-Star Racing number 5 just ahead of the 172.
There we go. All right. Hey, everybody.
Ryan West has joined us.
I gave myself a great introduction, and then everybody ignored me. I felt very alone.
Did you forget to unmute yourself, Ryan?
Apparently, I was on push to talk, which is never a thing.
Ryan, can you move your mic away just a little bit from your mouth?
I could do that.
Yes, that would be fantastic.
There you go.
Yeah. The advantages of Ryan coming in mid-race is that we don't ever get to do a sound check. Obviously.
Look, man, I was here for the pace lap.
Were you?
You know, and you guys were vibing, so I wasn't.
You got to announce your presence, man. Once we get going, that's it.
I got you.
The 909 Automatic Racing Sebeco NPO1 was into the paddock and has now rejoined. That car, did talk to David Russell yesterday. The thought was that for Saturday at the very least, that car was likely to feature just Charles Espinlau, a real driver's driver and alumnus of the educator of fine minds that is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and Ryan Eversley, hometown hero. Woo.
Former DriverSeye Live commentator Ryan Eversley.
That is correct. Yes, without invitation.
Indeed.
Nope. That is a backwards Rapscallion, number 669 Ligier, down at turn number 7. That isn't the first time we've seen a car backwards there at the exit of 7, and certainly will not be the last. Especially as we get later into the day, as the temperatures come up and the tires start to show a little bit of wear. Very, very easy to spin the rear tires up, trying to maximize your run down the long back straightaway, and can just very easily loop the car around there on the throttle. Your top 3 overall are your GTU class leaders, Stratus number 58, that's the black with blue trim, leading Stratus number 59, which is black with gold trim, and then the Roberts Motorsports number 109, all maroon, all Sebeco NP01s there at the top of the overall running order, separated by about 17 seconds in total. And then about 11 or 12 seconds further back is that GTO leading Low Country Motorsports number 843. It's worth noting, as we saw the cars a little bit earlier headed up the back straightaway, the Porsche Penske Motorsports style livery, but with blue instead of red, is the number 1 from round 3 racing. That car is in that place legitimately in terms of overall position. 5th place overall, 4th in GTU, but kind of on an island there with the rest of the GTU runners having fallen behind the GTO class leaders. So we do tend to talk about multi-class racing in both the class concept and the overall concept, and it just kind of leaves that number 1 at the moment out on an island. That car this weekend, I think I'm right in saying, is Carter Peace, Brad McCall, and Hannah Grisham. Carter Peace, the kind of the cornerstone or the keystone of that program, getting the new Sebeco, or new to round 3 racing anyway, Sebeco NP01s up to speed. Hannah Grisham, a longtime round 3 racing competitor, back in the production class days, as early as the production class days, as was Carter, and then Brad McCall, of course, the team owner at R3R. Oh, into the pit lane comes one of the Bruce Innovations BMWs.
It's the 555, isn't it?
I think
white?
it's the triple. No, I think it's the 333, but stand by.
Because I'm showing the
333.
Okay, I'm sure the
Yep,
555 has lost 3rd in GP1 to the Harrison 392.
Yeah, that could be. I'll wait for them to come by start finish, or we can pick them up out on camera. But I think that may just be down to pace. With that number 392. Another new open throttle BMW. This one not in bright green either. Quickly backwards between 10 and 10A and recovers. 555 is just now onto the back of the number 5, who itself is onto the back of the 44, headed into turn number 1. So scrap for the GP1 lead absolutely on, as some of the a handful of Toyota Supras anyway work their way through. Oh, it's just one Supra because GTR is a BMW now, of course. Yep. Old habits die hard, even though it was a new habit that replaced an old habit. 63 right into the pit lane, JT.
All right, so that means I'm just having a timing issue, because we can clearly see the 555 still running in 3rd here, just behind All-Star Racing.
Yeah, I had to hit refresh, JT.
555 is the one that's throwing me off here. That is that a 240 M240 IR?
I believe so.
I think that is the former 24.
It is, no, the 24 is the 24.
Is it?
The 555 is an M2. It looks like an M240 IR or 235.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. Headed off in the distance there. We'll talk about this later, but that the M2 and M240 IR, I think, have breathed a little bit of life back into GP1, allowing what is now the pretty consistently the largest class in World Racing League competition.
Yep.
The ability to come in and run a, let's say, a factory-built race car, these M235s, 240s, and M2s, up against the, what's the word, garagiste? And our friend John Hindhoff likes to use, these shop-built, home-built type of platforms, side by side through the last corner, very, very close between the 10 and the 5. It was a perfectly valid move there from the 10, but the mid-corner speed was actually shockingly similar coming through turn 10, and it meant that through turn 12, and it meant that the round 3 car hadn't quite cleared the All-Star Racing BMW as they started to work their way off the apex.
I think we're in a situation, Brendan, where there's a lot of these 235s, 240s, and M2s sitting around
Yeah.
with not very many places to race at the kind of semi-pro level, as far as like SRO, etc., because they're about to switch to a new chassis, the new body style M2 and 240. I don't know what chassis code it is at this time, but the new version of that car is supposed to have the 4-cylinder, like some of the teams have been putting in their E46s. So it seems like that's going to be the chosen engine going forward, and that's the new. It looks very much like a coupe as opposed to a two-door sedan, if that makes sense, with the new body style 2 Series.
This is the M2 Racing you're talking about, the new
yes,
type
the
car
M2
from BMW.
Racing, yep.
Yep.
And I believe because of that, we're going to see more and more of these older body style M2 and 240IR chassis coming down in price pretty substantially, because as I recall, when I looked into it a couple of years ago, there is a lot of crossover between the road car and the race car, and the motorsport parts that are associated with the M240, at least with the M240, are widely available, and it's still an engine that is currently in new production.
I think that car just debuted at some of the NLS races at the Nürburgring earlier this year, before the Nürburgring 24 Hours. And I actually haven't done any research as to the pace potential of that car, where it slots in relative to the 240 and the M2.
It's broadly the same.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think it's intended to be kind of in that vein, which makes sense for all your BOP purposes. But then on the other hand, they can BOP it, the way they would like, using the power sticks and tuning and all those other things.
Yeah, I mean, the thought is that a Cup car shouldn't have to be tuned to anything. But the beauty of what we do here in the World Racing League is that there really isn't a balance of performance as such. It's just getting yourself to a power to weight number with the modifiers that are all present in the rulebook for all to find.
Very open and public rulebook.
Yeah.
There's nothing crazy, nothing weird. You can just look it up and read it and see where your car lands. It's pretty easy for someone to understand. You don't need an advanced engineering degree to figure it out.
No, just a spreadsheet, really.
Yeah.
We can talk about this more, but if you're new to the World Racing League, you're checking it out here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta on our spectator weekend, or you're tuning in for the first time over on YouTube. It is, I do not think it's a stretch to say that this is the highest level of competition that still offers a fully open rulebook in terms of technical and vehicle development. Right? You are so minimally limited with what you can do and the type of car that you can bring, that when you go further up the chain, these GT4 cars that make up the bulk of the GTO field have to run under a homologated rule set in FIA and SRO competition. Right here, it's totally open. These cars aren't BOP'd the way that they are in those other categories.
Outbreaking themselves here.
Yep. That's off into the gravel.
The 24?
Is that the 24?
Yeah.
Oh, and some steam coming out. Did that car catch the wall on the way in?
No, didn't touch the wall. Stayed on the track from what I saw.
I'm going to pull through the gravel here, which is a decision. Oh, man, yeah, we didn't have to do that.
That's deep over there.
Yeah. So the team car, the number 333, was able to get itself out of the gravel trap from a shallower place. I wish the 24 there had pulled a little further to the left and stayed up against the edge of the track. But as the gravel gets a lot deeper, the further into the runoff you get. Unfortunately, that is the type of location that requires the dispatch of emergency vehicles, and being at the end of the highest speed section of track, I have a suspicion we're going to have to neutralize the track. Yep, spins towards the apex. So now we've got a pair of BMWs splitting left and right down at the turn 10A chicane. Yeah, this will probably create a full course yellow sooner rather than later, and we go to our first full course neutralization of the race with 34 minutes gone in the Saturday 8-hour enduro here at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. Good time for the first round of pit stops here, I think.
Yes.
We're a little early, but I would still anticipate the majority of cars being into the pit lane at this early stage. We had the 2 pace laps, of course, and then it's been flat out since then. The 843 does not pit. It's your GTO leader and one of the first cars to come by start finish. So far, no other takers except for the 77. It's the first one into the lane this morning. Oh, that 77 is missing bodywork on the left front. There's a huge hole punched in the just below the left front headlight.
Maybe there was some help going down into turn 10 there?
I don't know about down into turn 10, but we know that car was definitely fighting very much so at the front of the GTO field there.
Okay.
That fight for second place involving 4 cars for quite a while. So maybe while they were dipping through traffic, a little something happened.
A couple of pit callers, in addition to that number 77, now include the number 40 from Off Leash Motorsports, that Mercedes AMG GT4. The number 123, NFC Motorsports on their return, picking up the strategy calls, basically where they left off on a championship-winning season last year, down at Circuit of the Americas, taking home the national. I think I'm right in saying the national title in GTO. And GTR 99, the race leader, overall race leader is in. That's the number 58 from Stratus Racing. 44 is in. That splits the GP1 field, so it's 44 and 555 in. The 5 stays out. And this is where everything we love about endurance racing begins to start to write the storylines of the day. Early full course yellow with an open pit lane entry, remember. If you're here during IMSA or other race weekends, oftentimes the pit lane entry closes under full course yellow until they get the field gathered up. Here it very, very much stays open.
Here comes the 70 and the 2, I believe. Yeah, same with the Random Vandals 28. M4 GT4 coming down pit road. 5th Gear Motorsports.
Yeah, and here comes much of the rest of the field.
If you're one of the teams that pitted early in the first 10 or 15 minutes, do you stay out?
Depends on where you are relative to the race leader, I guess.
So, like Lagunatics, probably. I don't know. I think you might still want to come in and top off now.
Lagunatic, Heraflight, the 909.
Has Heraflight come back out?
They have not. The 909 appears to have come back out.
Ooh, I think the 109 may have. Sorry, go ahead, JT.
I was going to say the 909 has been out.
Yeah, I know we've
the
seen
908 that. Was the one that struggled at the initial start of the race.
Right.
I think there's a chance that the Roberts Motorsports 109 jumped the Stratus number 58 in the pit lane. It's tough to tell. Being at the start of the pit lane here on site in the Michelin Tower, it's difficult to see further down the lane which of the NPO ones are still stationary there. It's the number 1 because it's not 58. I'll wait for them to cycle back around to start finish. Meanwhile, down at turn number 10, the 333 has continued under its own power. The 24 has been dragged out of the gravel trap there to driver's right. Looks like first car behind the safety car headed down the hill is now going to be the number 77 Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra. Remember that was the first car into the lane when the double yellow came out. Does it cycle through into the front of timing? Be the next question, or...
Wow.
Oh, man. Oh, it's the 24. They've got pretty substantial damage to the rear of that car. Never mind all the smoke.
Well, it looks like there's smoke, yeah. I wonder if they've lost a coolant line somewhere.
Oh, man. And it's... If we had an onboard camera for the number 40, and that were the case, Ryan, I mean, it would be all over the windscreen of that Mercedes, tucked up directly behind it, headed down the pit lane.
I think you can even see it on the windscreen of the Kingpin car right here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting. So the damage to the rear is its own separate thing. We did wonder if maybe there was help there, or if it had caught the wall to driver's right, headed down the hill. But the amount of smoke and fluid coming out of that car was substantial.
Yeah. Debris in the S is here, right in the middle.
Oh, yeah, down there at the bottom of the compression.
Yeah.
And that's a new report. Oh, well, the race control log has been updated, gentlemen. 24 and 77 contact reported at 9:30.
Huh.
So we were adding 2 and 2 there and trying to come up with a result, and I think we've got our number.
What was that when the 77 came in and there was bodywork damage, and I said I think the 24 might have had some help?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. To be clear, that wasn't a theory that wasn't going to work. I just, you
Brad McCall is very quick to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I just, when there's wins, I'm going to take it, and you're going to hear about it.
I mean, does anybody know what they're talking about? If Brad McCall is the one listening?
That's true. Absolutely.
The broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah.
I do want to real quick, I've been trying to find a way to bring this in, but a shout out to BRD Motorsports / Chattanooga Touring. They're running in the 164 in GP2 today.
Nice.
That car starting towards the back of GP2 and has been legitimately working their way up into the top 3. Blitzkrieg Racing did pit from the lead. That has promoted the 83 from Palomar to the lead in GP2. BRD now sliding into second. So a great start for them.
Did you say Blitzkrieg Motorsports?
Blitzkrieg.
I like that.
I mean, I think that's probably what it's going to get changed to, if I'm being honest.
I think this is a great idea for some WRL branded coffee.
Blitzkrieg.
Yeah.
Get a cup that says that.
I do get a lot
time
of
to
ads.
take an ad, or are we a little too late?
No, I think it's a fine time. It's a quick ad break, and we're at least the rest of this lap under the full course yellow, if not maybe another one.
And we'll go side by side here at the.
We won't. No, Ryan, we can't do that.
Oh, all right.
No. Yeah. So let's step aside here at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. We're, oh boy, math. 42 minutes into the Saturday 8-hour enduro at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy on the mic. So we'll be back in just a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Lanier Endurance SuperPrix, where seemingly out of nowhere, as we circulated under full course yellow, we've actually gone to a red flag. Caught us all kind of by surprise, and now we have a report that there is a car that's caught fire. We can actually see some smoke off in the distance over at turn number 10. Hopefully the driver's been able to get out over there. Do we have any eyes, Jordan, on what that car might be? Try and pick that. We obviously don't want to show it if we have a suspicion that the driver is not okay. If the driver's been able to get out of the car, then everything else kind of becomes secondary to that. But it's a big conflagration over there at the on the back straightaway.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
before
top
the
of the hill. Yeah, this is obviously not the first time we've gone to red flag for this sort of thing in the World Racing League. Race control very, very swift when these sorts of things need to be addressed to neutralize the race and get safety vehicles where they need to be. Fortunately, in this case, we were already under a full course yellow, so it's not necessarily like we're interrupting the race to deal with this. It's just need to get everybody off of the racing line and parked. Looks like they've got the fire out at the top of the hill. But if you're watching from around the circuit, you could start to see some of that black smoke now moving over the center part of the track. And as our producer Jordan Worth pointed out to us in our ears here at DriversEye Live, it was a fully involved conflagration there at the top of the hill. Haven't quite gotten a number on that yet. Hold off to drivers right there at the top of turn 9, just past the marshal's post. What was an eerie thing when a racetrack goes silent, especially unexpectedly? In the meantime here, we'll do a quick catch-up of where things ended up after the round of pit stops sort of completed itself here under the full course yellow. Stratus 58 and 59 resume at the front of the race from the Roberts Motorsports number 109. Those are your top 3 in GTU, as well as your top 3 overall. Then comes your GTO leader, which is the number 74 of AOA Racing. That BMW is vaulted up into P1, having cleared the BMWs it was the BMW it was battling with the number 2, the Porsche from round 3 racing, the number 70, and the Low Country Motorsports Camaro number 843, which has slipped a little further back now in GTO. So AOA now leads number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates, then the round 3 racing Porsche. That's the Trimtech sponsored car into 3rd. Random Vandals Racing number 28. That's the green and white older spec BMW into P4, and then 5th in class will be the number 52, the second of the ACP Tangerine Associates M4 GT4s. P6 worth mentioning as well is the AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra. That is an all-female driven GT4 car. This weekend it is, I'm going to get these names right, I think it's Alana Carter, Sarah Montgomery, and Ashley Freiberg, who is making her World Racing League debut. Brought in to take over some driving duties from Aaron Fogel, who stepped aside. Laura Hayes, I think, is down in the engineering side of things as well this weekend. They were the story of the race back at Daytona, Ryan and JT. I think without question.
They absolutely were.
Yeah,
I think that car with Laura Hayes, who is one of probably the top 3 Toyota Supra drivers, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, on the planet. Probably a great person to have in the engineering department there, making sure that the car is set up properly for each track. But she has run extremely competitively in SRO, only to have fate step in really cruelly multiple times this season.
Constantly.
So it's hasn't seen the results I think that she deserves yet, but the pace is absolutely there.
Yeah, Thunder Bunny Racing, I mean, has been one of the top WRL teams over the last couple of years. And in particular, the number 111, well, it was the number 111 with Laura Hayes on board, got that car up to speed very, very quickly. It's obviously engineered and set up well, and was kind of the right car to have in WRL GTO spec there for a while. As teams tend to do, you move up the ladder, and as you get away from true grassroots and amateur endurance racing, or even this kind of semi-pro racing that we've got here in the World Racing League, SRO becomes an opportunity, and customers from Thunder Bunny Racing have decided to go do some of that. But it's opened Laura up, not having customers at Thunder Bunny Racing here in WRL, to do some other things and be a part of that AE Victory squad that led over 100 laps back at the Daytona 14 Hour, the Paul Revere 14 Hour in June, and then to rejoin the team here as kind of a coach and engineer to support Alana, Sarah, and Ashley this weekend.
It's
Up,
really
up into 6 for that car anyway.
Yeah. It's been a really good stepping stone series, I think, at the GTO level at least, where you've got teams that maybe have some experience, maybe have some of this heavy hitter equipment, and they're able to put a lot of miles on the car, and they're able to get coaching for their drivers, and eventually, make that step up into pro racing. But like as we've seen, NFC, for example, makes their return to WRL in the 123. That's a car that dominated the championship a year ago, and then the year prior.
Dominated a strong word, Ryan, because
I don't think
was
it was
a pretty
ever in
good
question.
Oh, it was a good scrap between the 70 and the 123.
It was, but I think as we got into the later stages, it became pretty clear that that's how it was going to go.
Yeah.
I think that was the 70 still coming up to speed, and the 123 really at the peak of their performance at that point.
Yeah, it's fair. Fair.
So the cars are going to get rolling again, so I think that means we'll have gone back to full course yellow.
Indeed we have. They've been able to clear up the stricken car over there on the back straightaway, or turn number 9, which is in a 4-wheel car anyway. Still part of the back straightaway. Flat out right-hander at the top of the hill.
To put a point on that real quick, Brendan, I would love to hear from Bill, who is not one for being on camera or to have his voice heard on the broadcast.
No.
He does not like it. He'll give you all the time of day if there's no microphone in his face. Just very friendly guy, very nice. He'll talk to you. I would love to hear how his experience in pro racing went or is going, if he's going to continue. And if it matches that of some other prior WRL entrants that we've spoken to. And they're sometimes mixed feelings on having moved out of WRL and gone to pro racing.
Yeah, it's fair. It's not always all, sunshine and roses over there on the pro side. There's a lot. I'm not going to say there's a lot at stake, because in reality there's really not. But the budgets are higher, and you want to feel like you're coming away with, what you deserve. The problem is that occasionally you can find yourself in a group with drivers that are pushing a little too hard. And all of a sudden your pro racing experience goes, south in a hurry. Sometimes it's through no fault of your own. I mean, Thunder Bunny Racing, we were just talking about, was the top team or one of the top, let's say, 3 teams in the World Racing League for years. They go over to SRO and they're immediately competitive, but things just, keep getting in the way.
Absolutely.
Mechanically or otherwise. So let's take a quick peek down in the general production classes as we work back now into the full course yellow. GP1 is still being led now by PC Racing, the number 44. Blaze Racing, the number 118, up into second. A little bit further back in the queue.
Blaze Racing, which Michelle Abate, I believe, in that car this weekend.
I did see that, yes.
TA2 stand out.
118 hadn't pitted yet, is going to kind of explain how that car ends up in P2. Does so now, out of turn number 12, as does the third place car of Harrison Motorsports, which is going to send that Palomar number 38 up into P2 in class, having already made a pit stop onto the full course yellow. Then the Bruce Innovations number 555, then 392, and the HK Motorsports number 221. HK's already been in. And obviously the 392 is stationary. So I think if you're going to pick out a winner here from this full course yellow, red flag, just general neutralization period, that 392, the 38 from Palomar seems like a pretty solid candidate there.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's held. Has AE Victory pitted yet? I don't. Let's see. Lapsent pits, yeah. So I think AE Victory has come out pretty well on the yellow,
up into
red
P6
situation too. Yeah, now that they're in P6. GP2, Palomar at the front there. Puka Racing, open throttle. I think open throttle helped a little bit by the yellow and red situation. They were in the bottom half of the field, and most of their cars have now moved into the top half of the field.
Oh, we've got is that a stopped Camaro, or was that, actually just maybe looks like it was the victim of the stack up. Yeah. For what it's worth, we should just put a period on this. The car that caught fire up at the top of turn number 9, now identified as the number 60, which is the third of the Stratus Racing Sebeco NPO1s. That's not a very common, it's not at all a common thing.
I don't think we've ever seen that.
Yeah, I can't think of a time that that's been the case either.
And that's disappointing for me because the 60, I've been trying to watch this all season, and I really should go back through and like make concrete notes of specifically what has happened. But the 60 has been this car that's usually, the quote third car. Never quite there in pace, but they've had a lot of these times where through strategy and through consistency, they've fallen towards the front of the field, and then right at the end, the 58 or 59 catches them, like within the last hour. And so I've really enjoyed watching that car make the results it's been making, even though it hasn't had the ultimate pace. And so to see that literally go up in flames is disappointing, because that's been, I think, one of the fun bits of watching the Stratus cars all battle it out together.
Yeah, I mean, and it's nice that it's not just that intra-team battle, right? I mean, the round 3 and automatic cars have really kind of found their footing as the season goes on. And back at Daytona, up until very late in the game, I mean, it was consistency that got those cars up to the front. In the championship fight as well, it's still very much an open battle there in GTU, whereas I think we all could have anticipated going into this season, even with those extra NPO1s, that, well, Stratus has been running them for years. They've been kind of the development partner of Sebeco, maybe not officially, but they've certainly done the most laps of literally anybody on the planet in those cars.
Yeah.
And have them figured out. We did know from both David Russell and Brad McCall at Automatic and Round 3 Racing, respectively, that Stratus was willing to share information and help get the newer teams up to speed with the platform. But still, you're always going to keep something in reserve, right?
Well, you keep something in reserve, and I have to wonder how long that's going to continue as they continue to get faster and faster. At some point, it's going to be like, okay, maybe not,
Well, and it's not like Automatic and Round 3 Racing don't have experience of their own. I mean, Automatic has been running cars in what is now Michelin Pilot Challenge since, I don't know. Since I started marshalling, 2009, maybe earlier. So 15 years of experience it's not like it's not going to pay dividends on a new platform eventually.
Right.
Also, different driver crews and teams prefer different concepts in terms of setup and car behavior. So eventually those platforms, initially they converge and you say, okay, we're all going to run a certain car a certain way, and then they diverge and different teams go different directions. So we're getting there with the GTU field. It's not just been a Stratus runaway like I think some could have expected at the beginning of the year.
Absolutely. I think there's going to be a really fun, I don't know if reset is the right word, but there's going to be a fun shakeup next year, allegedly. There's been these rumblings in the paddock, and we've heard from some sources and not others, and some are saying that it's a secret, and some are saying that it's out there, that there might be a more powerful package coming.
That's not where I thought you were going.
No. Coming for the GTU cars next season to kind of get them clear of the GTO field a little bit more. I think that will add another layer to the situation where they've got a little bit more power. It's going to probably change the driving style a little bit. People are going to have to adapt, and I'm really looking forward to that. I think we're going to come to green here, Brendan.
Yep, we've been able to recover the number 60, got it back to the pit and paddock. Oh, we don't go green. Which, so we do say here, we try and do 3 laps after the red flag in order to give everybody a chance to pit from the queue. This one is a little bit more complicated than that because technically we were already under the full course yellow. Everybody had kind of had their chance to duck into the pit lane, but now that we've got all of the safety vehicles cleared from the scene of the incident up at turn 9, I think we'd be just about ready to go here. We had another pit stop, by the way, from the Harrison number 392.
I think we're trying to get the field more formed up. This is like a IndyCar wave-off situation where they're... Because this is the Farah car, I'm sorry, the TLM car with the Farah branding, still trying to catch the end of the tail. They just now caught everybody. So if they had gone green, when the pace car rounded, turn 11 up there. I don't know. Yeah, Blitzkrieg still trying to catch up. They're pretty spread out.
Here's the problem, Ryan. They're not spread out because we needed to let everybody catch up. The field keeps stacking. So we've got our leaders coming down through turn number 5, and we've still got cars jumping on the brakes on the front straightaway because the field is accordioning. All of these gaps that you see being built up aren't because they were that far behind. They're being built up because the field accordions, stacks up and comes to a stop, and then pulls away, and you get these gaps.
I mean,
so
you just got to drive more consistent. Like that's
exactly. That's
like
the point.
Anybody that's been in traffic knows how that works. Like
that's exactly
you just got to be steady. Like
yep, pick your speed at 45, 50 miles an hour, whatever it is, to gradually catch the car ahead, and slow down gradually. But speeding up to 100 and then jumping on the binders as you catch the back of the field is going to cause these gaps to not just persist, but to grow as time goes on. And at some point, you've just got to get on with it here and get the field back to racing.
I don't know if you picked it up, but do you see the Lagunatic car continuing to jump out of line?
I did not.
So if you watch as they come down the straights, as soon as they exit the corner, they jump to the far side of the track to get in the clear air. I wonder if they're nursing a cooling issue. And that might have been what was the problem towards the beginning of the race, where they were in a lot of traffic and potentially not getting the radiator the air it needed.
Yeah, the problem with that is we've crested 80 now, but we're still warming up here. We're not quite to the hottest temperature of the day. They've already last 12 laps to that early issue that you just reminded us of, Brian, and are circulating once again. But if you're not at speed, then it's entirely possible that you're just not getting that airflow through the front of the car.
And they're going to have a mirror full of NFC car coming through turn 12. That's going to be a car that's in a hurry to catch the Kingpin Racing Supra up there.
We've cleared the first hour of racing here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. One down, 7 to go. Headed towards the checkered flag at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Not very specifically an 8-hour race, but seconds come or go here or there depending on when we get the green flag. Target is 9 on the dot, for 8 hours of racing. But in either case, we are counting down in the upper left-hand corner of the timing pylon to 5 o'clock, 0 minute, 0 seconds, Eastern Daylight Time. You know what I've learned?
How to
recently
maintain space at an airport?
No, I think...
Oh, you haven't? What?
No, I mean, social distancing isn't a thing anymore.
Oh, that's not what I was talking about. Go on.
6 feet. Yeah, no. Anyway. I get it. That's an air traffic control joke. Thank you.
It wasn't very good. There's more technical terminology, but I was just trying to get it out there.
The joke really just never landed, Ryan.
I know. Okay. Next time I'll ask for clearance.
No, I people seem to be over the difference between EDT and EST, or EDT and PST.
Yes.
Like, I'll get emails trying to schedule a meeting or a call or whatever, and it'll just say Eastern Standard Time. Like, no, it's Eastern Daylight Time. And I realize it's probably just me being pedantic, but it also might just be a sign of the fact that people just don't care anymore.
So here's my angle on that. Don't put the S, just put ET.
That's what I do now.
That's what I've mostly done. Then you don't have to look like you don't know what you're talking about. You want to minimize those opportunities.
That's exactly the answer. Or you can put everything in Eastern time so you don't ever confuse time zones, right?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Nope.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Everything revolves
Pacific
around the
time
East Coast.
deniers.
It's great.
Not the World Racing League, though. We're headed to a new... No, it's not a new time zone. Our next two races, anyway, next two races will be in the Mountain Time Zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. High Plains Raceway to come up at the end of August, and then a new venue, the Burt Brothers Motor Park. Burt Brothers.
Burt.
Formerly the Utah Motorsports Campus, formerly Miller Motorsports Park. Jordan, we're going to need the graphic updated. Burt Brothers Motor Park.
Burt Brothers Motor Park.
Yeah. New entitlement
Ford Racing Campus
at Utah.
I mean, you have the Telecaster, don't you?
We only have that with Dustin.
Yeah.
The Telestrator, yeah. Nobody on the screen needs to see on the stream needs to see my handwriting anyway. It'd be a disaster.
We just got to do arrows, you know. We're going to take another trip around the course here under full course yellow.
Yeah.
The lights are on the pace car this time, so that's why I'm not tripped out by what's going on.
No, but the first time it actually didn't. Had the four-way, the hazard flashers on.
Well, Brendan, let me bust out my talking points
yes.
document. Let's talk about
the DriversEye Live keys to the race.
Yeah, there you go. No, this is that.
This is a cool spot. Keys to the race.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can absolutely clip that too. And put the, is Adrian Campos going to sue us? Like, no, absolutely not. So, I want to talk about a new and evolving garage for open throttle racing. Can we do that?
Sure.
All right, cool. Open throttle racing. You'll know them with the green cars. JT's favorite team. He's a big fan. They have now started switching over to this 4-cylinder 3 Series thing, and have acquired an X Grand Am 128i. So we're gonna get the return of the 128i to WRL, where Thunder Bunny Racing has fallen and let us all down. Mike Gorman at Open Throttle Racing is picking us back up, and we're gonna have a 128 with headlight stickers to run in WRL, I hope, and I'm very excited for that.
Why stickers?
Because that's how all those Grand Am cars ran. They took the headlights out and put stickers on the front.
Not in Cup though, was it?
I don't
No,
think
in
they did.
Continental Tire.
Yeah, Grand Am Cup, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, no, a lot of them had that.
Huh.
Anyway, it's already painted green, from what I can tell on his Facebook page. And then he was also inquiring if anybody knew of any high mile or cheap M4s for sale, road cars. So that might also be a thing that we see in the future. But they're transitioning away from the M54-powered BMWs and trying to, I think, get into that newer 4-cylinder setup, which has slowly become more and more popular in these kind of BMW ranks as these M54s have gotten harder and harder to find and keep on the track.
Terribly sorry for the cough there. Didn't mean to interrupt.
So, yeah, there's that. And then he's recently, I hope he's sold it by now because it was way too cheap, selling a race team starter pack for not enough money.
A ridiculous number.
Absolutely not enough money.
Yeah.
Like, dangerously small amount of money. That if I was not about to make a substantial change in my financial life, I would be heavily considering.
It would be a change to your financial life, right?
Well, no, it would be too.
Sure.
But I have the mechanics. I have 2 mechanics available that I had spoken to when I saw that we're pretty confident we could have done it. There's a lot fewer races on the West Coast to rent the seats out, which I think would have been a problem.
Just to provide a quick update here as we continue to circulate under the full course yellow. This is not the name of the game in the World Racing League. IMSA, obviously, you do tend to get these very long yellows to sort the field into some form of order. We let the order be what it is here in the WRL and get ourselves back to racing because it is about the racing. The particular issue we're dealing with at the moment is that such was the fire, the strength of the fire up at turn number 9.
Nice.
The truck itself actually has to refill either new bottles or water. I'm not 100% sure, but in either case, it took the entire strength of the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta safety crew fire truck to get that all under control and taken care of, and they certainly did. I can tell you that when the number 60, came by me on the flatbed, it was in pretty sorry shape. But before, much like you see this in pro racing sometimes where you have issues with life flight helicopters or medevac helicopters that either can't land or one has to go off site and they can't race until they get it back. We're in kind of that same holding pattern here where until we've got a fully equipped fire vehicle ready to go again, all we can do here is really circulate under the full course yellow until we can get that vehicle equipped properly and restaged and ready to go.
This is where the fire engineer earns his money in trying to work the pumps and check the levels and all those things. There's usually 2 or 3 people in a fire truck, Brendan. Do you know how all that works?
No.
So you've got your one person who typically actually like goes and fights the fire, and then there's a guy who stays by the engine and does all the calculations on how much water they have remaining, and hooks up to the fire hydrant if they need to, and keeps track of the amount that's on the truck, and adjusts the flow, and does all of those things as well. That's typically the other guy that's in the fire engine in situations where you're staffing engines with only 2 or 3 people. I don't know how many people they have staffed on this one, but almost certainly they have an engineer whose job it is to make sure there's enough water in the truck. All right. Indeed. We could almost take another pit stop here. I mean, we've been circulating under yellow for a little bit, so you know, depending on where you are on track and what situation, if you're already at the back of the queue, I think I dive in here in the next couple minutes and take another fuel stop.
Yeah, just top off if you can. If you're already at the back of the train, might as well.
It bums me out that Kingpin didn't clean this windshield on the GT4 car. It's going to be covered in what I presume is coolant for the rest of the day.
Yeah, maybe the driver didn't notify over the radio, so they didn't think about it.
Well, they've got the onboard pulled up on the pit stand.
Yeah.
That's why we're able to look at it, because they have it, obviously.
I think when the car's coming to your stop, you're not so much watching that on board as you are on the wall watching the car hit its box.
Sure. I mean, counterpoint, if you see your car coming down pit lane with a cloud of smoke in its face, I would at least be like, hey, we should maybe look at that. I don't know. What do I know? Tyler Hoffman knows what he's doing. I don't know what I'm doing. That's true. Jordan says that they didn't have the windshield tear-off button checked when they came into the pit box on the black box. So that'll do it.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Are you done with the fire truck chat?
Is that the wrong type of hyper-specific interest spectrum situation for you? Like
No.
Oh, okay.
But
I grew up around it, man. It's a big deal, like where I come from.
I believe that. We could also talk about the airplanes.
Sure.
In that regard. I had a decision to make, though, about what my priorities were going to be, and listening to a dissertation on fire truck arrangements.
It was very nearly done.
Not number one on the list.
It was very nearly done. That's how it works.
Like, I had really hoped to not be in podcast mode this early.
Hey, man.
But when you're under full course yellow,
I declared it. I'm pulling the notepad out. Like we're doing it.
You can't just declare it.
Oh, I can. Oh, I definitely can.
I mean, you literally encouraged him with the keys to the race.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah,
this is a cool spot. Keys to the race. Like
the Hispania Racing Team keys to the race. Yeah.
Oh,
Shouts to 2011-ish era startup Formula One teams. You know what's sad to me?
Very sad.
That modern, like, new fans of Formula One in motorsports will not get to experience the joy that was Caterham.
I was going to say, watching Caterham run around 7 seconds off the pace.
Yep. What a time to be alive that was.
I was served a video which I watched on YouTube that was like 8 or 9 minutes long that was the time when F1 cars were slower than F2 cars. And I was like, heck yeah, let's do it. I'm in. Watched it, and it was a really good refresher for people who, aren't aware of F1 at that time span. But there was a lot of teams, not just HRT and Caterham, that were slow. I want to say it was like one of the Saubers wasn't there either. Like the first couple races, it was like, ugh.
Yeah. So
Jordan, this is perfect right now.
it's amazing, pure art. You know, one of the things that I really like, you like to talk about, you know, the golden era of racing. Like, oh, you know, if you ever get the chance, you should go back and watch some of the old races on F1 TV or whatever. The V10 era, you know, the Ferrari McLaren years in the late 90s, and the Williams and the Williams years in the early 90s, and you know, fun to talk about like the sound and the evocative nature of racing, Formula One racing in particular around that time. And then you also get to talk about Spiker and Super Aguri. And somebody bringing a 10-year-old or a 2-year-old Arrows to the grid.
Lights off on the safety car.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did it, guys.
To go into pit lane.
We did it. An hour and 15 minutes gone and an extended full course yellow. And I'm happy to say that the Linear Endurance SuperPrix is back to green flag racing, with the number 77 leading the field on track, back to racing action. But it's the Stratus number 58, Sebeco NPO1 in a gaggle of cars headed into the first corner. That's it there to the left side of the shot, with the team car there next to it. Another gaggle of cars headed into turn 1, which includes the number 2 and the number 70, which will be your lead battle in GTO. I think the 70 up the inside. Yep. Move done. 2 will get the switchback here, but they're stuck in behind. Yeah, from Rapscallion, number
the 70
669.
cleared it, but the 2 didn't.
I'm actually kind of surprised the 70 was able to get clear of that car. Thought they were both going to tuck in, headed through the right-hander at turn number 3 up the top of the hill there. They're all still in traffic here, being well down the running order from the overall race leader.
Man, it would be really great if we'd had an onboard of that. We would have really been able to see the action as they pass the back marker and do battle with the ACP car. Do we not have the 2s on board? Sometimes we have the ACP on boards.
No, I don't think so.
Right.
They are just a couple of car lengths apart now, headed up the back straightaway. So the battle not quite done yet. We'll see if the 70 is not necessarily the quickest car in a straight line. It's not slow by any means, but we did see back at Daytona that it was tended to be a little bit stronger through the medium speed corners. 2 catches just the touch in the slipstream, but has to duck up the inside of looks like a BMW down there, headed into 10 and 10A. Still about 2 car lengths headed down the front straightaway here. They go up the inside of the AOA Mazda MX-5. Sail off into turn number 1 again, this for the 36th time. If you're just joining us, whether you've showed up to the track late this morning as a spectator or you're with us on the World Racing League YouTube channel, welcome along. Thanks for being with us. Inching towards 300 viewers at the moment in what I think is one of the finest weekends of racing we have here in the World Racing League. 15 hours of racing at one of the finest motorsports facilities in the country. One of the best, if not the best, for multi-class and endurance sports car racing. For my money, this is as good as it gets. A little on the warm side today, but it throws its own interesting elements into racing as the GTO field goes by the All-Star Racing number 5. That's fairly interesting because that number 5 was your GP1 class leader very early on in proceedings this morning. Still P3, but about 15 seconds behind the class-leading PC Racing number 44 and losing time as it got...
yeah, a little bit of understeer there, I think, yeah. Trying to keep the car together.
3 wide as they get on the power. They go up the inside of the number 555. The 172 is able to clear the 843 from Low Country Motorsports. Worth noting here that we do get, because this isn't an all-pro type of series, you do tend to get ebbs and flows in driver speed, car speed, that tends to take the race through multiple phases. Don't be surprised if you start to see that number 843 just gradually drop back, maybe as some of the other cars in the GTO class cycle through their drivers as well. But it's been a really, really good start for that Camaro nonetheless, having dropped the spot to the 172. Through comes the 843 to drivers right down the front straightaway, has to dab the brakes, as a matter of fact, headed into turn 1, pulls back to the outside of the M4. They get to the apex, 843 to the outside on the power. Don't know that the move's going to be done here, but does have the racing line through the left-hander at 2. Try the outside here at turn number 3. And now the job is done. Really, really good fight back from the Low Country Motorsports Camaro to get clear of the TLM USA BMW with the 74 from AOA Racing tucked in directly behind. That battle will rage on, I am sure.
Are we the highest profile endurance series racing this weekend?
Yes.
I think so.
That's probably true.
Perfect. So you should be here. If you're not watching, you should be. I mean, they can't hear me, but
no, they can't.
Anybody who's an endurance racing fan should be watching this.
Yeah, I agree
nothing
with
else
that.
going on. Qualifying's already over for the F1. Like,
is F1 racing this weekend?
Yes.
Oh, it's at Spa, isn't it?
Spa.
Yeah, you know what the last race at Spa was?
Rainy.
No. It was pretty. It might have rained a little bit. The last big event Spa hosted?
The 24 hours of Spa?
No.
Yeah,
it was the 25 hours of Spa.
Oh, with the Volkswagen
Fun
Spa.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep.
Yep.
Obviously, the feature event of the season before before F1 comes to town.
Have we made inroads with the
Support
promoters
races.
of the Super Cup?
No,
or Fun Cup? No,
we haven't really talked about it with them directly, but Tyler Hoffman and friends were there, so we'll need to have that discussion at some point.
How do you think Tyler Hoffman's French is?
Or Dutch, for that matter.
I mean, sure.
Probably impeccable, actually. Kingpin.
Bienvenue.
Okay. Careful now.
Ça va.
Scotty Elkins is in the chat this morning over on YouTube.
He is.
Yeah. Happy they're safe. Referring to the conflagration up there at turn 9. Remember, my first fire there gets scary fast. Scotty, in addition to being one of the finest motorsports photographers in all the land, also a motorcycle aficionado. We did briefly mention yesterday that turn number 9 where that car came to rest. Just kind of part of the back straightaway in a 4-wheel machine, but on 2 wheels, that turn 9, I'm sure, is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
Top speed, bend the bike to the right, lean it over, and then as soon as you clear the top of the hill, you've got to be on the brakes in a downhill braking zone from 100 and silly miles an hour down to 50 or 60 for the left-hander.
No, but Scotty rides Supermoto. So
only super. Does he not ride a regular bike?
Oh, I'm sure he has that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just competitively, it seems like he's
sure.
always in the, he's riding like 125s.
Yeah, fair.
Probably doing nearly 60 miles an hour by the time you get to the bottom of the hill.
I bet. In a draft.
Yeah.
Your GTO class leader is still the Round 3 Racing Porsche. Now is stretched out about a second and a half from the ACP Tangerine Associates number 2. Random Vandals number 28 into P3, and the AE Victory Racing Supra up into 4th. So the battle we saw between Low Country, AOA, and the number 52, wasn't it, has now kind of stretched itself out. Personal best just being put in now by that number 119 from AE Victory, 132.733. Starting to climb back up the order. Worth noting as well that one of our, I think you'd consider a main protagonist in GTO, the GTR number 99 BMW. Actually, that's it going through the shot there, a lap down.
Oof.
To the race leading number 70.
I think the transition back to the M4 is taking them some time.
Yeah, it's interesting, Ryan. I was just kind of processing that in real time and trying to frame it in a way that made sense to me. We're under the impression that the move from the Super back to the M4 was just one of driver comfort.
Yeah.
It rode better, it felt better, it was a more familiar platform to work on and get up to speed. But I'm also under the impression that most of the teams running that M4 platform are actually pushing it pretty hard.
I think that's
whereas I think the Supra could be run in a little bit more relaxed trim or at a more relaxed pace and still be reasonably quick.
Right.
And I do kind of wonder if the move to a more electronics-heavy M4 GT4, combined with the fact that, okay, yes, you can get more out of it, but you have to ask it to do more, is just not really working in that GTR squad's favor.
You can't get around it. It's a big car.
Yeah.
So the wheelbase is what allows you to be able to, I think, run it a little bit softer because you get, the longer wheelbase, you make it a little bit less twitchy. It doesn't have to be as stiff to get the same kind of performance out of it and turn it. But I agree, you're going to have to hustle a car that's that large to get it where it needs to be. And that car, much larger than the E46 he was used to driving before. And the E90 they had that for a little while as well. The current M4 is a huge car. Humongous.
Yeah, it's worth kind of peeling back history a little bit to the days of yore in the world racing. The GTR squad has been around a long time. The E46 you mentioned, that was like the car in the World Racing League. They're regularly winning races overall in what would now be considered, I think, a GP1 class car, or nearly a GP1 class car. They go to the M4 platform. They bring that to the old M4 platform. They bring that up to pace, and then they transition over to the Supra. So they've kind of followed, where the pace is, and they've been quick and at the front, fighting for race wins and podiums consistently, up until this particular M4 platform. They've wrapped their heads around just about everything, but like you said, just taking a little bit of time. Pit lane caller is the number 172. TLM USA BMW, yeah.
I am just
up on the jack stands and hood up.
I'm just tremendously disappointed they don't still bring the other one.
Who?
The other TLM car.
The Aston Martin?
Well, the number.
Oh, Triple I.
The Triple I.
Yeah.
I
haven't seen that car in a while. No. TLM Mona. That car had a couple of really, really strong performances last year.
It did.
At Road America and Barber. Basically, anytime it rained. That car was a rocket ship. Never really discussed with David Tuati of TLM USA what the shift in platform was all about.
I had heard from a reliable source that the upkeep on the Aston Martin is obscene.
Expensive-wise.
Yeah. Which, when you're trying to put this many miles on a car in a weekend, probably starts to make an impact.
That's fair. 89X is stuck with it. They are kind of the last...
that's got to be an improvement for them versus the
into the paddock.
The Camaro they had, which there were like two of that had been built to that level.
It was one of the few built-up cars, like garage-built cars in GTO, and it was really competitive over about 1 to 2 stints, and then something would fail or something would have to be replaced, or the car just wasn't consistent enough over the course of 8 hours, and you'd find yourself... It was great on fuel, oddly.
Yeah.
And that was kind of its strong suit, but it's never really found the result until they shifted over to that Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4 platform.
I imagine that car detuned from its factory horsepower something like 25 to 30%.
The Camaro.
The Camaro, yeah. Like, that's probably would contribute to the fuel mileage. And then I would hope they had taken the active fuel management off, but like maybe they didn't. Maybe they're running around on 4 cylinders under yellow, because I think that's what the Camaro has, is the cylinder deactivation.
Maybe that was part of it.
Yeah. Who knows? Anyway, to put a kind of round out the GTR thing from earlier, one of the first people to really sound the alarm on the impending E46 crisis, and was very particular about that, Harold Petit, on the broadcast at one point, that they were starting to get replacement parts for E46s that were not the same quality, that claimed to be an OE part, and they'd have failures, and his lead mechanic was like, I put an OE part on it, man. We rebuilt that like we do every week or every year or whatever, and just didn't have the parts availability they were satisfied with, and that was why they had made the change. And I think we're starting to see that more and more, and we talk about this every single weekend, so I'll try not to dwell on it. But a problem that is going to begin impacting the GP1 and GP2 field, I think, more and more as we move forward. We're already seeing people switch chassis. We're seeing people change motors, things of that nature, and people who are trying to stick with it beginning to have more and more issues.
I just want variety. I mean, that's kind of where my interest lies in endurance and sports car racing.
Sure.
And so I'm not terribly bummed about that happening, because the E36, 46 platforms are pretty ubiquitous.
Yeah.
In this type of motorsports, and that's fair enough. But you're kind of constantly on the lookout for the next thing, and you get excited about the next thing. We just haven't found it yet. And the next obvious thing just hasn't made itself terribly apparent. Although Mike Gorman is trying really hard to find it.
I think he's finding it. He's been pretty happy with this four-cylinder.
Yeah.
That, to much derision, because it's the four-cylinder that everybody knows not to buy, because the timing chain guides are made of plastic. So it'll just wake up one day and decide to not have, or to have too much slack in the timing chain and blow the motor up with almost no warning.
Engineering there.
Yeah. Nowadays, on the fun fact, on the B58, which is the six-cylinder that's in all the race cars.
No, you're thinking of the B52s.
No, I'm
okay.
not. I'm never thinking of the B52s ever. Them and any band older, I'm never thinking of. That's the line, I think, is the B52s. Anyway.
Yeah, sure. Anyway.
The B58 in certain cars, I'm certain not in the race cars. The race cars probably do not have this problem. But in certain road cars, the B58 oil pump impeller is made of plastic. And if you're not running the right oil, it breaks the oil pump impeller, and then you have no oil in the engine. And then it blows up too. Good time.
Huh.
Thank you, BMW. Just nice little nuggets they'll throw in right there where it's like, well, it would make sense to make this out of metal, but plastic.
Again, blame the Bavarians.
Yeah.
I think I'm finding myself more and more compelled by German regional geopolitics.
Ooh.
Just within Germany.
I mean,
it's very interesting. I'm not saying it's good or bad, it's just interesting.
You may have noticed that shot back there a moment ago. The 178 Camber Performance Engineering Ginetta, I believe, is being towed on pit road.
Yeah, so its pit stall is unfortunately directly behind it's blocked my line of sight by the Michelin bridge on the front straightaway. So I actually had no idea it was there until the tilt bed pulled up to it. And JT rightly pointed out it's been towed down the length of the pit lane to the paddock entrance and will be deposited at the attention of the crew. Unfortunate there because they picked up was it one or two podiums back at Mid-Ohio earlier on in the season. And we're actually in a pretty decent place, all things considered, in the Eastern Championship points up in GTO. Obviously, this isn't going to help.
Yeah, you're correct. A third and a second at Mid-Ohio.
That is the only Ginetta representative in the field this weekend. Typically, we'd get the 290 and the 291 from Moorhead Speedworks that ran back at Daytona. And as I cast my mind back to the Paul Revere 14 hour, now some 6 or 7 weeks ago, one of those cars went out due to a fire in the pit lane. The second car was withdrawn as kind of a safety issue, not being terribly happy with what happened during fueling. Everybody was okay. Driver was okay. Guy Cosmo was at the wheel when it happened. Guy was all right. I do wonder if there's some fallout from that. Maybe Chad is watching. Chad Moorhead, team principal there at MSW, can provide some insight as to what happened or why they're not here. In any case, it's left that Camber Performance Engineering Ginetta G55 as the only of that British manufacturer in the field.
Couldn't tell, but I thought I saw a car off in turn 5. Could have been my eyes playing a trick on me, though. Oh, side by side, HK and Choice Racing through turn 10 there.
Report a minute ago, JT. 52 was off and on at turn 5. 4 off drivers right, and continue.
Okay, all good then. Yeah, coming across the line here, that is the fight for 7th in GP1, as we have the onboard with Choice Racing here, HK just in front. These cars had been part of a train behind the Harrison Motorsports BMW, just a bit up the road now. Dan Palomar have been able to slightly pull away to the tune of about almost 4 seconds here to the HK Motorsports BMW.
Got 2 onboards here.
Sorry, slow BMW down the front straightaway. It's the number 74 from AOA Racing. Just caught the white flag waving at start-finish there.
Ooh.
And the car is without lights and without power, it appears, headed down the front straightaway towards turn number 1. Looks like it's maybe got power back.
Good to go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's going to make
Very
things
odd.
awkward with the Libre car.
Very odd, and also worth noting, that is now the second BMW M4 to hit problems this morning, with that 172 from TLM USA already having been into the pit lane. And now into the paddock. Also interesting that 74 didn't pit. It was reported slow at turn 11. Wonder if it had already gone past the pit entrance, or they were pretty confident they were going to be able to recycle the car and get it back under power.
Do you think he hit Control-Alt-Delete? That's what Cycle the Master means.
Of that bit.
I'm tired of him saying it, so...
No, that's what I mean.
Oh, okay. I thought you were tired of me doing the bit, making fun of the bit. Got it.
No, I mean...
No.
At one point, did we stop using Control-Alt-Delete to do anything on a computer?
I still do. So.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I'm a Control-Shift-Escape guy, personally.
Oh, yeah. No,
You
I
do Control-Alt-Delete too? Yeah, so
I do.
does Layla. Huh.
Nice. Hey, Layla. That's awesome. Tell Layla to high five through the chat.
She did it. In the air.
Nice.
Layla Kaczmarek is our social media guru here on DriversEye Live and with the World Racing League at DriversEye Live, all one word, at World Racing League, over on Instagram, on Facebook as well. Give us a like and a follow. If you're watching our live flag coverage of the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix, first 8-hour race of the weekend, over on the World Racing League YouTube channel, smash the like button, smash the subscribe button.
No, you have to do what Delansky does and shame people into pressing the like button. There are 300 people watching right now and only 74 likes, which means 225 of you don't like us.
Yeah. I'm sure there are many, many more people that don't like us, Ryan. Many more.
Some would say there's a lot in the paddock even, but, you know.
Well, the good news is we kind of just strap everybody in for the weekend.
Yep.
And tell the finest PA manager in all the land, Dave Miller, here to just crank up the volume.
Oh, Dave. Dave. How much
have you met
to
Dave,
get Dave
Ryan?
on retainer? Of course I've had Dave. What do you mean?
Dave, I don't know. You know,
Dave's the man.
We see Dave a lot here. This is the third time DriversEye Live has been to Road Atlanta this year. We're here for the our coverage of the SCCA Hoosier Super Tour, coverage of the Porsche Club of America, new on DriversEye Live in 2025.
Woo.
2 fine weekends here, and then obviously our big summer enduro weekend here at the Michelin Raceway.
Road Hotlanta.
Yeah. I mean...
Dave.
Layla just said Hot Girl Atlanta, which I appreciate.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, see, there we go. Dave. Dave's a good guy. And to be fair, all of the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta staff has been incredibly helpful in accommodating this weekend. If
Really?
you're local to the track, you should rest assured that you have some of the finest management staff
Yes.
in the country guiding this fine property through its current era as Michelin Raceway. I know over the years a lot of money has been spent into making it not just a good spectator venue, but one of the best spectator venues. Many people have said it. And
Lots of people are saying it.
thanks. We obviously Petit is an amazing race weekend, but any opportunity to be here and watch cars at speed is one that we appreciate. This battle rages on in GP1, JT, with 221 leading the 522 of Choice Racing underneath the Fox Factory Bridge.
Yeah, there's been quite a number of good battles here in GP1. Just a couple laps ago, All-Star Racing did get around the 555 from Bruce Innovations, 4nd in GP1.
Only
you still have
stars break the mold.
You still have the 38 of Palomar trailing the 392 from Harrison Motorsports. A little bit further up the road from these guys here. Blitzkrieg Racing, the 424, has started to catch these two cars here. Super comes in on board here with the 424. You can see just up the road the black BMW Choice Racing. A little bit further up is the HK Motorsports BMW. Little ways behind these guys, you did have Rapscallion and I believe it was AR Motorsports fighting. AR Motorsports, I believe, has now come on to pit lane.
Yes, they have. We have a couple of pit callers. AR Motorsports is there. The 63 from Open Throttle is there. The 164 is there. And so is the Rapscallion 669. All four of those cars, into the pit lane. Good little scrap here, not for position, but since the drop of the green flag, obviously, that 77 was at the front of the queue and leads the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche around. There's the NFC Motorsports number 123. That car is a lap down as well. So kind of interesting to see the differential in pace there. Or differential in what we would have expected. I think last year, Ryan, during the 2024 championship campaign for that car, if we had said, hey, the 123 is going to be a lap down an hour and a half into the first race of the weekend, you just kind of looked at him like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I would, if you recall, NFC used to be incredibly quick, but they did seem to occasionally have some issues passing traffic.
Not the case here, though, is it?
It actually is.
Oh, is it?
They had a 2-lap penalty that was issued under full course yellow earlier.
Yeah, there it is.
For contact with the 11 Kingpin.
Which also explains why the Kingpin 11 was into the pit lane early on. Yeah, both of those Kingpin Supers kind of in the wars then. First with the contact down at turn 10 with the 77, and then obviously the whack from the 123 into that number 11.
Yeah, it's...
That does explain a lot, actually.
It does indeed. That car, a great example of the freedom that you have in running a GT4 car here in GTO that you don't really get anywhere else. That they developed that car to have a lot more aero on it than most other GT4 cars in existence.
Yeah.
To make that car a little bit more comfortable, I think, to drive at higher speed circuits and get you a little bit later braking opportunities.
We've had that discussion a couple of times, but it kind of came to light earlier on in the season. As more WRL competitors, in GTO particular, running GT4 cars, took the opportunity to go race in BOP-based series like SRO and like IMSA, either Michelin Pilot Challenge or the VP Racing Challenge. These GT4 cars that run, let's say, top 10-ish in the World Racing League over the course of an endurance race, go to a 2-hour race or a 45-minute race in IMSA and are immediately fighting for podiums. Right? Yep. We saw it with Cargo Shorts Racing, Kingpin, the number 77. We saw it with the Kingpin 11 here at the Petit Le Mans weekend with the VP Racing Challenge last year. And it kind of writes the same story over and over. And it didn't really make sense to me, other than to say, hey, the level of competition in the World Racing League is really great, isn't it? But part of the reality is having an open platform like this, it does not just encourage, but kind of require some amount of innovation and development of the platform in order to get the most out of it. And that's part of what you see with the Round 3 Racing Porsche. And that 991.2 GT3 Cup is obviously a tremendous motor racing platform, right? It's always been, an opportunity for developing drivers to get behind the wheel and learn how to get the most out of that Porsche platform. But it was never going to be competitive or super competitive without some work being done to it. There's obviously been some resources put behind.
Wow.
Yeah, 24
I was
right in the
surprised
middle of the road here.
That was, that entry by the orange BMW was optimistic. I'm glad that worked out, but all right.
But anyway, that 70 has obviously been really well developed, that Porsche.
Yeah.
And it now kind of takes, maybe the M4 platform notwithstanding, it kind of takes some active development to get a GT4 car to become a top flight WRL GTO car. It's a great starting point, but it's not at its maximum running it, just power restricted from its GT4 spec.
Yeah,
that 424 sneaking through, by the way, that entry there at turn 10 you were talking about, I think was a position change, was it not?
I think so too.
Over choice, yeah.
And it seemed like, I don't know if the 24 bailed out or if they went into the pit lane. But they took kind of a pretty aggressive, jump to the right.
They are in the pit lane. Hood up.
Okay.
Hood was up.
Got it.
851 is into the pit lane. Let's see. AOA Mazda MX-5.
It's worth noting, I'll ask Brad about this when he comes on, inevitably. The 992.1 is about to no longer be the current car.
Yeah, I saw that.
They're having a 992.2. So, does that mean we can get the cool one? I think Brad doesn't want to be the one who breaks the seal on the 1-800 come on now. Like, why are we doing this situation?
Just by the way, I don't think the 992 is the cool one. I think
I don't think it's the cool one either, but I think it's the one that has all the aero and,
Palomar gets by Harrison Motorsports for 5th in GP1.
Sorry, JT, I'm not leaving you hanging, but Peanut Butter Bar called my name.
Peanut Butter Bar. I'm finally going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Brendan on buying snacks at the weekend when I can just take all the snacks from my house when we go to Laguna Seca.
Do you have snacks at your house, though?
Oh, yeah. I have snacks at my house. That's why I don't feel great about buying snacks when I go to the track, because I'm like, I already have snacks at home. Why would I buy more? I'm not going to finish this.
If anybody has contact with Mike Gorman, can we get confirmation as to why they've just chosen to completely remove the hood on the 65?
Looks cool, just like NASCAR Thunder.
Well, my suspicion is that it's not that it looks cool, it's supposed to run cool.
Run cool.
Yeah, they've literally just taken the hood off of the car, and it's now running completely open at the front.
That's
sick, the Captain America BMW, stripes down.
Serves him right.
Red, white, and blue down the side.
That's what he gets for not. Yeah, no, that looks... Or is it just... Yeah, wow. That looks cool, man. I'm in.
The problem is that from the front, it kind of looks like the All-Star car.
It does.
Yeah, because it's all gray with the red and white down the sides. That is tough.
In all seriousness, that's a really cool livery, the way, it's done very well.
Oh, no, they're nose to tail, too.
But, oh, good. Oh, no. Well, at least he's got the green bumper, so you can kind of tell. Yeah, that's rough.
They just throw the 63 in the shot as well, just for the fun of it.
Here comes the Random Vandals car, valiantly campaigning the old-style M4.
Yeah, it's a fourth in class.
Fourth in class. They're doing it. They're doing the thing. See, there's one where, maybe we got to talk to somebody about it, but, that's the old car. They're not running that in the SRO. Why not throw a bigger wing on it? Get a big splitter on there. Let's change it up a little bit. I know that on one of these, I don't know if it was this one or the other one, they have a different shock package.
GTR did, right? They had redone the aero on that platform very early on.
I think the green one was the one that had the, 5-way super-duper shocks on it, so I guess they already did that.
Nick Hanlon in the chat, big fan of the Blitz Keurig concept.
Yes, indeed.
Ryan West is in the chat as well.
Welcome.
Nice.
Good to see him.
You guys do mention the older M4 doing quite well. You should recall at our last race at Daytona, Random Vandals did podium with that car.
That's true.
Oh no!
Car
That's
top of
AOA.
Yes, it is 74.
And the
And that's a
392 is
tough
going to have
spot.
to come around for its pit entry.
Yeah,
That
that's
is in a
brutal.
tough spot there at the top of the hill, kind of blind. Resets and doesn't what?
No, no, no. Oh no! Look, it's not up to me to second guess the official, but if I was the official, like, you're black flagged all day. Like, there's something wrong with that car. Get off the track.
Well, this is the second time it's happened, right? It was slowed on the front straightaway earlier. Is it the third?
Yeah. I think it had happened at the top of the hill, or like earlier in the lap, and then it happened on the front stretch,
right.
and now it's happened again.
Yeah. I think I would have brought that car in to be looked at. I also wonder if there's any discussions between the 172 and the 74. They're obviously not teammates, but
Sure.
we do see the LaRue family in FARA competition, which is, I mean, the TLM USA, David Tuati kind of organized series down there in South Florida. They're running similar platforms with that M4 GT4. I wonder if there's any information kind of being shared there, if the issues are at all similar or can be replicated between them.
That car is certainly not bulletproof. No.
The M4? No.
LaRue was like a female pop
I don't.
singer from like 2009.
I don't get it.
Had like one hit song. Thank you.
Jordan
knows who I'm talking about. Jordan, let me ask you, did you get the joke when I made it, or did I have to explain it? Okay, all right. That sucks. Oh well. That's a little bit too deep of a cut for...
Speaking of a deep cut, name it better. Oh, as it pulls off
I think
again.
that car's checking up again. I'm
Are
sorry.
we going into the lane? Yeah, we're into the lane this time.
Name a
Okay,
better
cool.
duo than BMW M4s pulling over to come to a stop and reboot.
That's a good callback. JT.
Yeah, was it? I was trying to put that together in my head. Is this another one of the infamous traction control limp mode freak out situations?
Somebody get Glenn McGee on the horn.
This is a different generation BMW, but again, still BMW GT4s and WRL having to pull off to the side for a moment to take a deep breath.
to explain that a little bit more deeply, back in 2023 or 22.
I think it would have been 22.
22, yeah. The M4 GT4 platform, the F82 platform, which is the previous gen that the Random Vandals car is running this weekend. Was really, really strong for about half a season. And then we got to Daytona, 5 races in, I think, and all of a sudden, up on the banking, sensors were failing and putting cars into limp mode, and they were literally having to stop trackside, pull off into the runoff, reset the car to reset the sensor, or the computer, and it would be sent on its way. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think what they were finding is that, number one, the banking was giving the car fits, which is wild, considering that car was designed to run in IMSA competition. But number two, that they were finding that they were having to basically rewrite the maintenance manual on the car because sensors were failing much more quickly than the manual stated.
Yep.
And it was a consistent symptom across almost all of those cars. I mean, GTR was doing it at Daytona. JTR was doing it at Daytona. That's Jared Thomas. Yes, that Jared Thomas of MX5 Cup fame.
Yep.
They had issues. I mean, it was Hammer Motorsports had issues.
Yep.
Hi to Tim Myers at home.
I haven't seen Glenn
It's
McGee
really
in some time.
good
I
that
think
Tim Myers isn't the Tim running for FIA president.
No, I disagree. I would love it if Tim Myers was the Tim running for FIA president. Are you kidding me?
Tim Mayer, not Tim Myers.
That would be
very important distinction.
That would be incredible.
No
Banhammer Motorsports.
I was really concerned that nobody was going to step up to challenge your boy. And to think that I had a really positive outlook when he declared himself that he was going to run after Jean Todt left. I was like, you know what, this could be good. He's a racer.
Yeah, look how that went.
The whole, it's like fresh perspective, and like that has not. It has been bad. I'll go out on a limb and say that.
Yeah, and getting worse.
I'll get my ACUS license revoked. Whatever.
Awkward here through the S's. A couple of the, I think are those the Stratus leaders? Nose to tail once again?
Yes.
Yeah, that 58's been held up quite badly this lap, actually. Last time across the line, 2.5 seconds. They've come half a lap further around, and all of a sudden, they're nose to tail. 392 almost drops the wheel off coming down the hill at a turn number 12. They've carried on their way, but had all 4 tires out over the rumble strips and was very much headed for the grass if they didn't immediately pedal the car out of the throttle. See the pace differential between the GTO and GTU cars headed up the back straightaway there. Barely able to out-accelerate the GP1 BMW M3 from PC Racing. Now, by the time they get to the braking zone, it'll be a non-issue. But the GTO number 52 that was ahead of them, just absolutely scurries away. 74 is still in the pit lane, by the way. That's the AOA Racing BMW that was stopped out on track a couple of laps ago. They've got the rear body work off on that car, which is very interesting, considering it was the hood that was up on the 172. So perhaps not the same issue here. 2 more pit lane collars. This first one will be the 555. It's the all-white M240IR.
We had a
we had a
I was gonna say we had a 555 update in the chat.
Yeah, 555 raced in SRO under Garagistic, and then took 4 podiums and race wins in T2 in the SCCA. Boston, did you run that car in SCCA by chance?
Brendan, a big T2 fan.
Yeah, T2's all right, man. T3 and T4 are great. But allegedly, and I've been told it's actually been put off, but they were supposed to merge American Sedan and Touring too.
That makes sense. Why would you not?
It does make a lot of sense, and for some reason I've been told it's been being put off. I think it could have created an awesome class. Oh, really, really fun.
What a clown show. Well, they're not sedans, for starters.
Sure.
Which always has irritated me about that.
But their performance windows are already remarkably similar.
Yeah.
And we saw, the last race of the year was up at Watkins Glen about a month ago. And they were, I mean, if you were to put them all together, it would have been like a 9 or 10 car field. And they were all just racing each other anyway. Can we not just do this?
Wild.
Fifth Gear Motorsports into the pit lane. Number 550 comes to the attention of the crew. And absent having a flag to wave the car down, they've just stuck the broom out over the wall to mark the stopping location. Awkward headed up the hill. The 52 kind of holds up the Stratus 58 and 59 on the run out of turn number 1. Again, just those NBO ones just don't have the power to get by. Flash of the headlights down the hill, which I'm sure will help.
Always does.
These 2 Stratus NPO1s, by the way, first and second in GTU and overall, 18 seconds in hand, roughly, over the Roberts Motorsports number 109. Very quiet morning for that Roberts car thus far. Not at all a bad thing. Just not a car we've had the opportunity to talk about a whole lot. We're coming up to the end of the second hour of racing here at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix weekend. And as we do so, we head into the second round of pit stops. Now, timing-wise, 77 is the first in. Remember that they were quite literally the first car into the pit lane under the full course yellow. That all happened about 30 to 35 minutes into the race, maybe a little longer than that. But remember, we had the long full course yellow that followed it. So it's been 1 week. It's been about an hour 20 or 25 since we saw these cars into the pits. Normally we'd expect about an hour, but obviously helped pretty substantially by that long double yellow period. James Candelaria is in the chat.
He heard T2 and American Sedan and swooped right in. Very interested in the chat.
Well, he's the Team 1 guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's relevant to him, you know.
Yeah, sure. Ask James for his opinions on TCR cars running a touring one. Yeah, Basim Abdallah. T2 is a blast. Races are just too short. Nothing beats WRL. Best bang for your buck. Couldn't agree more. We're obviously slightly partial here, but we do love endurance racing. All of us, kind of our bread and butter, and it really allows you to, number one, sink into the race, but number two, sink into some really important conversations about lots of different things.
Yes. We have the big discussions here so that when you go to the water cooler on Monday, you're armed with perspective.
Fire truck information.
Look, now somebody knows. Shout out to all my people that live in counties where fire engines are staffed with 2 people. We see you. Respect. Then when you get paged out, the rest of you come flying up the road in your 1999 Toyota Camrys with your jackets in the trunk.
Sure. The other thing it does, I mean, okay, from a driver's perspective, obviously it's tremendous track time and value for money, right?
Yes.
And it's
great. Max track time, if you will.
It is, truly. But one of the things that I think sprint racing organizations are dealing with as they, try and balance the question of, giving classes or groups of classes their own race groups and trying to maximize their available track time is that more race groups creates more downtime. And if you have only a handful of groups with 5 minutes in between them versus 10 groups with 5 minutes in between them, I mean, that's a lot of downtime. Whereas here, once we drop the green flag, I mean, that's it. Yeah, the occasional full course yellow, but I mean, for the most part, it's just racing from sunrise to checkered flag. Oh, James just wants the T1 cars. He doesn't care what they are.
Needs more T1.
Yeah, I've got a contact for you if you want a guy who used to run a bunch of Audi RS3 TCRs.
I think he sold most of them.
Oh, is that right?
I thought so.
Yeah. We used to have a pretty solid TCR contingent here in the World Racing League. If you were with us back in the 2021 and 22 days, those front-wheel drive sort of modern touring cars were... Oh, hood up on the 77. This is not ideal. Oh, and hood back down out my window. Latency.
I think... But go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I do miss that variety, and I do kind of wonder if you were to get, some of those cars back in the field and give them a proper development run, like we've seen out of more and more of these GTO cars, if they'd still be competitive here.
I don't think that's the solution. I think the solution is to put TCR into GP1.
Ooh, there's a thought.
That's my hot take for the day.
There's a thought.
There's going to be a lot of... I think that would pretty quickly become a problem with all the aero and the shocks and all the other stuff. But they run more or less... Like, think about the old days of WRL. Like, the old days. That was what GTO was. It was M240s and TCR cars. And they ran together great. And now we've moved the M240s into GP1. So if we could also move the TCRs into GP1, and maybe have a modifier. If you run GP1 TCR, you can only make 200 horsepower or whatever. I'm sure people who know more about race cars could give me a better idea of what that restriction would have to be. But I think that's a better solution than trying to shoehorn them into a GTO class, which you either give them a substantial fuel advantage, which means you're not really racing them so much as you're playing fuel economy time trial with them and hoping that you catch the yellows right, or they just don't have the power to keep up with the rest of the GTO class at most tracks.
Not to get super into the weeds on this, but there is an interesting discussion to be had around another Hindau for it I'm going to use here, which is stratification.
Yes.
And it's kind of the talking point that we see around GTO and GTU at the moment, where both classes are running at the same power to weight number, and generally speaking across the season, they're averaging out to being in similar places, let's say. Some tracks are obviously favoring the GTUs, some tracks are obviously favoring the GTOs, and you're going to have that over the course of the year. But does it need to continue to be that way? You know, there was a time where some of the GTO car owners were upset about the idea of the GTUs, you know, coming in and they weren't going to be able to fight for overall wins anymore. And more what you're finding is that the folks who are sticking around in GTO long term actually just want to be able to race their cars without feeling like they're in the way or the GTU cars are in the way. So if you create this stratification that just allows the GTU cars to go be fast somewhere else, like just go do your thing. Right, go be fast out there and pass me in convenient places, and we're all just going to get on with business here. Yeah. That is becoming quickly, I think, the more popular opinion, which is really interesting. But then the same discussion can be had about, let's say, GTO and GP1, right? So as overall, if you look at IMSA and global sports car racing, prototype cars have generally slowed down. Right, so GTE was speeding up because it was all technological development. You go from LMP1 to hypercar, the cars slow down. Now you've got to slow down the the LMP2 class, and then the GT classes, right, to create that separation or maintain that separation between those classes. I do wonder now that GTU is going to go off into the distance, or potentially go off into the distance and get a little bit more power to just go be fast. If GTO is going to stay where it is, what then happens to the balance between GTO and the ex-GTO cars, like the M2 and the 240, that are we're now finding in GP1? And does there need to be some separation created there that allows cars that used to be competitive in GTO to just go race in GP1 instead? I don't know.
I think, and I've talked about this a little bit, and I know that there's a layer of complication to add in order to do this, but I think running the GTO class at something that approaches what the SRO power level is, now to like actually be licensed, I guess, is incredibly expensive and like not worth the money. But if we could get it to where, I don't know what the number would have to be, but where the GTO is just a little bit faster so that people don't have to worry about detuning so much and can get to like, this is the power level that the car would typically run at, which I think we're still down on power, but not by a lot. That would give you a little bit of separation, and then that would allow a mild, I think. Because the problem is, I think if you start turning GP1 up too much, you'll scare off all of the home-built cars.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that, right?
So that's why it's... Do you get GTO a little bit more clear? I think GTO is already pretty clear of GP1. Most weekends, anyway.
It is, yep. But are we trying to create an additional market for those types of cars to run?
I think,
because they're not going to be competitive in GTO.
I think you're trying to find a solution for an off-the-shelf car that has parts availability. Well, Audi did a lot of that, and they're not really available.
Correct. Just real quick, Ryan.
Go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. A couple of pit lane callers here as we now begin this second round of pit stops. The 89 has been in, 58 is in, as is 109. So first and third in GTU are into the pit lane. The 119 AE Victory Supra is in, but balked or blocked in the pit lane by the Lagunatics number 779. Everybody just kind of taking care of business down there in the pit lane, but it's kind of caught the 119 out. They press on after some delay there in the lane. The number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates is in from second place in GTO, earlier than the number 70 that leads the class. The Porsche getting better mileage than that V8-powered Beamer. A Stratus 59 has already been in. I missed that, so it left the 58 and the 109 out there longer. Should be expecting the Random Vandals number 28 in here soon. It's going longer than the newer spec GT4 cars.
The TC America website does not have an updated safety certificate. That seems not optimal.
909 is into the pits as well. That's the Charles Espinlaub Ryan Eversley campaign car.
I forgot that the GR Corolla is a TCR car now, or TC.
Yeah, not the same.
Sure, but they run in that TC class. with the M2 and the Elantra and the Integra. So there's cars, there's options. But yeah, I would so this M2. I remember they merged that class. They merged that M2 into the TC class for TC America. I don't know. I think there's an angle there where you could get front-wheel drive cars into GP1, and again, there'd have to be a modifier for it being not production-based and the aero and stuff. But I think that's a better solution than like hoping that somebody changes their mind and tries to do it again in GTO.
Kingpin number 11 into the pit lane as we ride on board thanks to Jordan McWorth. I was thinking about saying it, and I was like, it's not going to make any sense, so I didn't.
It must feel incredible to be name-dropped by your childhood hero on his podcast.
Carson Hocevar?
No, Jordan was name-dropped.
Yeah, but by Carson.
No, by Dale Jr.
Oh, was it by Dale? I thought it was by Carson.
Oh, Carson said it, and Dale said,
okay.
I know who that is.
I was going to be like, wait, is Carson Jordan Worth's childhood hero?
Yeah, no, you're right. I had that backwards.
Ever since I was a young boy, I wanted to be Carson Hocevar.
Carson Hocevar.
Said no one ever. I like that Jordan is basically just an NPC on Carson Hocevar's live streams. Like a faceless voice in the ether somewhere.
The real question is, does Jordan have a room picked out in the barn dominium yet?
I don't know what that is.
No.
I don't watch them.
Jordan's gonna stay behind. He's gonna rent that house. He's assuming good to go. Yeah.
The 10 from Round 3 Racing is into the pits now, as is the number 28 from Random Vandals Racing. So one of the last cars in GTO to make its second pit stop is now blinked and coming to the pit lane, which leaves the 70 basically out there alone in the overall race lead, and at the conclusion nearing the conclusion of a stint that began on lap 24 and is now 45 full laps old.
Wow.
45 business laps old. Live.
On a related
Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
On a related but unrelated note, speaking of Carson Hocevar, does this mean we're going to get the Coronado NASCAR track on iRacing? Because surely it'll be in the NASCAR game, which means Jordan says they've been developing it on iRacing. So that's incredible.
You know what I really want? Instead of
WRL
a new layout,
no,
go back to the 2000 World Challenge Trans Am layout.
Or the 13 layout?
Or, you know what? Better idea. Del Mar. Just run Del Mar. The finest street course in Southern California. Of all time.
Is it?
Of ever.
Is it? Are you sure?
Yeah, Del Mar is awesome, man. I love Del Mar.
No. The Long Beach track is pretty sick.
I started building Del Mar for NR 2003. And then I didn't finish.
Did you send that in to your boy at iRacing? Be like, hey.
Jordan?
No.
No, Jordan and I we're NR 2003 sandbox buddies.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Palomar's losing quite a bit of time in this traffic here going through the final series of corners. That's really letting the 808 off-leash motorsports BMW
in the distance
pull away.
You will see the overall race leader
as NFC comes out.
Yep,
when is iRacing going to include a 200 treadwear tire option?
Great point. You know what platform you can do that in though? Assetto Corsa.
Yes.
Swap whatever tires you want. Is Carson Hocevar currently the world's most famous Slovenian?
I don't think he's Slovenian. I think he's American.
Hocevar is.
Right,
last name is.
But I believe he has a U.S. passport.
It's a Pogacar joke. Leave me alone.
Oh, I missed. Okay,
and
sorry.
Roglic, I guess, who's also Slovenian.
Yeah. Yes.
The last few years in professional world cycling have been real touch for the Slovenia-Slovakia crowd.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Real bad for the French, as it turns out. The French very unhappy. More unhappy than they've been in some time.
Yeah. Shame we don't have Scott along. You guys can delve into that one further. But
Oh, yeah.
I figured I'd just
Get him on the
lead
horn.
it a
Call
little
him.
bit. Yeah.
I think the Tour de France, and Scott would hate this, I think it's been pretty boring the last several years. And I don't know if that's because the drivers or the riders that I like aren't doing well, or if it just is kind of a foregone conclusion.
Like anything, domination is less fun.
Yeah.
You know, I think somebody posted a graphic of the World Endurance Championship race winners recently, like over the last couple of years, and it's a lot bleaker than the racing itself has been. But when you look at, you know, a year or a couple of years dominated entirely by Toyota, and then last year was Toyota, Ferrari, and Porsche, and this year has basically just been all Ferrari, like, something's not right here. Something's not right if you have 10 manufacturers in a balance of performance platform, and 3 of them have won ever.
They're
I
just
guess
that
4
good.
now with Cadillac.
Just that good.
Sure. Flashing lights are on the Palomar car, with nobody in front.
What was the last year before they stopped the light flashing and regulated it? Was it like 17? 16?
Oh, I don't... In World
In
Endurance?
WEC, yeah.
I don't know. There was a rule that if the driver flashed more than 10 times, you had to get out of the way. The Rob Kaufman rule. Which is easily the most nonsensical rule, other than like...
It is dumb.
Other than the IndyCar blocking, the Brian Barnhart era IndyCar blocking rule is the dumbest thing I've ever seen written in a rule book.
Palomar has left their flashers on, though.
Oh, good.
They have. They have a button.
Yeah.
They were
Button
really,
stuck.
really not happy with those cars in front.
I think it was the original R18, like the first gen one that was just the diesel, where the button flasher was like where the clutch paddle would go on an F1 car.
Oh, good.
And you could just pull it as you went down the straight. It's like, oh, okay, great.
So we used to have a JT will remember this sim racing league, endurance racing league that JT and I used to run together on the R Factor platform before like meaningful lighting pathways were a thing. You could see headlights in the daytime, right? So you'd use the headlights, and it would come up at 12 in the afternoon. You could see it on the track surface.
That's getting real close.
And the rule was you weren't allowed to use the headlights in an aggressive manner. Right, and not just like aggressive in terms of interpretation, but like if you couldn't use it to flash a car ahead of you. But if you were the leading car, you could flash the headlights to say, pass me here, or I'm going to let you by at the next corner. Right, so
how
if you were
would
the
you
one...
tell?
Because you could see it.
You could see it.
You could see it on the
But you're
track
behind
surface.
it.
Exactly,
On the track
but you
sur-
could
okay,
still
got
see it
it,
on the
got
track
it,
surface. So if you were coming into like a sharp corner, or you were in the braking zone, you'd flash your lights going into the braking zone and say, I'm going to let you by on the next straight. Or you'd flash it at top speed going down a straightaway to say, take the inside, I'm going to back out early. So you could use it to communicate proactively. You couldn't use it to communicate aggressively.
Interesting.
It made the most sense. Now, obviously, in the real world, that just doesn't work.
Right.
So you only have this sort of really kind of slightly obnoxious use of the headlights that doesn't obviously accomplish anything.
I
Makes
also
you seem
love
like a jerk.
the backwards decision they made on how the indicators are supposed to work for like the turn signals.
Yeah,
Where you're
I
supposed
don't
to like, no,
understand.
I'm going to flash you the side I want you to pass on.
I
Like,
don't understand how that.
Like, why are we
never
going to complicate it?
reached
Just do
consensus
it
on
normal.
that.
What's the deal here? Big
hello,
gaggle here.
Hello to Stony Zamboni, who says hello from turn 10, and hello to Tawny, who just says hello.
That's not true. They said hi.
Does-
Hi, Brendan and Layla. Yeah, well, Tawny. 5 hours and 42 minutes remaining on the clock at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. Thrilled to have all your company. If you're watching on YouTube, please smash the like button, smash the subscribe button. We did clear 7,000 subscribers on the WRL YouTube channel.
Hey, there it is. We're going to
Back at
try to get a
Daytona.
push for 10 here.
By the end of the year.
Yeah. I think we can get to 10 by the end of the year, and I think that's when RJ pays us a bonus.
Yeah, right.
So,
Sure.
If you'd like to help me pay for buying Mike Corbin's Miata race team, go ahead and hit a subscribe on the WRL.
Yeah, and if
YouTube
you are
page.
trackside, just pull the app up on your phone, go to the channel,
And just
hit
do
like
it real
and
quick.
subscribe, and
Just
go
do it.
back to
It
watching.
takes 5 seconds. You'll be notified once. That's the thing. If you subscribe, if you like, share, and subscribe to WRL, it's only going to notify you like once a month.
Sure.
Because
yeah.
that's as often as it's like the least notifications you could possibly get for a channel.
The other
And
thing
it's only for live stuff. It's not for like Brenton and I going to a cafe in Monterey and like making a big joke out of it.
Too quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is a thought that has gone in my head, but I don't think we're going to do that. So, you know, yeah, we'll make it happen. Just do the likes and the shares and subscribes, etc.
The other thing it does is it obviously increases WRL's following base, which allows us to be able to do more spectator events like we have here at Road Atlanta. Let's talk about trying to get that done at Daytona for next year. This year, it kind of impromptu turned into a spectator event. Enough people kept calling the track and asking, or talking about it in the YouTube chat, and the track just finally started letting people in. They're like, well, there's no concessions, but bring in what you need and come hang out. Actually, Daytona is like the last place I would have expected that to happen. Now that we're away from there, it is maybe the last place I would have anticipated that, but really
Like
glad
Sebring maybe, but
really no, Sebring's already a spectator.
well, that's my point. Is that, somebody's going. I think it's the AOA.
Oh,
no! That's a
Contact.
double.
Yeah, that's
So
the
that-
one, or I'm sorry, the 10 who's been collected by one of the open throttle BMWs headed up the hill out of turn number 1. The number 10 is going to be able to clear the track, but it's left a ton of debris scattered across the right-hand side of the circuit and the pit exit lane.
So something happened, and that AOA car ran wide, and I think, was that an open throttle? So Jordan's saying that the AOA car got pushed wide, and then what a gaggle there, just trying to see that take place. Yep. Oh, so that was the AOA car. See,
yeah.
that's what's trippy. That was that open throttle car.
So
No, oh, was it?
Yeah. It's the Stars and Stripes one. I thought it was that AOA with the blue and the yellow that had run
Was
wide.
that the car that ran wide? Are you sure? That is
now I'm not.
No, I just went back and watched it. It was the AOA car that was wide.
Okay.
And it was the 60, was it the 64 that caught the number 1?
Yeah.
And we go full course yellow.
I was gonna say, it's safe to say we're going to be a full course yellow here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
It's also possible that the car out in the runoff, by the way, was the 190. That car is what appears to be a broken left rear suspension in the pit lane now. It's a black and slightly blue trimmed BMW.
So are you talking the one that went all the way left?
Yes.
So that was the 55 from AOA. We were just previously on board the HK Motorsports on board going into 10, and the 55 was very defensive going through there.
Okay.
And yeah, so it looks like there's contact or something with the
10.
The 10 on exit, and the 10 spins across the track, and it looks like I think the 65 unable to avoid.
Yeah, so 55 is in. The 190 is having a separate issue then at the left rear with a broken left rear suspension. Don't know if that was unrelated contact or just a failure, which can happen on some of the taller curbs here at Road Atlanta. But obviously that's separate to what's been happening there, as is the 65 issue here in the runoff, which is very, very interesting. There's still an unidentified open throttle car, which is the one that collected the 10. Right?
Yeah.
Which we think maybe is the 64 potentially.
I think it would be that stopped car because it should be missing a wheel, correct?
Yeah, but it was all green.
It was all green.
Okay,
I didn't see any. I didn't see any of the red, white, and blue stripes. By the way, this is going to kick off another short round of pit stops here. The 58 and the 59 are both into the pit lane. The Palomar number 38 is in. So even though a handful of these cars were just in literally 7 or 8 laps ago, and come in and top off again, this is going to take a minute for us to clear up on top of the hill there. Obviously, we've got to get the 65 back to the pit lane. Did the 10 continue, or was the 10 stopped up there?
The 10 pulled out of the racing line and then stopped, I believe.
So the 10 is going to have to be recovered. Yep, and then there's obviously debris all over the pit exit lane.
So then, hold on.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, how's that going to work for people coming out of the pits?
Yeah, we're all putting this together in real time here.
Jordan, if you go back to the previous camera, I'm wondering if the 64 is up by the Marshall station on the right at the top of the hill there. So turn 2.
Lose that camera to the heat, unfortunately, but you may be right there, JT.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that wheel is from the...
This is awkward.
That's a big... There is a path, but the rejoin's not going to be clean.
Yeah. Yeah, and this blend line was a point of discussion during the drivers' meeting yesterday. There was some awkward moments during the practice and qualifying sessions yesterday related to that blend line, and here drivers coming out of the pits, cars coming out of the pits, kind of don't have a choice because of the debris field that's been left. We also don't really have a platform with which to close the pits here in WRL.
I mean, you could have the pit marshal go to the end of the stalls and
at that
hold a red flag up or something.
But then you'd have to actually
rules.
stop the race.
Right.
In order to not disadvantage cars
Jordan, go
coming
back
into
to
the pit
that
lane.
word.
Oh, sorry.
All good.
Yeah, we were trying to see if that 64 had landed up there at the at turn 2, or come to rest up there at turn 2. In any case, that the whole sort of situation down there at turn 1 turned. I mean, things happen in a hurry there, right? It's a fast corner. It's blind around the apex. You're fully committed to the throttle at the apex, tracking out at 100 plus miles an hour in some of these cars.
And some of these, if you miss the apex there and you're too wide, you're done. You've got to either get the car stopped in a big hurry, or you're going to end up in the grass either way. So you have to be pretty committed.
And that's specifically the problem, Ryan. It is a high commitment corner.
Yeah.
I mean, much like turn 12, right? You commit on the way in, and once you're back to full throttle, you really don't have a bailout option. Because if you go off to the left, you're out over the curb and then the grass, which is incredibly bumpy, and you're headed towards tire wall and concrete, right? If you can't pull to the right because you're already tracking to the left, and if you come out of the throttle, the car's going to loop around because it's still loaded and balanced on that left rear tire. And unfortunately, I mean, the open throttle car that ended up making contact did 66 is into the pit lane, by the way. So the only green open throttle car left is the 64. And I think we've now firmly identified that as the other car involved in all this. But in any case, that's what that car did, tried to back out of it, but couldn't get the car hauled far enough to driver's right to be able to clear the 10, and made contact with the stopped NP01. It is worth noting here that round 3, if that 10 car happens to be done for the day or for the weekend, round 3 does now have a third NP01.
They do. They got the yellow one.
Yeah. Orange.
Let me just say,
I think it's
blue
orange.
and yellow as a combination, bangs. That's going to be sweet.
Oh, the automatic 909 is a prime example of that.
Yep.
Charles Espinlaub in the Embry-Riddle colored NP01. Go Eagles.
As I said the other day, Charles Espinlaub, your favorite gentleman driver's favorite gentleman driver. True story.
So there's the completely missing the left front corner of that car.
Yeah, but those are
Tilt
spare.
that is there. I don't see a car at turn 2.
I do like this Kingpin driver who periodically will pull the AC tube off the helmet and blow it on their face. I think this is a good time for an ad. Just get some of the continental bills paid, as opposed to the domestic bills.
We do like Continental.
Yeah, we're doing... what is it, Jordan? 10 ads per hour or some nonsense? 22.5 minutes an hour of ads. Watch bottom split. Anyway, we'll be back at the Lanier SuperPrix right after some words from our sponsors.
you can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I'm Ryan West. We've got JT Tammy in our northwest outpost. I believe Brendan has gone to resolve some camera issues. And we have Layla Kazmarek, the responsible adult, sitting in the booth, making sure nobody steals our equipment and doing all things social media. I'm not sure if Layla's on the headset or not. I believe she is. I think I'm going to get Layla to call the restart. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to have JT and I just be quiet for the restart. And it'll be up to Layla to either call the restart or just let it go back completely silent. And I'll wait, and I will wait a full lap before. So that's going to be like 2 minutes of dead air. So if Layla wants to call the restart, we can, get that going here. Brendan's going to come back and be like, "What have you done?" It's going to be a great time.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I think it's fantastic.
I think it's a great idea. I think this is the start of something new.
No.
The start of something incredible.
Limited amount of voice.
Layla Kazmarek, everyone.
Thank you, Layla. Appreciate you.
Bye.
No, don't go. You can't tease the audience like this.
It's really not a good idea.
None of this is a good idea. What are you talking about? You know what wasn't a good idea? Brendan in 2013 being like, you know what? I'm going to fly from Florida and or Pennsylvania, wherever he was at the time, and I'm just going to go to Thunder Hill in the middle of the night and watch racing.
I think it's a great idea. That was a great idea.
None of this was a good idea. It turned out to be really great, but like initially, like on paper, terrible idea.
But we enjoyed it.
But we've enjoyed the hell out of it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
The problem is I haven't convinced, and Brendan hasn't either, convinced the right people with the right amount of money that it's a good idea. Like, I feel like there's an angle here where we could get some private equity money involved.
Well, you live in the Silicon Valley, so...
That is very gracious of you, Layla, but I am a 2.5-hour train ride from the Silicon Valley.
Well, you're close. You're closer than anybody else.
That's true.
So.
That is very true. I ride the commuter train with all of the other people who can't afford to live in the Silicon Valley who work there. So,
correct.
The people who opt not to live in their car at the Google campus ride this train instead.
That's you.
Yeah. There's also Stanford students.
That sounds like a train of dreamers, which I like.
It is a train of dreamers. It's a train of people who have decided that with their income, they would rather have a 4,000 square foot house than like a 1,200 square foot house in one of the nicest cities on the planet. But, who am I to judge?
Who are we?
We're DriversEye Live. In partnership with the World Racing League.
That's correct. That's happening.
I really want to define...
At World Racing League.
I want to define the relationship. Broadcast partner? Official streaming provider? Official screen wipe correspondence? I don't know. You never know.
I don't know where he went. He took forever. I don't think he's adjusting a camera. I think he just left.
I mean, he's going to need to at some point.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe he went to go find some snacks.
Oh. Yeah. Perhaps.
Jordan, do you have one where it wipes the screen like clockwise, like it rotates? Oh, that's too bad.
All right, Layla. So, what do you think the 63 strategy is right now at this point with 5.5 hours to go? We see it just up the head right here in front of us.
Why are you making me do this?
I have a CJ Herrera update with Northloop Motorsports. He's in Europe right now. Going to go to the Hungaro Ring next weekend, which I've never heard anybody say they're going to do.
See, that's on my bucket list
Is
because at least you used to be able to. You could go there, pay $6,000, and drive an old Formula One car around the track for a few laps.
Is that why he sent me a picture of an old Formula One car?
Quite possibly.
It's a John Player Special Lotus. It's the one that has the airbox like way above the.
Oh, it's I don't know if that's the same.
No, I don't know.
I'm thinking like an old Jag or something like that.
Oh, gotcha.
Quite detuned on old tires.
Nice. Do you remember when Lotus built that track day special, not quite an F1 car thing they did on Top Gear? I wonder whatever happened to that program. As the 70 comes down to the pit lane, the leader in GTO.
Interesting onboard from Kingpin there with the driver. He was hitting his head, his helmet quite a few times, but we got a thumbs up from him, so alright, we're good.
Cool. I think this is the same Kingpin driver that keeps messing with the HVAC vent. Oh, okay, gotcha. They've all got a little personality, you know? Driver.
Layla, do you have any insight into why the driver would be hitting his helmet? Perhaps a radio issue?
Just like on Star
Is
Wars.
this the same?
Yeah,
is this-
there we go.
I was gonna say, is this the same driver that's been using the AC? It's probably.
It's the other driver. So the one we're on board right now is using the AC system.
Oh, thank God, Brendan's back. Bye, guys.
Bye.
No, come back. You're gonna be calling the start.
Brendan, I have to declare to you, in the spirit of labor relations, that I encouraged JT, and I think he was down, that we were going to go on strike and be silent for the entire first lap, unless Layla called the start. Fortunately, you've returned,
right.
so
Yeah,
I can't
right.
do anything about that now.
And what did we think that was going to accomplish?
Would have been fun. It would have made her more
Peer
confident.
pressure.
Yeah, I was going to say, if the concept is labor relations, then I just we're achieving here. We should all be silent for lap 3, though. I was told them.
I want
For Dale.
management
Do
to
it for
come down
Dale.
to the floor and, you know, really see what it's like to put bolts on a 2007 Focus, you know?
A lot of fluid down in the pit lane at fifth gear. The number 550 stall there. I don't
Would
know
you
if
say it's
it's
kind of a situation that's changing rapidly?
We are monitoring it. I'm not really sure what happened there. I don't know if that's
Developing.
fluid or what it is.
Nice. Which BMW is this that has no livery?
The
And
one
just
up
looks,
ahead?
yeah, just looks like
63.
That's the
the
63.
63. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
So there's retirement beige, which is the 69, and then there's that car, which is charcoal, I guess.
Sure.
Kingsford Gray.
Kingsford Gray.
Other
I'm in.
charcoal brands are available.
I'm a pellet smoker guy now, so I don't buy charcoal.
Oh, okay. Are we any closer to going back to green here? I saw they were able to get most everything cleaned up there at end of turn. Ooh, we are going back to green.
Perfect.
Heck yeah.
Very good.
All right, Layla, take it away.
It's going to be the NFC Motorsports number 123. Sorry for disappointment. That leads us all back to green on track. The race leader is still Stratus number 50, or is now Stratus number 59, having jumped the team number 58 during the pit stop cycle. Round 3 racing number 70. Late, is that right? Late stop for that car under yellow?
Yes. Well, they came in probably a lap ago.
Yeah, so they're just on their out lap now. It'll be interesting to see where this all shakes through, or did we end up in a position where the 70 was... Has the 70 got a lap on the... No, there we go. ACP now cycles through into P1 in GTO. Roberts Motorsports 4th overall. And then... we still haven't seen the round 3 car. So have we split GTO here?
Yes. So my understanding is they are on their outlap, but they didn't catch the field.
Sorry, say that one more time, JT.
We're still expecting them to cross the line. I believe.
So that sounds to me like it has. That means an EE victory, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. There goes the number 70.
Yeah.
So in effect, we've only got the 2 and the 70 now. Out there circulating at the front of the GTO field, and then most of a lap back to the number 119. Where is the 119 relative to the number 2 on track? That'll be the next question we need to answer where the GTO fight is concerned. Worth also noting in GP1, your race leader is the All-Star Racing number 5, ahead of the Palomar Racing number 38 by 8 seconds, and it looks like maybe the 44 has been dropped. Oh, no, there comes the 44. A minute and 30. Yeah, okay, so it split GP1 as well. Man. That yellow, I don't know if it's because it came after a round of pit stops or if it's just bad luck, but we've split with the positioning of the overall race leader. It split the GTO field with the top 2 being most of a lap now ahead of the third place car, and same thing in GP1 with the 5 and the 38 being out ahead of the number 44, who in fairness is going to be in a bit of a scrap here with the number 221 HK Motorsports BMW, just 10 seconds between them. And then the 424 Blitzkrieg Racing BMW about 5.5 seconds further back. Rapscallion number 23 is in there as well. GP2, just to wrap this all up, doesn't look like it's been split quite so badly. Palomar Racing number 83 with half a minute in hand over the 222, triple 2 of Rebel Racing. That's terrible. The number 190 from Blitzkrieg Racing is another 5.5 seconds further back. So 35 seconds cover your top 3 there in the second of the production categories. GTU is just those 3 cars left on the lead lap, 59, 58, and 109, with the number 1 having dropped the lap, and then the 909 of Automatic Racing, who spent some time in the paddock earlier on and dropped a few laps there. It's been kind of a troubled run for these GTU cars, and unfortunately that Heraflight car that started on pole lost after 10 laps and has not been seen since. Apologies for the upper left-hand corner of the ticker there. Need to refresh that and try and get that back to green.
Green.
I'm still showing yellow there.
That's all right. Is that a Dave McDaniels problem, or is that an us problem?
Yeah, unclear at this time.
All right.
Because the race monitor feed is showing yellow as well. Yeah. Might be an us thing, but I'm not really sure why.
Did we know that possibly just before the full course yellow, issue with the 808 off-leash Motorsports M2 had been running up towards the front end of GP1. I believe at the time.
No, we had noted that.
Yeah, and it hasn't come back out. Now down 6 laps at the moment from the leading All-Star Racing BMW.
Sorry, this is the 808.
Yes.
Yeah, I just saw it hook a U-turn in the paddock, actually, down at the pit entrance end of things. So maybe trying to get back out on track, but went to the wrong end. This is very interesting. Our timing system is still receiving... Oh, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Still receiving updates, but not updating the flag status. Huh.
Interesting. All right, well. In the meantime, there's a race that's been split up.
Yeah. Yeah. See what happens here. There goes the 119. So the next or one of the next GTO cars we should expect to see is the Round 3 Racing Porsche somewhere back there. I'm sorry, the number 2. ACP Tangerine Associates. That is the race leader. There goes 52. There's the 2.
Low Country only 10 seconds off the GTR 99.
Yeah, Kingpin in between them. No. Yes? Yes.
Yes. No. Yes. On my timing, it says there's no Kingpin.
Oh, my timing system is a mess here.
Nice.
Race monitor is not. That is not correct.
Remember? Oh, I'm using our timing. So maybe.
Oh. Something isn't right then. Yeah, see, this is showing AE Victory as being 4 laps down, but in 6th.
Mine shows AE Victory in 3rd, probably
In
2
GTO.
laps down.
It shows AE Victory on 81 laps. Very strange. It's strange here.
I show that AE Victory has completed 79, and ACP has completed 80.
I show them on 81, but if you go to Red Mist, it goes Roberts 85, Roberts 109 on 85, Round 3 Racing on 84, then AE Victory on 81, and then ACP Tangerine Associates on 84. So it's not updated the lap count for AE Victory, but it still shows them in the right place. Yeah.
They have a transponder intermittent issue? Are they being issued a penalty?
No.
No. All right, well.
No. I think I'm going to have to text timing guru David Daniel there.
Yo, Dave, what up?
It's the first time I talked to Dave this weekend. It's always awkward when the first time you talk to somebody is asking them to fix something.
Hey, listen.
It's like, hey,
listen here.
Yeah, hello, nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your expertise. But actually,
By the
no,
way,
it's just there's none of that. Well, now it's updating.
You say, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me.
That is, when it comes to our timing system, that is more often than not the case.
Must be so exhausting, always rooting for the anti timing guru. Yeah, I couldn't get that one to resolve. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we noticed. It does look like things are updating here, so maybe we can get another refresh in any case, just put the timing tower, we'll keep it up. The flag status is obviously not correct. I think it should be getting correct position and lap data now, though. So we do continue under green flag conditions here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the 2025 Lanier Endurance SuperPrix weekend. First enduro of the weekend, that's Saturday, 8 hour. 7 more hours to come tomorrow. We'll go live at 30 a.m. Eastern time. Or get the green flag at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. And the checkered flag at 5:30, which is interesting. It's, I think, the latest race finish we've had on a Sunday in some time. Of course, we have the locally mandated quiet hours between 10 and 12. And as far as I understand it, I think the idea is to not put people in a weird stint position there in between or try and we're gonna have to throw the full course yellow around 940 or 950, right? So the idea is to get one stint out of the way and then just neutralize the race without disadvantaging or advantaging certain people disproportionately.
Yes.
The fine folks of the World Racing League have delivered lunch. Kelly Smith has popped her head in to deliver what I believe is a turkey sandwich. And I had the turkey sandwich. Wow.
That's not the same. Not the
It's
same.
not, no. And it's a bit I'm tired of. A bit. Far be it from me to get tired of a bit.
Well, look, if you have a bone to pick about that, this is the weekend.
Hugely hypocritical.
bit of
Awkward moment down
miscommunication.
there at turn 6 and 7.
Yeah.
This is on board with the number 11, chasing down that AE Victory Racing Super number 119.
JT, you're Ryan Eversley, like, affiliated, right? Like, you have his ear.
I'm a fan.
Oh, I thought you've, like, spoken to him and, like, know him.
I've spoken to him in person once, maybe twice.
Oh, all
I
right.
think once.
I'm just trying to decide whether we should, like, hit him up and be like, hey.
Oh, I already did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be stopping by.
Oh, well, all right. I did tweet at him earlier in the week.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah. And he said I'd love to, but there was no commitment
I'd love to, but
there. Yeah, but exactly. It was just I'd love to, period.
do you think Rutledge Wood is hanging out, watching him do the racing?
I don't know him. I know nothing about him.
What Rutledge Wood is up to? Toyota
what is he up
ambassador
to?
Rutledge Wood.
occasional GR86 Cup entrant, Rutledge Wood.
Former CMT swag hander outer at NASCAR events, Rutledge Wood.
Sorry, dealing with the timing pylon situation.
Nice. Can you go back to a ticker? Like,
We have the ticker. Oh, you mean the crawl or whatever
Yeah.
across the top? No,
Yeah.
I don't know about all that.
we'll do it for high planes when you're not around. Really, there's a button for that.
Broadcast not yet confirmed for iPhones.
Ooh, trouble.
Oh,
Hey, there it is.
Yeah, we fixed it.
It's been
To
interesting
re-add
to
the
watch.
event. It's weird. Anyway, JT, as you were, please.
Previously, we had the 58 of Stratus leading in GTU that had swapped earlier to the 59, who has been able to pull a decent gap to the tune of 11 seconds at the moment over the sister car.
Oh, then my timing is not correct.
Or maybe mine's not. Who knows?
I had 2 seconds.
555 is back out. That's great to see as it goes by the camera there.
Very odd backfire noises
the
out of the PC
808.
Racing BMW at turn 1. Sorry, guys.
That's never a good thing with that car.
But it's 11 seconds on here. We've got a discrepancy. I don't know who to believe.
Well, it is possible, Ryan, that you're working with a different timing screen, because I only refreshed the race monitor one, not the red mist one.
Well, I have the red
added-
mist and ours open, and they say different things. So
Yeah, so that's because the red mist one wasn't correct.
Got it.
I've re-added it now, and it should refresh.
got it.
There it
Copy.
goes through the 59. Just up ahead. So,
Your race leader.
yeah, we'll try to figure out. As you can see, there's no 58 directly behind.
You get 13.8 seconds as the margin.
Okay, there we go.
Is what I have here anyway. Somebody knows what the actual number is, but it might not be us. No, I'm pretty sure that
No, that's correct.
13.8 seconds is right. Yeah.
Looks like
So after having led the bulk of that first stint, 58 now back into second, and having dropped a bit of time.
yeah, the 59's been running in the 32s here, the 132s, 133. Whereas the 58 has been a couple seconds off consistently at the moment. Though, does look like capable of doing 31 to 32s 4 laps ago.
Erwin is in the chat. Hello,
Yeah.
Erwin.
Lando
Good morning.
just said the same thing 20 seconds before.
Oh,
just
sorry.
off mic. No. Just like
What?
hearing it in stereo. I'm getting track temperature readings in the pit lane.
Nice.
Yeah. Get some of that data.
Is that the equipment that I left the temperature gun in?
No.
No? Oh. One of the sets
It's,
of
I'm not the one taking it. It's somebody down, I assume with maybe Continental?
Oh,
Or maybe with ACP. Unclear.
one of the equipment sets, I think it's the WRL set, has my Harbor Freight temperature gun so that I can take the track temperature. Use that periodically.
What does a Harbor Freight temperature gun run these days?
When I purchased that one, it was like $12, but that was pre-COVID, so
That is not the number I was anticipating.
perhaps 20? How much were you anticipating?
I don't know, like 50 or 60. I don't know what they cost.
No, not that much. Again, I'm sure it's more now. It's probably 20 or 25. You know, with these current turbulent economic times.
The 23 from Rapscallion has caught the 424 Blitzkrieg Racing. I believe this is them coming through. No, that was them coming in the shot. On board with Blitzkrieg.
Blitzkrieg. Just looking at the timing. Rapscallion only 2 seconds behind Blitzkrieg. Rapscallion recently featured on a very popular car YouTube channel. Brendan, you know the one. It's called Big Time. You're big fans of Big Time on YouTube? No? Brendan's gone.
Nope.
Just talking to myself. So, Big Time is one of the guys that used to be at Donut Media who's now struck out on his own. And he purchased a TA1 car, sight unseen, and then sent it over to Rapscallion to have it gone through to make sure that it was safe. And then spent some time driving it around MSR Crescent.
Surely Rapscallion should be opening up a painting and wrapping division called Rapscallion.
They could do,
but with a W.
Could do that. Nah, just keep it the same. So they're now YouTube famous. Getting all the right people involved. Turns out a TA1 car with which I'm pretty sure is the same car that they used to put into Forza, because it's that blue one with the Sunoco livery. It's a Camaro. Apparently a 15-year-old RCR NASCAR motor only makes about 520 horsepower. Oh, trouble.
AR Motorsports.
Yeah,
It's
a 146. That car looks like the drive wheels are out of the gravel trap there. So this might be able, if they do it right and reverse out there, might be able to recover here without intervention.
Unless the bumper is beached. Well, it depends on how grippy the grass is. There was a lot of standing water. I don't know how wet the grass itself is.
No, everything's pretty dry. The standing water is just over by the gap in the wall far to driver's left, like at the entry to turn 6.
Got it.
Question I would have there, is that solo or was there some assistance provided? Because it's in a weird spot there to be backwards. A lot of times there's a front lockup or you'll end up further along to the left. Oh, no.
That was not the move.
To be fair, the driver might not have been able to tell, what was directly behind them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if we obviously see where the drive wheels are and the front wheels, but if he didn't know, to reverse there. Have they been watching the broadcast? Not the driver, the team, clearly, to be clear. But, yeah, unfortunately, the same kind of situation we just had at turn 10 earlier on in the race that prompted our first full course yellow of the day. It was a quick off that probably could have been avoided, but I suspect that if that car is beached, we're going to have to go FCY to recover it. There's a good vision of the straight line speed differential between the Porsche in GTO, and some of these other GTO cars. This is on board the Supra number 11 from Kingpin, and rockets by down the back straightaway just in time for a full course yellow to fly once again at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And once again, the first car into the pit lane is the number 77 from Kingpin.
Yeah, well, good read on that. I don't think the team was ready, but the driver was. You could see him waving to the team to, okay, come on, let's go. Let's. Oh, signaling driver change, maybe?
That's her. Car off in the distance there being pushed into the paddock is the number 89 Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4 from 89X Motorsports. Been a kind of a quiet day for that car. Not necessarily just a smooth day, but hadn't really had a chance to talk about it inside the top couple spots in GTO, and unfortunately, things have gone a bit south there for 89X. Race leader will be into the pits. The 59.
It's a bummer for 89X. They started the season so well at ECR with a win on Saturday. But yeah, unfortunately, they've been struggling a bit more as of late. Daytona, I believe they had a couple. They were involved in a couple incidents. Finishing 16th.
I seem to recall this being one of their best venues in the past, having had a particularly strong run in the Camaro in the opening stanza of the race before ending up kind of making a bad strategy call coming to the red flag on a Sunday morning. They were in perfect position to take advantage of it going into the red in the full course yellow, and it just, strategy didn't really go their way. 146 has been recovered and is now back in the pit lane. So before we even got the field under fully under control here, excuse me. We've already started this next round of pit stops. The race leading Stratus cars have been in. Both of the ACP Tangerine Associates cars are in, 52 and 2. Awkwardly, they've both either they had to work their way around a car in the pit lane, or they both went to the wrong stalls. It was very weird. They were both nose to tail directly behind the AE Victory Racing Supra, and then they both got pushed backwards 2 full stalls into their correct pit boxes. Really weird. 119 is sent. The 28 is into the pit lane as well. So I think other than the 70 here, we've got just about everybody in GTO. Or at least the main protagonist in GTO at the moment, into the lane. Or at least the main protagonist in GTO into the lane.
We're going to step away from the World Racing League programming for just a moment, and on behalf of Road Atlanta, I want to welcome all of the fans who may have rolled in.
So the safety cars picked up the 40 from Off Leash Motorsports. It's good to see. Oh wait, no, that's not the 40. That's the Rapscallion Ligier, the 669.
Yep. And now more GP1 cars into the pit lane. 44 is in, 392 is in. 23, also Rapscallion cars into the lane. And just about everybody here. 221, Low Country, after what has been a really, really good start for that tube-frame Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, doing pretty well here at the handling and sort of high-speed, high downforce, high-commitment track. less of a point and shoot, more of a rhythm situation.
Yeah,
I hope we get to see that car with an all-star lineup at COTA again. Always fun.
I have some important updates to share, Joe.
Yes, let's hear it.
Yeah, the driver that was just on board the 77 saying, I need to get out, was not Sadako Carlson.
Okay.
I can confirm that. Because he's right
He's
here
here.
next to me in the flesh. Hello, Sadako.
Greetings,
Oh, I got the
DriversEye
microphone
Live.
right, yes.
Hey,
Hey.
WRL.
Hey.
I come bearing gifts. I
Oh,
got
no.
I got 77 stickers for
thank
the
you.
bros. I got a Cargo Shorts Racing koozie,
Oh my gosh.
and I got a Kingpin hat, one of one, like all
One
folded
of
up
one?
goofy, yeah, and signed by some old man named me.
I thought that was your hat.
Yeah, it's retired now.
I have a question.
Yeah, what you got?
Is this something, the hat in particular, is this something we could give away as a thing to viewers? Can we do a special Cargo Shorts Racing giveaway? Promotion?
This is a gift.
Oh, it's a gift. Okay.
To Brendan
I gotcha.
for his birthday.
Do you want to see me wear that?
You can do
I
whatever you wish,
Oh, well,
birthday
thank
boy.
You. Thank you, Sadako. That's very kind. It's not my birthday, but it was. Thank you. I appreciate it. We are going to go back to green here at the hands of the number 669 Rapscallion Ligier JS2R. You're too kind, Sadako. I really appreciate it.
Wait, can you catch me up on the gossip? Like, what? Somebody wanted out of the car?
The car came into the pit lane at the checkered flag. At the double yellow, right as soon as the double yellow came out.
Yeah.
And according to producer Jordan Worth, who's the only one of us that can hear the audio,
Oh, okay.
for return from the cameras,
Yeah.
Jordan, am I right in saying somebody was trying to get out of the car? Said I need to get out of the car. Okay. Somebody in a white. Was it a white helmet? Plain white helmet.
Chad has a silver helmet, and he's got like a black suit.
Was that it? That sounds right.
That was Chad was.
Was he in the car just before?
He was in the car after me. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Then that's it. Okay.
Yep. Wow. Because that's weird. Because I did the exact same thing at the end of my stint. For like 10 laps in a row, I'm like every corner on the racetrack. I'm like, I need out, guys. I need out. I need out. And for 10 laps, and so we just like. I was not heard on the radio, and then so I just like surprised the guys. I'm like, here I am. Right the moment that I undo the buckle, I hear Tyler say, "We got no driver." I'm like, oh, it would be nice.
Listen, Sadako, it's a real power move to take the coolest stint of the day and then beg to get out of the car. Amazing.
I know. I mean, I had like, also like all that FCY was my creation also. So
Yeah,
like,
I noticed you brought the car in a couple of pounds lighter than you took it out in.
man, I don't know about pounds, but oh my goodness.
Ounces?
Homeboy came from Alabama to hit me, like breaking into 10A.
You got hit.
Well, I mean, he hit me with his butt. Sorry, I don't mean to yell.
No, I got you. So early braking then just cut out, or what happened there? Because we didn't see it on camera. We just saw the result.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we just saw the end result.
Oh, goodness.
This is the 24, right? The Bruce
yeah,
Innovations
the
car?
24.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So what happened? Talk us through it.
I mean, it was just okay. So WRL is amazing. I
Yeah.
mean, all these guys killing it, doing a great job.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Awkward at the last corner. 28 and 2 in the middle of traffic, just off there in the distance. All had to pedal the car to get out of it past I think the 164. Anyway, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
As you were.
I mean, just doing what I was doing, like I'm like, holy cow, man! I'm running towards the front of WRL.
It was
This feels
amazing.
really good.
Yeah.
Like this old
IMSA
man.
Pro, Sadako Carlson running in the front
Get
of WRL.
out of here.
Nope.
Old man bronze.
Yeah.
Just out there getting it.
Your gentleman driver's favorite gentleman driver.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, like, I'm just like whatever it was probably the 2 and the 70 were in front of me.
Yep.
And the 24 is almost as track left, like way track left getting into 10A.
Yeah.
And so those guys clear. So, like, the 24 obviously saw those cars.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, as I'm cresting the hill, like, a guy goes from all the way track left to online.
Yeah. On the
And-
brakes.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then what's wild is like I can like lift and coast and brake at the 200, and then like I am super aware that I have that ability. GP1 cars do not. And so like I'm like in my head I'm like I need to like have a budget for something completely unexpected. And then
Is that what the lift and coast is for?
No.
Just like
well, the lift and coast is two things. One is I think I'm saving fuel. Who knows if I actually am. And the second thing with the lift and coast is it allows me to have like a calmer brain.
Okay.
So that I can take it deeper into the corner on the brake, and I can do more work on the brake, and it allows me to get a better turn in too.
Okay.
So I think I'm just tricking myself so that I can go faster.
Sure, that makes sense. You do. It is noted in the race control log that got contact at 9:30 this morning. You got the rare WRL contact unavoidable, no action needed.
Yeah, dude, he showed up from Alabama into Georgia, and it was a big hitty. Not cool.
The Walter hitty.
Yeah,
Sorry.
But I feel terrible about it. I'm gonna go find those 24 guys. Like now that I finally caught my breath.
Sure. I'm sure you don't need to, but it's. I'm sure it's the right thing to do. It's multi-class racing, and you know we saw it early on when you throw 58 to 60 cars out on the track at the same time, all in the same place, asking them to go quickly and not give up time. With 7 hours and something left on the clock, you're still compacting an already chaotic thing into an even more chaotic space. I mean, the car seems like it's running all right anyway. Dude, missing a left front corner chunk of the car.
I cannot believe it took a hit that big and just didn't care. Like, we were, let me pop my collar and talk about my IMSA stuff, but at Laguna, we were stacked and packed on a restart and just had like a little bit of like restart, like lunging cars forward and like took it right in the radiator at IMSA, like right after, like we were doing great. But then we DNF'd because we lost our cooling system in a much smaller hit than what I gave to the 2.4.
Sure. I guess it's all about where you hit, because it looks like the damage is just primarily to the corner of the car just in front of the wheel, not necessarily over more in the center where you might take out a radiator or something in the cooling system.
Yeah, it looks like I hit him like square with my headlight, and then he's got no bumper, so
that just helping performance made the car lighter.
Yeah. Was he like beached, and that's why we went FCY?
JT, you're going to have to help me remember here. Was that the car that pulled forward into the gravel trap? Or was that the 333?
Yes, I believe that was. And then while that car was stuck in the sand at 10, the 333 spun again under braking.
At the apex.
And stopped
Gross.
there. So we had two cars stopped in 10A.
Yeah. 24 got kind of going again, but pulled forward to kind of go through the gravel and get out the other side. It did not work.
Dude, I launched that guy into the dirt. I cannot believe the 77 is still running.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have this, right? It's multi-class. Ooh, that's way off for the number. Is that the 48?
The Puka. Yeah.
Yep. Way off in the access road there at the exit of turn number 5. As we ride on board with the HK Motorsports number 221. So tell us, we haven't seen you since Mid-Ohio? Were you at Mid-Ohio?
No.
Were you at Road America?
I mean, pop my collar. I mean, racing Grand Sport in Michelin Pilot Challenge.
When was the last time we saw you?
Road America.
It was Road America. Okay.
Road America.
April. I was vaguely right. How's the IMSA thing going? I mean, you guys are running Michelin Pilot Challenge with Kingpin Racing, Cargo Shorts Racing. Literally this car, right? Is it this chassis?
So this is the single driver car. So the GSX.
Got it.
We have two white and blue Supras.
Okay. Did not know that.
We have a GS car, which is on the for Laguna, the only 2-hour race that we did, it's Robin Sodicall, and then for the 4-hour race, we throw in our cheater bronze, David Hodge.
Got it.
And so, yeah, that's the 53. I don't know, man. Blue and white Supras. GSX car.
Got it. This is the GSX. Okay.
Yeah.
So this car, when was the last time this car saw IMSA competition?
Mid-Ohio.
Okay.
This car got missiled at the keyhole at Mid-Ohio in the first GSX race. And then in race 2, it had a white door. So, yeah, this car just got missiled so hard.
And the Kingpin folks got it stitched back up and...
yeah, man.
All good?
We had the Toyota truck right there. We had parts and minutes, and then they were like doing rivets and like doing all the things.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you say parts and minutes?
Yeah, dude.
Do you buy service minutes?
Wait.
What?
I don't understand. Are we talking about like cell phone plan?
No. What are you talking about?
Okay, good question. At the racetrack, there's a support vehicle, right? So there's a McLaren truck, there's a BMW truck, all that
manufacturers,
thing. Yeah. So it's not like we travel with like doors in like the sill in like
the way that
things.
teams used to.
Yeah.
Instead of having your own spares, you just rely on the manufacturer to provide them.
Hang on, I might be talking like out of somewhere.
Where do minutes come in? I'm so confused.
No. What I'm saying is like the truck was there.
Okay.
And then it's like we got blasted, and then the car was in the pits, and then like it probably wasn't even an hour before like Kingpin had like finished all their shopping and had the parts from the truck back to us.
Got it.
Pulling things apart and like working on new parts.
Understood.
So, right? So like 60 minutes?
Oh, you had time. You just had physical time in order, like time available to repair the car.
Like what I'm saying, it was very fast between getting missiled.
Understood.
And then having what we needed to fix it.
Understood. I gotcha.
Okay.
I don't speak Sonical.
It was a fail on my part.
I'm getting better. I've had a couple of years, but no.
Yeah.
In any case, the results this year. I mean, how have we been?
Dude,
we started with the
amazing.
podium at Daytona. We know that.
Yeah.
We've been over that a couple of times.
Yeah.
Which we'll just brush that under the rug. But you had a couple of races since then. Laguna, Mid-Ohio.
Yep. So let's put the asterisks on the podium.
Okay.
A subdivision of IMP, not a subdivision, a subclass of GS is GS Bronze. However, IMSA decides to like call somebody a bronze. Me and Rob are old, so we're bronzes, and I don't know why David Hodge gets to get called a bronze, but he's our cheater bronze. And so at the 4-hour, we did a 4-hour race at Laguna and Mid-O, and we had Hodge close for us, and we sprayed champagne like both times. So
in GS Bronze.
GS Bronze, yeah.
It's still a podium, man.
Yeah, man, it feels good. Like I got a trophy. They can't take that away from me.
Sure. I'm sure all the GS guys are like, oh, that doesn't count. But all the GS Bronze guys, like,
I know.
you guys are all fighing against, like teams.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody else has got a cheater bronze too, right?
You know who makes fun of us the most, though, is like the photogs.
Tyler. Oh, no.
Like the photographers are like, they're like up there, like ready to take pictures of like Eversley and all the other guys that are like pros and stuff. And like when it's like, and GS Bronze, the photogs are just like, these old slow guys. and then like somebody will like elbow and like, hey, this guy pays me every so often. Shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. What's the most exciting thing about a GS Bronze podium in IMSA?
Well, hang on. The
I promise I'm not like mocking you or anything, but I'm genuinely curious because you've run WRL for years. Rob races everything under the sun all the time. He can't stop himself, right? You could go run literally anything, and you have come in here and you're tremendously excited about your results in IMSA Pilot Challenge, right? And you absolutely should be. I'm curious as to like, okay, there was obviously a drive to go try IMSA. You have gone and done IMSA, and you have gotten results. What is the excitement surrounding all of that? That you're like, yes, this is awesome.
Okay.
What is that thing?
Okay, so I'm gonna not answer your question first.
Okay.
It feels amazing to like have a weekend where I'm like, bro, out of a corner, I touched Andy Lally's butt.
Okay,
fair
enough.
Like have something like that.
I'm gonna touch the butt. Yeah.
Yeah, to like have this like kind of like, how is it possible that I am able to be on the same racetrack, same class, same stage as these guys that I've been watching for 20 years, and like it's hero worship. Like I'm a
Huge
fan.
Slam on Cole Lofsgaard, by the way. I get it. I do get it.
Yeah.
I mean, you are still sharing the track here. I mean, not in the same class. Ryan's. You mentioned Eversley. He's here.
Yeah.
Charles Espinlove is here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Guys here that you recognize the names, and more and more people are coming and doing these things in the World Racing League. But I do get it, right? The pros that are hired to go team up with a bronze or a silver in the top class, right? Yeah, you're rubbing elbows, right?
Yeah.
Are you literally? Go ahead.
So I want to, but the answer, like, what about the podium feels good, or is like the big kick about it? The answer to that is the first time I showed up here, I'm like, wow, this is pro. To WRL stuff. It's like, this is amazing. Like, everybody's got like a canopy that matches the shirt, matches the car, matches the trailer. It's like, wowzers. But for the GS Bronze podium, what just feels amazing is like, this is literally pro stuff. Pro racing. This is the stuff that I see on television. And like, I tune in, get a beer, watch IMSA stuff. I'm like, that's awesome. These guys are rad. And then like to be able to perform on that stage and then get the result for that stage is like such a massive like twist my shoulder, patting myself on the back for like how cool this is.
Really awkward down here at the last corner. 522 and 424. That's Choice and Blitzkrieg respectively, side by side. Very much off the throttle at the last corner. 522 will go up the inside at turn 1 and the move is done. Is that a battle for position here, JT?
With the
no. It looks like Choice is down a lap to that 424. No, that all makes sense to me. It's just you know, we have had drivers. Ooh, jeez. Camaro rockets up the inside going into the S's. You know, we have talked about drivers going and you know, doing pro or semi-pro racing out of WRL and taking that next step up the ladder and then finding that you know what, this really wasn't all that it was cracked up to be, right? But you have come in with a very different perspective, which is this is awesome, like, and it's exciting, and you're bringing that same kind of excitement back into the WRL paddock, saying, yes, we did this thing, and yes, certainly by everything you've said to us, it has been worth it. Financially, I can't make that decision, but like emotionally, it certainly seems like it has been, right? For whatever you guys had to put into it to make the program work.
Yeah,
you certainly seem to be enjoying yourself. Is it as easy as you make it look, that jump?
Yes.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
Interesting.
I believe that performing at a high level here is the same as performing at a high level on television. Like, performing at a high level is tough.
Yeah.
And doing a good job is welcome in both places.
Sorry, we're doing social media things up here. I don't know if I can keep this hat on. I don't know if that's going to work for me. At least not with the headset also on. So is it a preparation thing? Is it a comfort level thing? Is it a, you know, well, this is, in some ways, is it easier to go up to IMSA because you're doing shorter races in a more controlled environment? Like, what is all that? What is that process like that leads you to a place where you can say, yeah, actually, if you're able to do this, you can go do that?
Oh.
Different question, but on the same line.
Yeah. Okay, so I think what you're asking is, like, if there's a driver on one of these teams and they're thinking about, like, how would they, like, fit into the Michelin Pilot Challenge stuff, it's the having your brain be in the game for a long time, being able to think ahead, where we at, just do all the brainy stuff. You can do it here. You're in a great place for pro racing.
Do you think that without your last couple of years here in WRL, you could have jumped into endurance racing at that level and been ready? Or do you think you needed the years here? Yeah, there's no right answer.
Okay.
I'm not leading you to anything.
No.
I'm just genuinely curious.
So my ego says that I was, like, I feel like I came to WRL, you know, the first time in like 22 or 23 or something, as a nearly complete driver. So I feel like I've leveled up with respect to, with pace, but I also feel like I showed up from doing Lucky Dog endurance stuff with already the skill set developed.
It's fair.
Okay, I mean,
not
I could
running
be
GT4
wrong.
cars, obviously, but the
yeah.
concept is the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, somebody else can call me on my BS, but that's what I think. I mean, yeah, I've gotten faster, but I feel like I'm still making good decisions.
Yeah, 109 was out there wide at turn 12, sailed it right into the corner, and thought it should have stuck around the outside there, but it really didn't. 221 was able to close back up to the rear wing of that Roberts Motorsports number 109. Go ahead.
So it's worth saying that of all the weekends that I do in a year, the WRL weekends are the best weekends because it gets the cargo shorts bros out. It is a
cargo? Yeah, you are.
Yeah, it is. it's a vibe. The Kingpin tents. Look, we have 4 easy ups. It's a great team. It's a awesome vibe. The level of prep is amazing. The ability for the guys that I'm driving with to hand the car off cleanly is a lot better than my ability to do that. And yeah, it's just my weekend preference. I love it. It's so good.
Into the pit lane and was slow out on track. It's the number 1 from round 3 racing. 4th place car in GTU. Right as you walked in the door here, Sadakal, I actually noticed 2 NPO1s go by on the front straightaway. One was the 909, one was the number 1. Both of them were emitting water from the center rear of the car or some other fluid. I think it was water. I wonder if we're running into some overheating issues. That number 1 certainly looked to be a victim of it. The 909 I'm a little more curious on as well. That was a car that had a problem earlier but was still circulating. So just keep an eye on that 909 because whatever was troubling the number 1 has now kind of, rent has come due. Yeah, that's the number 11 you're pointing to.
The 11 missed our pit stall by like 3 or 4.
That's not. No! You're not the only car to have done that. Both of the ACP cars under the full course yellow earlier missed it by like 2.
How do you do that?
We have stop the throttle here on driver's right coming into 5.
And that's the car that was in the contact with the number 10 earlier on as well, wasn't it?
Believe so.
Yeah, we thought that based on the damage to the left front there, it kind of looks to be the case. This, I suspect, is an unrelated issue because I think most of the issues there were probably bodywork or suspension related. But it's all kind of kicking off again here. This one I think we can do under a local yellow, which is very good.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do we have the in-car of the 77? Pardon. The question is, like, throughout the race, like, were you checking in on me when I was doing, like, wild stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great.
I mean, I don't know that what we saw exactly. Oh, look, here we are. Well, here he is.
Great.
Is, but
that looks like Murray. Murray is 61, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah, man.
Is he a Cargo Shorts pro, or is he joining you guys for the weekend?
Totally a Cargo.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're the OG4. Yeah, he looks fantastic for a 61-year-old dude.
I mean, it would be difficult to be doing this type of race in these types of conditions without being in some form of physical fitness.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the guns on that guy.
Yeah, Rob races so many different series that we cover that all of his camera systems point already to our servers. So we were setting up our onboards for the weekend yesterday during our qualifying coverage, and I was like, oh, maybe this one will work. Oh no, I saw it in our back end. I saw that we were getting something from Kingpin or from /Rob Walker, and I was like, oh, that's live. Oh, of course they're here, and of course the camera system is already pointing to stream to our servers. And then we worked with Tyler to get the 11 up and running as well. So now we got a pair of Kingpin cars.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Hey, there was a qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, there sure was.
Yeah. Did you see me almost get doored at 7?
No.
Yes, you did.
Did we?
Yeah. There was the part where the 2-car went all the way track right.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You know who's got 2 thumbs and no assault allegations?
You saved yourself from going to strangle the offending driver? Did you have words?
No.
Oh.
No. But
well, I mean, you're the IMSA pro here. I'm sure you could have walked down the street and
I mean, wait. So that guy in the 2-car, I think
probably
he's like
also an IMSA pro.
The most GS victories of anybody, right?
Was
or like he's tied for number 1.
Was it Billy?
I mean,
who can say?
2 thumbs and no allegations.
You did it.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a really awkward moment. I don't really understand what was happening.
It's I was in the grass. I felt like he was like, "Hey, get out of here, nerd. Just get around me."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Fine. Message received. You can do whatever you want." I'm like, "I'm just going to like leave your presence." And then like he couldn't have gone more track right.
We're doing it again under the Fox Factory Bridge there.
That was good.
Yeah, and it's slightly more, I don't want to say annoying, but the 336 was obviously coming into the pit lane.
Yeah.
It was that far to driver's right because he wanted nothing to do with being near the racing line, and still found himself caught up in that moment. I was just going to say, it's amazing what happens when you attach the word qualifying to something, and all of a sudden everybody thinks they've just got to go fast all the time, like as fast as possible all the time.
Yeah.
You've got half an hour.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
Yeah.
if a lap doesn't work for you, back out of it, cool the tires down, and do it again.
Yeah. There's street tires. They're ready to go, like, right away. It's not like on the Michelin slicks.
Sure, yeah.
I do my fastest lap at the very end of the 15 minutes.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, because it takes that long to get
It
them
just
up into the
takes
right
that
windows.
long.
Yeah.
It's so weird. But these are street tires, man. They're ready to rock and roll early.
Are you a qualifying specialist?
You know what? They call me Sada Qual.
Fantastic.
Yeah, said with all the humility in the world, obviously. You know what that is? I genuinely believe this. I think you are capable, if that's genuinely the case, it's so hard to be comfortably fast in iRacing. Like, to just be, like, not on the ragged edge and be fast. Whereas Assetto Corsa offers you a much more stable and consistent platform to just push a car. And I'm pretty confident here at Sodaqual that pace is owed entirely to your time in Assetto Corsa and, bootleg GT4 mods.
Yes.
Instead of, relying on iRacing to figure it out for you.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
I like it.
Okay.
I am on board.
Total nonsense or legit? Oh, waving yellow at turn 1. Why is that?
Lights are on the pace.
Oh, we are full course yellow, but why is it waving?
48. The Miata down in GP2 from Puka Racing. It's reports of it going into the tire wall in turn 1.
One is not waving, though, and that's what has me confused.
One is standing.
Do we have the turn 1 exit camera, Jordan?
It went down earlier.
Okay. Oh, boy. I'm going to have to go fix that. Interesting. So we'll have to rely on an onboard there to answer that for us. Yeah, I wonder if it's up the hill, kind of around the corner, and has caught the wall on driver's left of the exit. We'll ride on board the 11 here and try and pick up. Look to the left. Oh, that's way out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the way up the hill. Interesting. Yeah, it's tough. Anyway.
Man, this track map on board with HK Motorsports is terrible.
Yeah, we've discussed it. It's basically just like Herman Tilke Road Atlanta. Right, like, oh, let's square off these corners, make that slower so we can have this long run into a tight braking zone up here, and then we'll just kind of, like, Mexico City, these S's, like, make them corners. Oh, man.
Oh, I see it. It's like, it had a little bit of flavor of, like, Road Atlanta.
It was a bad flavor, but I would say it was flavor, yeah. Oh, like, oops, all salt.
Yeah. It's like Herdez salsa. It's like, I guess it's a salsa.
Not a big Herdez fan?
Oh, jeez.
I don't...
From a guy from Southern California, like, it's always like the taco shop stuff, but I'm a Pace Picante man.
Pace?
Hey. Pace Picante?
New York City.
Yeah, exactly. I'll have to say, Sadakal, my favorite as a Northern California guy is the store brand, and usually it's Safeway, but like Rayleigh's and Bel Air have it too, or Albertsons or Vaughn's. The purple jar of medium garlic salsa.
Oh.
Is what I'm always looking for. Like I said, it's usually at Safeway, but I've found it other places, and it's also purple, even though the labels look different.
So like
I'm pretty sure it's the
Safeway
same
brand?
white label brand.
Okay.
But it's the garlic, and there's like big shaves of garlic in there. It's very good.
Dude, I am into this pro tip.
Absolutely. And it costs like $3 or $4. That's great.
Into that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude, how cool is racing? Like, I had no idea there was a second AMG in this race.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Who knew that was out here?
We did, but we're not really sure why. What we've got to get to the bottom of is why they've switched from the Ligier over to the Mercedes. Off-leash motorsports.
This is great. I want to go eat lunch.
Yeah, please do that.
Yeah.
I mean, not like get out of here, but please make yourself
Eat Brendan's
healthy. No, I just have some chips and some trail mix, but it's Planters trail mix, which is like,
ooh,
no,
no,
it's not, no.
Do you like the Kirkland trail mix?
I'm not. I don't. We don't have a Costco within 40 minutes of us, so
Ooh. Sorry about your luck. Are you a
they're in
Sam's
the
Club
wrong
guy?
side of the valley. No.
Oh, okay.
Wegmans.
Thank goodness. Okay, all right.
Yeah, Wegmans is good. They have good options. Good trail mix options.
Oh, can I ask another question?
Sure.
Where's the 77? How many laps are we down? I wish I wouldn't have hit that 24 car. Also, I wish that when I came in, like when I was a whiny old man of like, get me out of the car. I wish there would have been a driver ready for that. But we did have to kind of like fix up the damage that I made happen.
Sure.
You did repair
4 laps.
Yeah.
P10, 4 laps. Yep.
Man.
Well,
Sorry,
here's
guys.
the thing. I don't know. Car's lighter and it'll go faster now.
Good. Here's
Okay.
the thing.
Yeah. No, go enjoy your lunch. Thank you for stopping by and chatting with us.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't go to Belgium with Tyler, did you?
No, wouldn't that have been cool?
Yeah, would have.
Yeah, so it was Mark and Tyler, Sharon,
Yep. Sharon.
yeah,
Yeah.
Rob Walker Racing, and Tyler and Shannon. Man, I was so jealous watching their Instagram feeds.
Why didn't you go?
Why didn't I go? I don't know. I don't have a passport.
Is that true?
It's fact.
You really don't have a passport?
I really don't
Sonicall
have a
Calls
passport.
doesn't have a passport.
Yeah.
The international man of mystery himself doesn't even have a passport.
Wow.
Unbelievable. All right. Well, Sonicall Carlson, driver the number 77, Kingpin Racing, Cargo Shorts Racing, Rob Walker Racing. I get them all.
Yeah,
I think I got them all.
you did.
Toyota Supra, number 77. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Yeah. Thanks
Appreciate
for
it.
having
And
me.
appreciate the hat and the birthday wishes. Very kind.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Best of luck to you the rest of the way.
All right. Have fun today, guys.
Thanks. What was a treat?
And on that
Yeah,
terrible
Sonicall.
note, it's time to end.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching. See you again. Goodbye.
No, stop.
That's the Jeremy Clarkson
Oh,
sign
is
off.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Walking is in Rob Walker Racing, or
Yeah, correct.
He's gonna
Stuart, Stuart in the chat says Alicia got destroyed in Daytona. I had wondered if that was the case, if the accident on. Is that oh no, that was not that accident. I had wondered if that was the case. Anyway, yep.
So was that the P4 car,
What do you mean?
or the tube frame one that got destroyed?
No. That was the JS2R, the GTO car.
Okay.
Yeah. The JSP4 we haven't seen in a minute.
Got it. Okay.
Question.
Answer.
How badly do I need to go for cameras?
Quite.
Okay. All right.
Probably.
Well, are you guys good
you've
for a
got
minute?
25 minutes, and then it's
Oh,
just
before
me by
JT
myself.
leaves. Oh, boy.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna hustle. All right, I'll leave you to it.
Get some driver or somebody to come up, and we can talk through it. You know
we're
how it
good.
goes. So, JT, what will you be doing here in 25 minutes?
Oh, I've got a sim race.
Does it have a name? Like, what's it called?
It is the I don't remember 250 kilometers of Silverstone in 1985.
Wow. All right, that sounds
Something
fun.
like that.
That could be cool. Do you
Yeah,
plan to be competitive in this, or are you going to be making up the numbers?
It'll be questionable.
Questionable. Okay.
The BOP that we have for my car's interesting.
Okay. Good. That's always fun.
Yeah.
Good. Good thing to talk about.
The good news is I get great gas mileage, but
Good. Okay.
not so good in some of the turns. Unlike the like Porsche, the 956. That's really good.
Gotcha.
But I'll be back before the race ends here.
Sure. As per usual. And then do you have one tomorrow as well?
Nope, I'm here all day.
Catch you double sim racing. All right. What do you think Scott Michaels is up to right now?
I don't know. Maybe
I don't
riding a
think he's
bicycle.
I don't think he's teaching yet. He might be riding a bicycle. It's a bit hot. It's actually been, I don't know about for you, it's been remarkably cool this summer in this part of California. Has it been cool up there for you as well, JT?
Consistently been around 80.
80.
I'd
See,
say
that's
on
the thing is,
average.
It's been like 70 to 80 here for like 3 weeks. It's very bizarre. It's good. I welcome it, but it hasn't really felt like summer yet. It kind of feels like fall.
Huh.
Supposed to warm up this week, but been really nice. I was curious if that was the entirety of the Pacific Coast thing, or if that was just a California thing, because I guess it's happening in LA too, where it's not that hot.
No, but we also haven't hit August yet, so.
That's true. That is true. Always like the late heat wave. I always loved in California, in Redding, you'd get the second to last week of September stretch of being 107 degrees, and it was like, hold on a minute, this is outrageous.
Yeah, you hit the last bit of heat wave, and then you're well into fire season.
Yep, absolutely. There's been that fire going on up north for some time now.
Oh boy.
In the national forest up there. The federally managed national forest. Federal land that's been burning. Federal.
It's a strong point there.
Not the state's land. The federal land has been burning. Anyway.
I do want to draw attention here in GTO. You still have the number 2 ACPT Engineering Associates. And for GT4, I believe the Evo is what they're running with the 2. The sister car had been running, I believe, 4th before the full course yellow. But after the round of pit stops, has jumped into 2nd in front of the Super from AE Victory.
Gotcha.
Let's go back to green.
Yes, sir. Had some people still pulling into the pit lane here, so it's a bit of a interesting restart. Not everybody fully formed up either. Is Roberts Motorsports in 2nd on merit, or is this on pit rotation, you think?
I believe pit rotation. Before the full course yellow, the 59 and the 58 were still running 1-2. That gap was fluctuating a bit. I think it was last at around 7 seconds.
Okay.
So the 59 is now back into 3rd. Last time across the line, it showed 18.8 seconds, at least under the full course yellow. So they're going to be pushing here to catch the 109.
Indeed, and we're on board here with the HK Motorsports BMW. I think chasing down the Rapscallion 23, which is, if the timing is to be believed, up there a ways. Not a ways, but a couple seconds. The
1 second.
NFC Motorsports Mercedes goes by.
Yeah, the 23 definitely had a good pit stop rotation there. Previously, they were down in 6th, I believe, behind 5th Gear Motorsports at the time.
Back on board Choice. That's the Palomar E36 ahead as the GTR 99, the blue car, streaks past everybody, one of the GTO cars. They're going to be dispatching this GP2 BMW here.
Wondering which car that is in front.
What is that number? 160. 190? Barely read it. 190.
It does
190.
say 190.
That is the Blitzkrieg Motors. Oh, now that I can see the side, it's easy to tell. Yep, that is Blitzkrieg.
Yep, 3rd in
This
GP2.
is not a battle for position, but this is going to be Choice Racing trying to get around, and indeed they do. And they'll set off in chase of that Palomar car, which also will not be for position. The Palomar, if that is the 38 that's ahead, which I believe it is just based on the pace, that is the 2nd place runner that we're looking at, and they are searching for the All-Star Racing number 5, which is further ahead of them. You can just see the 5, it was right in front of the bright green car, and then there's the Palomar car, so that's your battle for the lead in GP1. We're going to go back on board the Blitzkrieg car. That is the open throttle BMW, just braking a little bit earlier. They're going to try to stay to the outside here. As you see the 70 streak up the road, that's the Porsche white top with the blue bottom. Going past the 24 here. Man, it'd be great to see on board as this number 70 goes through the traffic. It'd be fantastic just to see the driver making the decisions, going in and out. Would look incredible. Sounds great too.
Yeah, they're trying to catch up to the Supra of AE Victory just up the road.
That AE Victory car now up into 3rd. So they've made up some time here. There goes the GP1 leader. That's All-Star Racing right ahead of us on board. So that's going to be to put Blitzkrieg a lap down, I believe.
Yep, that is correct.
Team ACP with Tangerine Associates. I think this is one of their stronger tracks. I recall coming here to cover the split race a couple years ago, and they ran incredibly well in that one. I think it was in February. A little bit mixed conditions, a little bit cold, a little bit of rain, and they had run really quite well. Choice Racing car. Ooh, I think getting some help from behind there. That was contact, and circumstantial evidence would say that's contact from the
66.
66. Yeah, I think so. I don't know if the 66 got a little bit too deep there on the brakes or what, but the Choice Racing car was trying to stick the nose in, racing the other open throttle car ahead. Hopefully we just relax here. Wow. Talking about cutting the nose off. Trying to keep the pace, I suppose. They're going to go down the inside of their team car.
Yeah, someone wants a hero stint.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, I think that hero stint's going to result in a penalty, if I had to guess. So here is the open throttle car next to the 65 in a similar position to what it was in a few corners ago. They're going to go down the outside. That 66, of course, a lower class car here. Looks like the front bodywork is messed up on that car as well, so there's evidence of the crime having been committed. Choice Racing able to easily go around on the brakes there.
Man, a lot of traffic coming through here. The traffic density is quite nasty at times. You see the fifth gear Porsche came in up ahead. Unfortunately, they're losing a bit of time to Blaze Racing. About 11 seconds back at the moment.
Yep. I think Troy's going to be keen here to get around the 24. They've got a lot of time to make up. They're a minute 51 behind fifth gear. So that fifth gear car out on the distance is a lap ahead of Choice Racing. So Choice really needs to get around that car and then catch the yellow correctly to kind of get back in contention here, at least for the top 5. Still 7 seconds between the 5 and the 38 at the front of GP1. GP2, Rebel Racing still in the lead. Almost a full lap ahead of the 83 of Palomar. Then followed by the 190 of Blitzkrieg. 15 seconds down from second place. And then another lap's gap down to the 66. Open Throttle Racing, one of the cars that we just saw recently getting into some trouble. I think we imagine that car will fall further down the order after the penalty procedure has taken its time. AE Victory losing a little bit more time to the two ACP cars up front now, 9.3 seconds to the 52. Round 3, another 10 seconds behind them. So that's the gap we're going to be kind of watching here. It's the battle for third in GTO. There's the 70 right ahead, just starting to go off into the distance. On board the HK car here. JT, I feel like we've seen HK Motorsports before, but I can't tell you where.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up.
It might have been at Road Atlanta, but I'm happy to be corrected on that.
They got 5th at Daytona.
5th at Daytona, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Always nice seeing new names, new faces.
Yeah, that race was won by a Screaming Goat, who are not here this weekend.
I'm a little surprised by that. Usually they like coming to these, bigger events, the more difficult to gain entry events that WRL puts on. The ones that always seem to be the most popular every year. Usually you would see Screaming Goat, but sometimes they just do the Daytona and then their Texas events.
Okay, that was the AR Motorsports BMW that they were sitting behind just briefly. They have got around. So after being recovered from turn 6, that AR Motorsports BMW was fixed and got back out.
There is a battle developing at the bottom end of GTO for who's going to win the battle of those that are 4 laps down. You've got Low Country, Kingpin, and NFC. They're all within a lap of each other or so. We'll keep an eye on that battle. Kingpin currently 5 seconds behind Low Country. The second Kingpin car 34 seconds behind that battle, and then NFC 5 seconds behind them. So about the space of 1 lap.
So it should be noted that was a change for position there between the 11 and Low Country.
Okay, perfect. So they might even be streaking off into the distance.
Yeah.
But Low Country, unfortunately, 2 laps down from the GTR 99, who is the... they're not even on the lead lap.
No, unfortunately not. They are
not really anybody's on the lead lap. The second ACP car is barely on the lead lap, and then you've got AE Victory, Round 3 Racing, Random Vandals, and the GTR kind of in the peloton here. Only a couple more days of cycling references to be made. So for trackside cameras have returned.
In the process, yeah.
Huge shout out to Brendan, who's probably listening on 107.3 or whatever. The heart of the insert whatever valley this is in, or hill.
Brazelton Valley.
The Brazelton. Is it the valley? Is it the Brazelton? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right at all. The something river.
Keep an eye out for 99 of GTR here. They've been running consistently quicker than the 28 Random Vandals ahead. That gap was 2.2 seconds last time through. They come across the line, and that has changed for position. So the 99 now up into 5th. Super to help act as a wedge as well to protect the 28 from coming back as they climb up the hill going towards turn 3.
Was that the AE Victory car, or is that the 11 that was in the mix there?
I believe that was the 11.
Okay. I imagine so, given that the AE Victory is on the same lap but further ahead. But I was just starting to wonder, like, wait a minute, I have another timing problem here.
Yeah, because the 11 has the red and black on white for its livery. Still about 7.5 second gap for AE Victory behind the 52.
Well, they've closed that back down. It was out to 9 at one point, and they've caught back up a little bit. That's going to be the ebb and flow of traffic, of course.
Yeah, the last couple laps relatively similar between those two. 35 and 37s.
Hopefully we'll be able to hear from Sarah and Montgomery or similar in that camp. They can kind of talk us through the strong run they're having here.
NFC's getting real close to the 77 of Kingpin, so we'll need to keep an eye out for that out on track. That was a 1 second gap last time through.
Our closest battle in GP1 right now, 5th gear catching up to Blaze Racing. Or within 1.4. I remember, was that one that we were waiting for Blaze to pass? Or
Other way around. That was the one where fifth gear was getting caught out in the traffic density.
Got it.
And Blaze had a decent gap ahead, but that's definitely changed because fifth gear has been consistently running in the lower end of the 140 laps. Yeah, consistently 142, 143s. Whereas Blaze Racing, unfortunately, within the last 5 laps, have managed to do a 44.7.
And I can't remember, is it fifth gear that is the same as Frozen Rotors? Is that the same team?
I'm not sure.
Because they both have the black Cayman. I thought that was the case. I'm happy to be wrong. Back on board the Choice Racing here. They're about a full lap from anybody else on track. There's a lap to the person behind and a lap to the person ahead, roughly. So they'll just be a nice... all right, we'll switch to the Rob Walker Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra. And this is them right behind the Palomar car, getting a little bit loose up over the turn there. That's the 38. They'll go right by. Supra, of course, much faster than lap traffic ahead, but there is a NP01 right up there. Blitzkrieg leaving the door open a little bit, I think trying to be courteous, but that's such a high commitment to make that pass right there. I think they'll just wait and go by on the straight. Indeed they do.
Yeah, there's no need to really force an issue there going into 6. Rebel Racing sets their fastest lap of the race at 143.4. Last I looked, Palomar, the 83 in second, was getting a little loose here. Had only been, I want to say, 5 seconds up the road, trying not to be lapped.
AE Victory now 7 seconds behind the second place car. Round 3, another 18 behind them. The GTR 99 stretching the advantage over the number 28 of Random Vandals. That's the green BMW versus the blue. That is looking closer to 6 or 7 seconds now. The GTR checking out up into the distance.
Ooh, NFC goes wide on the exit of 7, to the 77 to the inside. He's going to have the much better run out of the corner due to being on tarmac.
Yeah.
So that is going to delay that fight a bit longer. So the 77 will retain 9th in GTO. NFC is going to have to collect themselves and try again.
Fortunately, I think they have the pace to do that. You can just see right there, turn 10 to 11, the gap that they're able to make up just in that short shoot there. That Mercedes-Benz incredibly fast in a straight line. Has been for quite some time.
77 is going to hit traffic here with the
they're going to get checked up by that
front.
M3.
Yeah, that's the newer open throttle car. We were told earlier that was actually donated to Open Throttle from Andrew Colfett.
Yes, indeed. I wonder if you can trade Open Throttle cars for seat time. Because if that's the case, I have an X5.
It's going to be a bad exit for the 77.
Could really make a good,
There's NFC on the left.
Sure. I don't think they're going to try that move. There is space that if you were particularly aggressive, you could. They're just going to take the outside line here. And the 77, I think, wisely doesn't try to play defense. And they'll both scoot past the All-Star car right ahead. I don't know. I think the Lemons Racing Open Throttle X5 has a really good ring to it. I don't know. I think the cage would be expensive for it, but otherwise, should be good to go.
You don't have to gauge the whole thing.
So you say that, JT, and generally speaking, I agree. But I have this idealized picture in my head of like a 4-seater race car, and you just have like the quirky aluminum seats in the back, and then you could, you know, no organization would let you do that, obviously, but being able to give 4 people like a race car experience with like a cage and harnesses and stuff, that'd be pretty cool. I'd be into that. Could paint it to look like one of these NASCAR electric showcase things. Big wing on the top. Ooh, or you could cut the roof off. Oh, maybe that's the move. Hold on a minute. We might be onto something. When Mike Gorman inevitably comes up, because I think he's going to do the Mike and Brad hour. Although, with the Open the Throttle and round 3 situation that developed earlier a few hours back, maybe that won't be the case. But we'll see. They're usually good sports about stuff.
That was a complete accident.
Yeah, they
haven't
did anything wrong. Yeah, that should be all right. But I think the open top West Coast Open Throttle BMW X5 Lemons car could be in play.
I have made it back with seconds to spare.
Excellent.
Well done, sir.
To get JT out of here.
He made it. Ladies and gentlemen, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
This is a DriversEye live driver swap.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we tried to get a couple cameras back up here. We'll see how long this lasts.
It looks much better already, so
yeah,
you know, we'll take it. It's starting to look a little cloudy as well. Like we're getting some cover. Maybe it's just this shot. Now you can tell where the shade line is right there on the entry to the turn.
Yeah, the clouds are starting. We kind of noticed it while we were out. They've built actually pretty quickly, not aggressively. Just it went from being quite sunny basically all morning to actually now being some decent scattered cloud cover, which hopefully some respite for the cameras as well. Let's see. It does say there's a little chance of a shower after 5 p.m. according to my weather app of choice. Ryan bail on me as well?
No, I thought you were going to talk more about the weather, but
I don't really have much else to say. I talked about the clouds, and then I talked about the precipitation, and then you know, there's no breeze, or really no breeze down. Not down here at the last corner. A little bit on top of the hill, but you know, that's it.
All right. Wow.
We'll see what the second half of the Saturday 8-hour enduro at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta holds for us.
Brendan, the current excitement
lately?
we have. The current excitement is the NFC Motorsports car putting the moves on the 77. Trying to make up some time here.
Yeah.
So now they're going to go hunting down the 11. We have seen NFC make up a lot of laps. 4, probably not. But like 2, I think they could get back to within 2 laps of the lead. I think it's doable. That car's got the pace. They're well rested.
Yeah.
And there it is. They've just dispatched the 11 as well.
The Low Country Camaro is into the pit lane. Did we note they picked up a 2-lap penalty for passing under the red flag earlier?
No, but we did know that they were in the kind of same section as NFC. Both the Kingpins and Low Country were all kind of in the same lap range.
They are down at 124, 125 laps complete. Unfortunately, they could be a couple of spots up higher than that, just a result of that 2-lap penalty there.
AE Victory is down to 3 seconds. That has ballooned to as much as 9 at one point, and then has been slowly coming back down as they catch the ACP with Tangerine Associates. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 52 headed up, but was 52 first, and then an NPO 1, and then the 119.
Yep.
You already lose that exit corner camera, Jordan? Yeah. Amazing. All right.
You have the heat sinks going, Brendan?
No, the heat sinks fell off. The heat sinks might be made for the heat. I don't know if the glue is.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It's,
That'll happen.
Yep. Yeah, it's Layla rightly pointed out, it is actually substantially hotter than it was at Daytona, I think, here. Partially because there's no breeze, really, down here.
East Coasters cannot possibly comprehend.
Correct. The East Coast mind. In the gravel. In the gravel is it the AOA?
Yep.
Yep. Comes out the other side, so no harm, no foul there.
There's a pickup off in the grass up there.
A little bit of traffic here through the final corner. Has the, I think the 146 out a couple of wheels into the dirt on the exit of turn 12. The 59 scoots up the inside of the 119, who was also balked there, but 119 was able to close on the 52 again that lap. Now it's nominally under 2 seconds. The battle for second in GTO.
Be great to have a 119 on board. Great.
Did we not have that? I have breadcrumbs all over my laptop.
Oh, I thought you were going to make some, like, reference to, like, hunting down a story. If there's breadcrumbs everywhere, we just got to follow them, you know, like that.
No.
No. Here's the Stoner Car Care Banana Boat. I'm going to bring that back, the Banana Boat.
Ooh, Banana Boat, yeah. JDC Miller.
Yep. The finest IMSA team in Minnesota.
Is that not North Loop?
I mean,
I have any IMSA
it was North Loop that told me that they went to JDC's like garage, and it's enormous and awesome. So I think they would happily be
fair enough.
second, but first place in our hearts, obviously.
Sure, yeah.
I'll ask you this on more Minnesota news. Is fifth gear the same as frozen rotors?
Okay, I heard this discussion while I was in the car.
Yeah.
I heard you talking about it. Is it not you who told me that it definitely was?
Okay, cool. Then that is the case. Then I do.
Okay.
I'm glad that that's
because you questioning it now makes me wonder, like, if
no,
any of that
I
is
don't
true.
remember. Like,
okay.
If I said that,
I believe that
it's because someone told me. But I don't remember being told. So.
2 is in, and it looks like there is perhaps what? Oh, the dose. Yeah, the Ocho. It looks like there might have been damage to the right front. Yeah, they can't even get the car pulled back into the stall. It couldn't make the turn back to the left. Or is it on the left front? Now I can't.
Interesting.
Glare.
So
anyway, I think
misfortune it bodes well for the battle for the lead in GTO.
Well, I mean, this
unfortunately,
this is the GTO lead car. If indeed there is trouble for the number 2, and it certainly looked like there was on the side of the car facing away from us. This promotes that 52 and 119 battle into the lead, a class lead battle. They changed the left front tire is shredded, completely flat. Oh, and homeboy just grabbed it with his the carcass with his hands. Yikes. Immediately recoiled. Looks like they're going to do 4 tires now on the number 2. Quite right, just quite literally past halfway. And it does make some sense that the left front is the one that went, just given A, the ambient and track temperatures, and B, that the left tire takes most of the loading around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Car's now up on the still up on the jacks. I assume. Oh, are they doing red side tires? Or are they already done? Anyway, this is obviously early for the number 2. That car was last in under the full course yellow at lap 114, so not even 20 laps into the stint here. Roberts Motorsports in the number 109 is in pit lane as well, out of 3rd place in what has been a pretty fraught.
Yes.
GTU, not fraught. Attrition-filled GTU.
That too.
Battle, let's say. I think we've got it where we do have a yellow flag up at the last corner. And a green flag waving at start.
I was going to say, is there bits of tire from a BMW up there?
No, is there a car in the support pit lane?
Here, let's see. Oh, just dives over the hill. Oh, come on.
Oh,
yes,
no,
there is.
It's in the gravel. Oh, it's Blaze.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So Blaze, it looks like, came straight down the hill and maybe wasn't able to turn?
Get it corralled?
or blocked up the brakes trying to keep it out of the wall and ended up in the gravel. I don't know that I've ever seen a race car in that gravel trap. Here you'll see it. Well, and now we've got a recovering Blitzkrieg number 424 over at turn 5. Sheesh.
Blitzkrieg.
JT's finest contribution to this program.
Absolutely.
That's not true.
And he didn't want to have made that his contribution either.
I know.
He was very defensive about it. And, like, I don't think he understood that I was into it.
By the way, I think that there is the cars off to the left-hand side. You see in the gravel trap there. I think the reason that the Choice Racing onboard breaks up every time it goes under the Fox Factory Bridge is because it's running on Starlink. Which is maybe one of our first examples of a Starlink onboard in WRL.
So I thought we had heard that Bruce Innovations tried that at one point.
I don't know. Maybe. I'm not a pro here, man. You ever just remember things?
Yeah. No. As it turns out, I do not remember things. When I've got...
Lead battle, by the way, is now under it's basically nothing.
It's there.
It was 1/10 of a second across the start-finish line. I don't know exactly where they are at the moment.
I mean, you could say that AE Victory was lucky, quote-unquote, that the 2 has run into trouble, but, like, they have fought their way to catch the 52 the whole time.
But AE Victory got kind of hosed by the full course yellow earlier that split up GTO.
But it didn't matter, because they caught him anyway. Or they've caught the 52 anyway, so they were already going to be in contention for second. Yeah, exactly.
That's my point. They were disadvantaged earlier, and everything they've gotten back, or them getting back into contention now, basically came off the back of them just putting the work in and getting the time back. I mean, maybe some good pit strategy there. We've had a change for the lead in GTO now. Across the start-finish line comes the number 119. They come up on a recovering Blaze Racing BMW, pulls drivers right, and then have to back out of the throttle. So there's the 44, and then the 119 tucked in behind.
Perfect.
And then way further back is the number 52. There's now, where there was 1/10 of a second last time, it's now something like it's over 3 seconds, and with 5 or 6 cars in between them. 136 last time for AE Victory against a 139.9 for the 52. Even in traffic. I mean, that's a GP1 type lap time.
Was there a safety vehicle or such that was rejoining?
Yes,
that
but
caused them to check up?
I mean, yes, technically because they had the yellow flag up at turn 11, but I mean the reality was that the damage was already done by the time they got to that point in the lap. I mean, when they came down the hill at turn 11, there were already 5 cars in between them. So the time loss was elsewhere. Again, probably traffic related, but it was substantial. So we've kind of split strategy at the front of GTO again here. With that number 2 having made the unscheduled pit stop. Overall, this is happening in 3rd place. AE Victory up 17 spots in the overall running order. ACP number 52 up 13 spots since the green flag. A little bit of dust kicked up there on the exit of turn 7 with the recovering Blaze Racing number 118.
Yep. Rapscallion within 3 seconds of PC Racing last time by, so that's some movement as well.
After just 2 laps, the lead margin is now basically the length of the front straightaway. ACP's last lap, 141.3.
Are we setting up for a banger battle between AE Victory and Round 3? Again?
Again. No DD Autosports here.
No. The groundsman is very particular.
Yeah. I'll probably expect to see them back later in the season.
I think so, too. Perhaps Dakota, even.
Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty good scrap between the 158, the 119, and the 70 back at Daytona. It just didn't really make it all the way to the flag. It actually didn't at all make it all the way to the flag. It was the margin of victory there was something like 23 seconds, which after 12 or 14 hours of racing is still really impressive. But yeah, AE Victory back to the lead in the World Racing League for the first time since the sun went down back at the Paul Revere 14 hour.
And I'm being told in the chat that AE Victory has an onboard, which means we just have to talk to the right person to get us the link.
A screaming goat started using Starlink Spark.
There we go.
Yeah, we just can't pull in the YouTube link, so we have to get it directly from the source.
From the source.
I think we know people.
We do know people.
Yeah,
we know lots of people. The Victory
Okay.
Garage.
All right. I think we can make that work.
Great Americans. I'm pleased. I'm very happy with that. I'm happy to see a Victory back in front again after they got hosed last time out. Like
it is. If you're watching along on live timing here over on redmist.racing, the variation in lap time in traffic at this point in the race is wild. 142 from Roberts, 143.9 from Random Vandals, 140.5 from Stratus. I mean, laps that are 7 and 8 seconds a lap slower, around 2.5 miles. Is yeah, it's substantial. I think we've had it. We just have a change for 4th in GP2, or I'm sorry, in GP1. I think we did. Where's the Palomar? Oh, there's the Palomar 38. No, so it wasn't that lap. Looked like something changed just on my screen as I was looking at it. Disregard. Number 40 is back into the pit lane. The off-leash motorsports Mercedes AMG. Looks like the issue that befell the number 1 earlier with fluid leaking out of the back in the number 909 with a similar kind of issue actually may have been a fuel overflow. There were some comments in the chat earlier on that the same sort of thing was happening at Daytona, where for multiple laps it would drop fluid out of the rear, center rear of the car as sort of an overflow thing. I would have thought that would have been cooling related, especially a place like here, but not so. It would appear, with that number 1 having been very much right back up to speed. Round 3 racing number 70 comes through start finish and is going to allow the overall race leader back through up the inside. So that puts the 70 now 2 full laps down to the overall race leader. And still over 35 seconds off the back of the class leader. Matias Rivas in the chat asked, are there any E30s? No, unfortunately not.
Actually, I bet there's an E30 in the paddock.
Oh, I mean, yes, there probably is. We did have a did
green
that car
one.
Run it somewhere like mid-Ohio or something earlier in the season?
I'm talking about RJ's car.
No, I know.
Oh, okay, got it.
I'm sure that car ran. Maybe it didn't run earlier in the season. I thought it did. I know
it runs practice sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But I figured he would have brought that for here.
Car's done some grid life touring events this year.
It has.
Yeah. 64 is circulating again. Sans left front bodywork.
Excellent.
So it's 2 open throttle cars that are missing substantial chunks of
Hey,
fiberglass.
look, man. Open throttle, get the car on track at all costs.
Hey, yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter. We're putting it out there.
I think that the most shocking thing about all of that to me is the fact that the 64 sustained basically nothing but cosmetic damage after, mounting the opposite corner of the round 3 racing number 10.
Sure.
Ooh,
Has Mike Gorman just hired all of the ex-Yoast guys? Like, is that how he can do it? Like, I don't...
I'm certain Mike Gorman does not have the budget to hire ex-Yoast mechanics. The Roberts Motorsports car is in the pit lane stationary with most of the rear bodywork taken off the car. I don't know if we have the front straightaway camera, but
we do.
Just over behind the canopy there, headed into turn number 1, in the shot, sits that maroon Sebeco NP01. And yeah, center rear bodywork, and it looks like one or both of the rear corners of the car. That bodywork has been taken off as well.
Need to get a Sebeco test day.
I mean, here would be the place, right?
Oh, I absolutely. Just
Ryan,
to be
what
clear.
if I...
No. Hold on. To be clear, if any teams are out there interested in letting me have an out lap, one lap, and an in lap in their race car, I am competent enough that I could do that during the max track time. Like, I would be happy to do that. I would bring the car back clean. I wouldn't do like that. Would be fine. I absolutely, positively would not do that at this track. Like 0%. Not.
What car
happen.
would you fit in? Would you fit in an NPO1?
I've had discussions.
You're 6'6", to be clear.
I'm 6'4".
6'4", okay.
And if I'm being really honest, I wear running shoes when people see me that have probably 1.5 inches of sole on them. So I'm not as tall as I appear.
But you're not a soldier.
Correct. Charlie Stryker's pretty tall, and he fits.
That's true.
But he's in really good shape, and I am not. So I think that's going to matter, obviously. So I'm sure I probably could. There's a car podcaster that's actually going to be at COTA, and he talks about he can make himself fit in any car that he wants to, which I kind of agree with to some extent. Like, I can make it work if I really, really want to.
Is that a question of motivation, or...?
It's like, how willing are you to put up with being extremely uncomfortable to have this experience?
Yeah, sure. Yep, I get it.
With that in mind, again, I'm open to any of these. If anybody has a spare seat, and usually it's Mike Gorman that has 9,000 cars on the track, and at some point, he and I will link up because I'll have been able to justify bringing my helmet somewhere. Anyway, I wouldn't do it at this track. Just no chance. Way too high commitment, high risk. Like, I am good. I'm good to go on that.
With traffic.
Yeah, with traffic too. Yeah. Even by myself, man, I don't feel great, and I've put a zillion laps, because what my friends and I would do, we would play Forza on the Xbox, and I'd bring over my steering wheel, and we would run this course, but we would use the school cutout so that we could do laps more quickly, and we would get incredibly drunk and then see how fast we could go in an LMP2 car. So I have a decent feel for where the breaking point is in an LMP2 car.
Oh, on the short course.
While drunk on the short course.
On the short course, yeah, great.
So, for whatever that's worth, that is the hardest part of the track. But in a non-downforce car, no clue, no chance, not doing that.
The 123 Mercedes here is flirting with disaster on the exit of the last corner. It's just apexing ever so slightly too early, because it's not a constant arc on the curbing.
Right.
So it's getting to the curbing too early and pushing out wide on the exit, and it's balancing the outside tires on the back edge of the serrated curb, trying to drop a wheel, but technically not.
Right.
And so you hear the buzz. I mean, you know that noise, right?
Yes,
that
I do.
Buzzing noise over the curb.
Yeah.
You hear acceleration and then buzz, and then the buzz goes silent because he has to pedal the throttle. And get out of it to save from getting into the grass. And then you hear the Mercedes V8 pick back up. It's
so
now
shady.
happened 3 or 4 times.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, this corner bit yesterday, right? I mean, there's a pair of tire tracks leading from basically start-finish directly to the inside pit wall that was created by the Big Mission number 567 yesterday. In one of those thuds that you just the noise is going to stick with you for a long time.
Right.
That pow. It was a big hit. And I think it's kind of one of those reminders. You don't like to see incidents or accidents, obviously, at any racetrack, but it is a reminder that, hey, we're all still going pretty fast here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's nothing so urgent that we need to be, risking life and limb to pick up a half a tenth at the last corner.
No, I absolutely agree. It's funny. It's not funny. We talked earlier about the track going silent. It's not a thing that you can, that ever gets to feel normal. But I still, and this is terrible, I still remember Damar Hamlin falling over when he had his heart episode thing, and that commentary crew had no clue.
Yeah,
no clue. Yeah, it was Joe Buck. No idea how to address that, because that's just not a reality of most sports. Well, we know, having watched motorsports for a long time, that someone can get pretty seriously injured, and you have to be prepared mentally to be able to say something about it. and you're aware that it happens, and like it truly is one of the only sports where that's a problem nowadays, at least.
Yeah.
At least I hate to say it, like semi-routine problem. People aren't dying every week, but certainly people get injured. Probably once a year. There's probably a major injury somewhere in racing.
I think it was one of the very first Dinner with Racers episodes that was done with was it Bob Varsha, I think. And the question was asked about like, you were a part of, I don't know if it was the Senate weekend or whatever weekend it was, but how do you handle something like that? Or a big incident scene where you don't know what the outcome is. Like, how do you navigate the viewer through that kind of uncertain period until you know that there's a good outcome, or until you get closure of a not so good outcome? And you literally the pros prepare for it. In motorsports in particular, it's just the kind of thing that people know it happens. So we get a slow blitz BMW down the back straightaway. More on that in a second. But it is a thing that is talked about, and I'm sure as you're coaching up, young commentators or new commentators, to be able to handle that within the context of motor racing. The good news is that most people who go on to commentate motor racing are motor racing fans first, and they understand the risks involved and the things that can happen, so it's all handled, I think, appropriately. Because everybody's pretty emotionally invested anyway. Whereas in football, like you said, if you're not prepared, again, even for something, an injury is an injury, but it's something major where you don't know what the outcome is or is going to be, it can be really uncomfortable with a set of commentators that isn't prepared. The split screen car has been into the pit lane a couple of times over the last, let's call it dozen laps or so. And I think this time is going to go all the way to the end and bang right into the paddock. Yep. It's a tough outcome here for the number 424. That car, it's still P8. Now, just 3 laps off the lead, but after a couple of pit stops there in quick succession, I think it's going to fall. Well, is definitely going to fall out of contention here. That leaves your GP1 leaders, by the way, as now being the All-Star Racing number 5 with, think about a lap in hand over the Rapscallion number 23. Palomar Racing number 38, who has a 1-lap penalty already applied to them, is, just about a lap off the back of the number 5. So by rights, that car ought to be up about a position or so higher, if not into the class lead, but not where things stand. PC Racing, having lost a lap as well, is now back into 5th, and it's the 5th Gear Motorsports number 550 who sits in between Palomar and PC.
That's Tiff Nadell, I think, is in the car right now.
Is that a 5th Gear joke?
It is.
It's fine. It was a fine joke. If you're with us here live at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, thank you for being a part of the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix weekend. Thanks for coming out and checking it out. World Racing League is, as far as we're concerned, the best amateur endurance sports car racing in the country.
I'll go a step further. It's the best endurance racing in the country.
I think that's fair.
That's accurate.
It's certainly the most open. It's the most, I think, compelling from a storyline perspective, just because of the length of the races and all of the strategy and everything that goes into making them work. You may not recognize all the names, but the cars are cool just the same. They go quickly.
The least frustrating safety car procedure?
Absolutely. Absolutely. As the number 11 Kingpin Super comes into the pit lane. If you're watching on YouTube, hello to all of you. Hello again to all of you. Great to have your company for the weekend.
Round 3 has just lost. I'm sorry, Brendan.
Yeah.
Round 3 has just lost a position to the ACP with Tangerine Associates number 2.
That is the battle for 3rd place. Yeah, in
Did
GTO.
they come to the pits? Question mark?
Nope.
No?
No,
All right.
I think it was just a slightly slower lap, 137 that time around. Maybe dealing with some traffic. Remember, too, that number 2 will be, relatively speaking, flying, being on a fresh set of tires as a result of having had to change the flat left front.
Yep.
Meanwhile, that lead margin between 1st and 2nd in GTO, which expanded out to be about 5 or 6 seconds a couple of laps after the pass was made, is now Oh, come on, timing. 12 seconds. I
Paul
tried to
Sparta
time it
says
with
the
car coming
28's
across the
losing
line.
power due to high temps. Not sure why yet. That's unfortunate. Paul, it's because you don't have the new BMW with the ugly front end that has the bigger opening. If you had the ugly one.
It's because Paul didn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Yes, there it is. There it is.
No, but thank you for the information, Paul. It's been a really good start for that number 28, all things considered.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1 minute 45.6 last time, and if you look back at the lap time history, pretty consistently since about lap 130, 129, the lap times trailed off into the 140s, which is more production car pace than it is GT pace, unfortunately.
I mean, look at our top 6 or even top 7 in GTO right now. A Victory, ACP, Round 3, GTR 99, Random Vandals, NFC. It's like the band's all here.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that every couple of seasons you get this turnover. You find like the obviously strongest team,
right?
And the D9 is being held up in the pit lane by the number 23. But you get the sort of the answer, right? Where if everything goes right, your top 3 is going to look like there's a period where it was JTR and Hammer and I don't know, W2W or JTR, Hammer, and Thunder Bunny, right? Like some combination of those teams at the front of GTO. Then there are the NFC and Thunder Bunny years, and then C in round 3. I mean, round 3 is always pretty competitive anyway, but you just felt like you're going to get some combination of the same 2 or 3 cars at the top of the podium. I feel like this year, yes, round 3 and the number 70 has picked up quite a few wins, but by virtue of I think everybody pushing a little bit harder than maybe they used to, you do still get this all of a sudden E-Victory Racing is suddenly super competitive, and that's awesome. ACP has 2 cars on the podium. That's awesome. Random Vandals is taking a 6-year-old BMW or whatever it is, 7-year-old BMW, and being competitive inside the top 5. And then that NFC car that was, kind of the shoe-in for a race win or a class podium is now, comes back into the series without that consistency of participation and who's running P7.
Right.
It's not to say that's where they're going to end up.
They've got some penalties, so they would be right in the mix.
Sure. Look, Low Country was on the pole. I mean, the two-frame Camaro started the race 1. So we do still get that variety at the top. Yes, the great teams do great things and achieve great results, but ultimately it's not, it's not a foregone conclusion.
No notes. That was good. That was a good bit.
Was that answer your giant question mark in the chat?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Chat, did that answer the question? Chat?
No, I'm asking about you.
Oh, I'm pleased.
You left me a giant question mark. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, that was from when you said man, and I wasn't sure what you said man about. That's inside baseball.
Oh. No, it's
3 hours 28 remaining here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You know what really rubbed me the wrong way? And I understand that it's probably technically correct, and I might start saying it on the broadcast now that I'm talking about it.
Oh, no.
When I went to the Sea Otter Classic, which is a mountain bike race that takes place at Laguna Seca, which is a track on the West Coast. It's very popular. It's Jordan Worth's favorite track.
It's a shame nobody's ever heard of it.
So
imagine loving Summit Point and hitting Laguna Seca.
Yeah, no kidding. So anyway, I went to the WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca, which is a county park, owned municipally. It's great, and
this is gonna be an awkward moment here. Just hang on.
Yeah, that was tough. I don't know. All right, no harm, no foul, but yeah, that was a little goofy. It was the presenting sponsor is Continental, and for those who don't know, Continental is probably the only tire being used at the Tour de France this year.
Is that true?
I believe so, and I think it's by choice. They don't have a sponsor usually, but everybody in the peloton runs.
Sorry, Ryan, this is a slow number 23.
That's the AOA car.
No, that's the Rapscallion M2 in GP1. Yeah, top 5.
They were
up
a top
in
5 car second
at
one point. They were pretty far up there before their pit stop, and they've plummeted right down.
Yeah, I think they were P3 last time I looked. They've slipped a bit. Last lap was 2 minutes .3, and that was all of a sudden. Oh no, it was an outlap. This is an outlap for that car, so something is not right. And now the 28 is into the pit lane with the hood up. So this is that power issue kind of coming home to roost.
Yes.
Anyway, sorry, Continental Tire.
Yeah, so Continental Tire. So everybody in the Pro Peloton, and I'm sure Scott would be like, well, actually, and like push his glasses up and tell me that there's some obscure Italian team that uses a different tire. I'd say probably 90% of the people in the Pro Peloton use the Continental GP 5000 because it's just the best road bike tire. Like, it just is the best.
Sure.
They're fantastic. If you've never ridden a bike, if you have like a road bike and you've never ridden them, just put them on your bike and you go, oh, this feels way different and it's awesome. So they're the presenting sponsor because they do bicycle tires. And the announcer for the downhill and for the like circuit race insisted on calling it Continental every single time.
Oh man, that's very creation.
It drove me so crazy the entire time I was there. I couldn't stand it because you hear Continental in racing constantly, and then every time presented by Continental. I'm like, it's an American guy doing it. It's not like there's a French guy calling the race or anything. It just drove me insane. And I'm sure that like, oh, it's a German brand. That's how you're supposed to say it or whatever. But no, not a fan.
What is the most annoying team name in WRL that you could pronounce in a different accent? Rapscallion.
That could be it.
Rebelle. No, Rebelle is kind of a thing.
Yeah,
round
like it sounds. Round trois.
Tortois.
Tectois.
Exactly. Yes, exactly the same.
that might make it. That could be the one.
99 GTR.
GTR.
GTR, yeah. I was thinking like 99 Luftballons, but it's 99 GTR.
Nice.
TR, yeah.
All right.
Suggestions in the chat. Give me a language and a team name.
Yeah, and we'll do the accent live on the air.
Layla says pronouncing AOA like an actual word. Awa.
Awa.
Awa. I like that. That's a good one. That might be top.
I wish there were
GTR and Awa. I like that.
I wish there was more words and/or sponsors associated with ACP because I really want to do Target Chip Ganassi Racing with Felix Abades. Like that's what I'm thinking every time I read it.
Team ACP with Tangerine Associates.
With Tangerine Associates, yeah.
Yeah. Tangerine, obviously.
I like how it's ACP with Tangerine Associates. Like, ooh, Tangerine Associates, what's that?
Yep,
it's like ACP is pavement. Like
All county paving, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the connection between Catesby and ACP?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. Never asked.
He may
never
have
met
told
Catesby.
I have. He came up. Him and one of the other gentlemen came up and talked to me at Road America one year.
Oh, must be nice.
I'm pretty sure we had this whole discussion, but that was 3 or 4 years ago. I think it's the only time they've been up too. But they came up and chatted. It was a good time. Enjoyed it. Nice folks.
Sure. We always enjoy a chat up in the WRL booth. So far, we've only had Sonicall, but if you are interested in coming and join the conversation, having a chat with DriversEye Live, share your race story, your weekend story, whatever the case might be, head across the Michelin Bridge into the Michelin Tower and come to the Michelin DriversEye Live booth. Have a Michelin conversation.
Presented by Continental.
Continental, yes. The single tire supplier for the general production categories, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, no, come have a chat. Love to know more.
Layla brings back the Tangerine Associates
that was an
graphic.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, all county paving, says Paul. Yeah. So I got the acronym right, which is good enough, but Ken Goldberg's company. So not Catesby's company. Maybe Catesby's just the team guy, racing guy.
Is he the Tangerine Associate?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. I love the names, and this is going to sound like a dig, and it's not. It's absolutely not a dig because I love it, and I like how grassroots racing, sports car racing in the United States, provides a ladder to go up to pro racing. Because in pro racing, you have all these like really serious names, and it's like some guy's name and corporate sponsor, etc. And then Paul Sparta rolls up with a team that's called Random Vandals. And then you've got Thunder Bunny
with a raccoon for a mascot.
Yeah, with a raccoon, and it's like that's hilarious. I love it. Exactly. Jordan Wood says it's like minor league baseball. It absolutely is, and I love it. Tangerine Associates is Catesby's firm. Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah, okay. How have we not seen a tangerine-colored car?
I don't know, but they change their livery up every year or so, and they get different ones. It looks really good.
We need plain white with red polka dots, a la R for R.
Yes.
Our sim racing team, yeah.
Hot take, the points leader for WRL should have to have a yellow car, like the yellow jersey.
Oh, no. Or a number plate.
Or a number plate. Or mirrors. Mirrors. That's what it should be, mirrors.
There's an idea.
Mirrors
Yellow mirrors for class points leaders.
Yes.
Mirror Jean.
Mirror Jean.
Mirror Jean. That's close enough. Mirror Jean. Mirror Jean.
Mirror Jean. Yeah.
All right. I think we solved that one. With Kerbeg and Janie and Felix bodies and Eminem. Great.
Scotty Elkren says, like the wrestler Ken Goldberg. No, but Ken Goldberg did have a monster truck. I don't know if you remember that.
Goldberg had a monster truck.
You did or didn't know?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No. How did Zach Johnson
So
know,
Maximum Destruction used to be Goldberg.
Oh.
True story.
Huh.
Yeah.
Was never a big monster truck guy. I didn't live in a metro area big enough to get like monster truck performances.
No. Listen, Brendan. Listen. I went to go see monster trucks at the Red Bluff Rodeo Grounds. Okay.
That sounds amazing.
Like there's 10,000 people there.
What an experience.
That's where the indoor circle track thing that I think Kyle Larson ran a couple years ago. That's like in Red Bluff. It's this like tiny town between Reading and Chico. They did the monster trucks there, so it can't be. The size requirements can't be that big.
Sure. Random Vandals has brought the number 28 back into the paddock now. Not really addressed or been able to address the issue on the pit lane. 24 is back in the paddock as well. I can see that car up on the stands. The 118 has got the front end of the car jacked up, and I actually don't think they're doing anything to it at the moment. So that was the car that was in the gravel down at turn 12. The rare turn 12 incident that doesn't involve hitting something.
Yes. Agreed.
Paul, we do have an important question to ask, which is how do you wear the raccoon? Right?
Oh.
If you wanted some Random Vandals swag, how would one go about acquiring such a thing?
I've seen the raccoon hats. Is that them, or is that just people buy the raccoon hat and then they go to the track? Because I've seen.
I have no idea.
Does Layla know what I'm talking about? This sounds like the quirky kind of thing that Layla and I know about. That Brendan's like, oh no. Where the hat is like a literal raccoon.
Brendan turned 65 on Thursday and has no idea what you're talking about.
All right.
Scotty has stickers. Was Scotty? Oh, Scotty. What are you doing here?
He's chilling, dude, at his house, presumably.
Yeah, Birmingham.
You know who would make a really good pit reporter? Scotty Elkins.
Does Scotty need to get us in the door with Weira?
Yes.
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 I like how I asked the question about swag as his car is being not retired, but sent back to the paddock.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Swag is good. Time.
You always need to get the name out there, always.
Sure.
God, he's licking his wounds because kids' bikes are dangerous. Well,
is it because he was riding a kid's bike?
Presumably.
Yeah. pit stop for the GTO class, leading number 119 AE Victory Racing Supra.
Yeah.
Driver change on board that car as well.
You'd love to hear it. I hope it's Sarah Montgomery getting out, because then she'll go have a water or Gatorade or whatever beverage you drink when you get out of the race car now, and then walk across the bridge and then come say, yo.
I don't think it's Sarah getting out of the car, but maybe
Dang
I could
it.
be wrong. Oh, she did start.
Oh, she did start. Okay, all right.
Yeah, but you know what? They might have cycled back through now. They're doing single stints in the heat. That would make some sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, driver change is complete, and the car is sent. I didn't see tires done. Just fuel and then the driver change. So
I think...
I can't imagine they'd be pushing the limits on tires now. So maybe already have it done, have the stop done. Well, Scotty's down for pit reporting. What?
Heck
Scotty.
yeah.
All right.
Just got to find the right opportunity.
Sure. Or budget. If anybody wants to sponsor Scotty Elkins as DriversEye Live pit reporter.
Yeah, we got to find some budget for that. I'll be all right.
Yeah. So this will reset the GTO class lead, send it over to the number 2 of ACP Tangerine Associates. It flips back the other way. Actually, it's not true. 52's already been in. So this is the number 2, now cycling back through to the front now that it's off cycle. Right, having made that stop for the left front puncture earlier on. See what the margin's like once the 119 comes back around. Probably something around half a lap. Nice to have kind of settled into a rhythm here, Ryan. The first 2 to 3 hours of the race were pretty broken up, including the red flag and then the long full course yellow. It just kind of felt like we never really got to the place we wanted to be. And
well, now we're here.
Yeah. 65 is into the pit lane with a hood on it. All stars, no stripes.
Someone in the chat named TV Land 3458 says Bill Goldberg is the wrestler monster truck guy, not Ken. So apparently there's multiple wrestlers named Goldberg, which is news to me because I know nothing about wrestling. Brendan stepped out, or is getting an interview for us, which would be even more fun.
Guest.
Oh, it is a guest. Perfect. You love to see it. Do you have a favorite race car driver? Says Devin 427 Racing. Well, Devin, I'm glad you asked. I do have a favorite race car driver. It's probably Scott McLaughlin.
Really?
Thank you for asking. No. Yeah. No, you're one of the few people that has been in sedan racing, dominated. Absolutely dominated, and then switched to open wheel, and is also more or less not dominating, but is like really, really, really good. Is always a contender every weekend. And you don't see that a lot. So yeah,
he raced for Ford though, and that's bad. No, I don't know. We have our guests situated up here.
It was Volvo though before.
It was Volvo before. That's fair. Somebody we haven't seen in a minute, but we did hear from yesterday. Justin Ford.
Hey.
Out of what is now this weekend, the number 164. I'm going to get the initials wrong. Get it right.
BRD.
BRD, thank you.
Yeah, Bombard Racing Developments.
Bombard. Is
Yeah.
that a name or a weapon?
That is a name, yeah. That is Justin Bombard of Harrison Racing, more commonly, is where you'll see him. Has a shop about an hour away. And let us go shake down their car for him. So,
Very cool.
Yes.
So normally we'd see you with Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, which, by the way, never makes sense to me.
CTM, as in DTM.
Oh,
Yeah, you didn't
got
get
it.
that?
So you're sticking. No, I did, but it was the championship, Meisterschaft being championship, that never made sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know German well enough.
I got you.
But,
CTM,
that was,
DTM. I get it. You're sticking with the acronym. And
that's the goal. Way back from the jump car days.
Sure. Yeah. No, I get it. It all makes sense now.
Yeah.
You guys. I don't know when the last time we talked was, but man.
I don't know that I made it up here. Last time in the car was a year ago, which we swept the weekend. Very nice.
Yes, you did. With a different car.
Yep, with a different car.
Yeah. So a lot's happened since then.
Yeah. It was a fantastic year last year in GP2. We were doing extremely well. It was a new car last year as well, but. Doing well in the championship, making a run at it, and Watkins Glen test day, things did not go well in the bus stop for us. One of our drivers sent it off, and the car was a total loss. So
was it a chassis issue?
No, just too much curb. Too much curb.
No. I mean, did the hit damage the chassis?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, so that was
kind of pancaked on the.
Yeah, really just come to a complete stop on the passenger side rear. But unfortunately, that was an ex-Will Choice car, his ex-NASA chassis that he helped us out with after the first incident. So it didn't survive. So once again, a long rebuild. Doesn't take that long to rebuild a car, but this chassis we currently have also courtesy of help from Catesby, and actually was prepared by Devin Bruce. Did a lot of the work. Really good cage, really good components, but it was just nothing. It was a chassis and nothing else. So not a wire in the thing. They had also done a lot of firewall work for 8-Speed Auto, which we were on the path of. We just didn't have that ready in time for this weekend, and turns out that wouldn't have been our problem anyway. Long road back. Have competed in a couple grid life events
with that car.
Now and then, with the new build. It's got a very.
Did you beat RJ?
Yeah.
All right.
I think so. Like he had some issue. It went back and forth. RJ competed in the E30, which ran out of our shop as well. It's there now. We almost went and got it yesterday to drive this weekend. It wasn't the best option of all the options there. Almost snagged Mike Gorman's spare car. That was another option that was thrown out there to us. So. But as is racing, the benevolence of others is why we are here today. So, shaking down this car for our friends Harrison and Justin. So,
was it entered?
It was not entered. No, we had to drive and go pick it up on our little flat trailer we brought yesterday. Got here like at 5:05 to make it through tech and get the drivers back into the drivers meeting. So it all came together at the end. But it is, I believe, their GP2 car, the Harrison previous GP2 car, except for it has a brand new 8 HP automatic transmission in it.
Nice.
Alex on the Harrison team, and as ran with many others, has been working on that. It just had been dyno tested, but hadn't been track tested. So still some work to do, still some tuning there, but that was pretty cool. The paddles on the wheel aren't hooked up yet, just rowing back and forth on the shifter there, but still some tuning to do. You got about a 3-second delay on downshift, so that's very weird.
Yeah, sure.
It's very weird to deal with, but so far so good. We're keeping the transmission cool, and the rest of the car is known quantity. So I'm getting to turn some laps. Taking our time today, and maybe we'll race a little harder tomorrow. We'll see.
I was going to say, at what point does an 8-hour shakedown become just participating in an 8-hour race?
Yeah, it was started off well.
You keep using that word, but
I mean, Alex started the car. Certainly got the Hard Charger award. Went from last, we didn't qualify at all, to I know we were in third at one point behind our friends Palomar and the others, but. Just issues keeping it cool, so we've been taking it off track, adding cooling, and so far so good. So we got temps down quite a bit.
Adding cooling meaning what?
There's a cooler in the rear, in the trunk, but didn't have any air going to it, so we added at least some positive pressure into the trunk from a NACA duct.
Okay.
Didn't really help much, so now we took our radiator fan, pusher fan, off of the CTM car, the 369, and put that on top of that cooler blowing down through. So tonight, I think we'll do a little more and move the temps a little more. But it was running at about 240 degrees, which is a lot.
Yeah.
It seems like.
So this is some shared development as much as it is anything.
Yeah.
Basically get it out in race conditions.
Yeah.
At an extreme. I mean, this is the extreme weather-wise, and kind of help them figure it out.
Yeah. We got tuner on the horn. Hopefully, we'll be continuing to work on the tune as well today, and we'll upload some new stuff, and maybe it'll behave a little better tomorrow. But yeah, just rolling around in 5th gear for the most part. 10A, 10B with the delay is definitely weird, but
sure.
We're managing, trying to just stay out of everybody's way, man. We're not in this race. A lot of teams out here midway through the season, we don't have any part in any of that. So yeah, just we'll all get in the car, all run a stint, get them some good fuel numbers, and shake it all out for them. But yeah, it's been a blast so far.
Is the target for that car to run GP2?
I'm not really sure. I assume so. I believe he does some Spec E46 racing, Justin, as well. I know there's even a Harrison car across the way for sale, E46, really nice Spec E46 over there. We weren't. That was never one of the options. We weren't considering that. We've done some crazy stuff, but
sure.
Yeah, we've been busy, just not at the racetrack. Like I said, unfortunately, been helping. Like I said, our friends at Palomar. Their cars typically come to us between races, and we turn those around. We've also got our buddy Dave Gage, who frequents Palomar and Open Throttle. He's got a car in our shop. RJ's got a car in the shop. So we're busy working on other people's stuff as well as ours. But yeah, it's just glad to be back at the track and knock the rust off.
So you spend a lot of time working on other people's cars. This feels like, and if we all cast our minds back, you guys were involved in an incident at Sebring back in, I think, 2022, right?
Correct, yeah.
We're coming up on 3 years, and it doesn't feel like you guys as a team have had a chance to just race a car, right? It's another rebuild. It's another, we got to get this fixed, and we got to do this, and we got to do that. And I realize to some degree that that's just part of racing, but it seems like you guys have just been almost like Sisyphus, rolling the rock up the hill, and then here you are again, again and again.
Much better at maintaining race cars between races than we are rebuilding, clearly.
And specifically other people's cars, because Palomar's going great.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, keep them crossed for them.
Yeah.
The GP2 car is doing getting the bird from our team owner down there, is doing a clutch diagnosis. They've got issues with clutch right now, but yeah, we love seeing them do well.
Sure.
But yeah, we're like I said, we hit our stride last year for sure, and we're rolling pretty well there in GP2. But yeah, showed up with a GP1 car now. This chassis very light, and we had fancy built, not by us, race motor that we've tried in the past. Had issues with it in the past, and unfortunately have had some more issues with it. It did, like I said, run some other sprint events. Did some dyno pools on Thursday. A lot of dyno pools, like 5, and it was fine. And then first session yesterday, I don't know that we cleared the blend line before all power lost. Exhaust cam broken right at the front. We just replaced the exhaust cam because it had broken at the back of the exhaust cam.
Oh, lovely.
So pretty much the head is trash. Had to helicoil and time cert and drill out just to get here. But unfortunately something else is going on. So we're just gonna remove that head, and we're even just, luckily for the rest of us, Zach, the team owner, Zach Mortimer, each time we've had struggles, tends to double and triple down. So hopefully that maintains, and we've got ideas for power options. Not sure what the future may hold there, but not sure that we're going to continue on the way we've been doing. I don't know.
So that was going to be my next sequence of questions. If Ryan West loves to talk about anything, he loves to talk about BMW E36 and E46 engines.
Oh, sure.
And
and them not being very good anymore.
Correct, right? And so you guys seem like you're kind of have been chasing this again, like rolling the rock up the hill, and you end up back in the same place. So at a certain point, you just look at a true alternative, like a long-term alternative, something very different.
Yeah, possibly. The Chevy options, or maybe a newer generation BMW that we see some other people moving to out here. we're lucky that Justin Wingfield on the team now. Shout out to Justin. Also owns a European auto shop in Chattanooga, so that helps. There's lots of knowledge and extra help and cars rolling through and parts to be had. So, yeah, we'll see what it looks like, but not many plans for necessarily WRL races the rest of the year. And this weekend kind of solidified that a bit.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure we'll be out working some races. I'm sure most of the guys tend to go to High Plains. I'm sure they'll go out to Utah.
Okay.
One of our guys, Joe Ray, is the pace car driver this event. Bruce, I can see him right there, the kind of the grid marshal.
Yeah.
He's out of our shop, our other buddy.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll always be here, whether we're racing or not. But got some plans in some other series as well. Got to kind of make sure RJ stays enjoying this stuff and get him some seat time too.
Sure.
So we're gonna do a 24-hour next month.
Very cool.
A very short amount of time from now, but we've got a car for that series. And then last night we also have a drift car now. So we went across the street last night and. RJ El Presidente got to try his hand at drifting. So
How'd that go?
he did very well. Now Justin Wingfield on the team, who owns the drift car, this is his second time ever doing it. He went to another test day, did amazingly.
Yeah.
And then was tandem drifting with Devin Bruce, who brought out a Z4, turbo Z4 that doesn't have a straight body panel on it. Wingfield's car is pristine, E36.
Okay.
But yeah, they got to do a little drifting. RJ got out there. Of course, now he wants a drift car, thinking that's more economical. But we'll see about that. Somehow, over across the street, not a single car broke. No one got towed off. No fluids got laid down. I don't understand it. These guys were just the rev limiter in the paddock even the whole time, just being crazy. And it was mostly BMWs. So I don't know what the heck they're doing different that we spend hundreds of hours on. And
I mean, we could have that WRL. It only lasts about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, some of these guys were just hot lapping it, and I don't know how they hold up, but they did. So maybe it is less.
Coming up to the 5-hour mark, actually just cresting 5 hours complete here in the Saturday 8-hour enduro Road Atlanta. We're on a full course yellow. 64 open throttle BMW is off. Appears to be in the gravel trap down at turn 6. There on the outside of the corner. Saw it on the onboard with HK here just a moment ago. Not sure. It just says 4 off drivers left and stopped, but it's kind of in a weird spot there, or it didn't really look like it even tried to make the corner. So I'll have to go recover that with a tow vehicle, and unfortunately have to do that under full course yellow. So no more, no CTM plan for the rest of the season here in WRL?
Not necessarily. If something works out, we may, like I said, we'll probably be at the event anyway, so we may drag it to it and at least see how that goes. But no, I think just battening down the hatches, definitely more Palomar turnarounds between now and the end of the year. Some of the West Coast events, we assume they'll go home.
Sure.
And yeah, building some other cars possibly for some other folks. It seems that the need is there. It's just what can we reasonably accommodate.
Sure.
That's my 7-year-old daughter's at the race shop this recently, and she's just like, man, you guys just love working on cars. And I was like, well, actually, prefer driving it. Honestly, that's kind of why I'm here. I can't afford to drive them any other way, but here we are. Yeah, so yeah, it's wouldn't have it any other way though. Wouldn't want to fill my time with anything else.
Well, we'd rather see the the number 369 out on track, and you guys with the Chattanooga branding out, circulating with everybody. But it's good to have you guys in the paddock. Good to see you guys, being a part of the event. You would be anyway, of course, with WRL being based up in Chattanooga as well. You guys knowing each other for, I'm sure, years.
Yeah, I met RJ first day of college.
Oh man,
I met him first day of college, and he said, "I like cars. I do Gran Turismo," and I had a Chevy Cavalier, and he said, "That's a pretty sweet Chevy Cavalier you got." I said, no one's ever said that to me before, buddy. We should be friends. So,
are you a mock?
Yes, I'm a Chattanooga mock, as is RJ. We were roommates for a number of years, and all the rest. And somehow we all lived within just a few mile radius. It all just worked out. So
Chattanooga's not that big, man.
Not big.
I've been there.
Not big. No, we are all of the motorsports there.
Sure.
And Kurt with ACI, which again we're all entangled with too. So
yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. Well. I'll hop off here and give these other guys a chance to tell their story.
Revolving door begins.
Get to it.
Justin, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Love to see CTM back here at some point in the future, but best of luck to you guys the rest of the way this weekend.
Yeah, take care, Ryan. You guys are great.
Thank you, Justin Ford, out of the number... Oh, muted the wrong one. Out of the number 164 BRD Motorsports BMW. We got time for an ad?
Let's do it. Let's do the ad.
Let's step aside. Ryan, I'll have you lead us there and bring us back, and
all right.
have another
so
guest or two here.
We're going to get the bills paid by Continental. Then we'll be right back here at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix, excuse me, with DriversEye Live. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta, home of the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. I'm Ryan West. Brendan Kazmarek is squaring away some guests, I believe, here with the World Racing League. It's day one at Road Atlanta here. We're about 3 hours to go, 2 hours 55, something like that. Left in the day today. We're just servicing a full course yellow here. Just had Justin Ford from Chattanooga Touring Wagon, also occasional pit marshal. Always nice to have entrants who are willing to help do the unfun side of the racing, which is the making sure everybody is safe and following the rules. Gives you a little bit more insight into how difficult it is to put a series like this on. And so I recommend everybody, if you can, at least once a year, do some kind of volunteering with the motorsports that you participate in. I think you'd find it to be extremely useful. The Random Vandals BMW has come back out. So they're going to be well out of contention here, but still nice to see them circulating here under yellow. They'll get some more green flag running in the car, hopefully get ready for tomorrow. Indeed, it gives Jordan one more thing to look at and show you at home. If you haven't done so yet, go ahead and hit like and subscribe. Let me break this down for you. Here's how this works. All right. If you press like, and in fact, it works better. If I have 5 or 6 people hit like in the same sort of time frame, you know, the same kind of 10 to 15 second window, YouTube then pushes this link further up people's recommendations, because being a live event that's really long, it already gets decent with the recommendations, but getting the likes in there, getting interaction, the chat, the whole nine, pushes us a little bit higher, which gets us more viewers. And more viewers means RJ makes more money. The series makes more money when we have more viewers. And if we have more money, then we can send more of us to the track. Oh, we're red flag right now. That's why they're stopped.
Yeah. We were just
I was wondering if they were waiting for the queue to go by or something, but
our guest, we're just kind of catching up with our guest here, but guest on the mic, talking about why the car doesn't have a rear wing anymore. We're trying to, and we looked up and saw a car stopped on the camera there. I wonder what all this is about. Oh, hang on.
We'll find that out. I'll finish off my my point here, which is if there's more viewers, then RJ can make more money, and then we can get more people to the track and make the experience that much better. We can do trackside reporting. We can do fun giveaways. Hopefully, it's something I have rolling around the back of my head. More graphics. I'd like to do like an intro video, and so it gives us more ability to do more cool things. So the more likes we get, the more subscriptions we get, the more notification bells that get tapped. Please do it. Thank you. That's all I've got to say about that. So we got a red flag here. I don't know why the flag is red. Tater Tot 710, chucking beer because the commentator can't. You say that. I have drank alcohol during these broadcasts before. Today is not one of those days, but it has occurred. Good time. Speed B, trying my first Corona beer. Wish me luck. Corona's fine. It's fine. What's really good, if you're a pro, is you're drinking Corona in the bottle, obviously. That's how you do it. And then you kind of put your fist over the top of the Corona and like make like a funnel out of your hand. And you shake a little bit of salt into it. And then push a lemon or lime wedge into the bottle and then drink your Corona.
I want to be really clear to everybody listening. Ryan West is the last person you should take drinking advice from.
Okay, but here's the deal, right? I don't even like beer, but I know that people here do that and enjoy it. Like lots of people, many people.
Let's add somebody to the conversation here. I don't know if he's a Corona expert or not. Probably not. Shrug of the shoulders. Okay.
East Coasters.
Well, oh, no, I got the wrong one. Jay Tompkins joined us.
Oh, Jay Tompkins. Jay Tompkins knows a little thing or two about Corona, no?
I mean, I've drank it before. I'm really here for you, Ryan. That's why I came up here.
I appreciate it. I do have some questions for you.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I've got a lot of questions for you. So, Jay Tompkins.
Okay, you take it away, Ryan. No, this is all you.
So, Jay Tompkins, are you I'm sure as an accountant, you have a specific way that you'd like to be referred to with regards to the racing activity. So, what is your title?
My title as an accountant is
No, your title in racing. My apologies.
Owner or driver.
Owner or driver. Okay, got it. You're not like a partner or like how does it doesn't even really matter. With the Bruce Innovations, like you don't work for them.
No, so Bruce, I'm a customer. So I own multiple race cars with other partners in a company that owns these race cars, and we hire Bruce Innovations to support those cars.
Got it. Okay, perfect. And I'm sure that's the best way to be doing that, obviously.
I don't know if it's the best way, it's just the way we're doing it.
The way you're doing it. Okay, perfect. So here's my question, and we talked about this on Facebook a little bit the other day. Mm-hmm. Let's say me as a commentator, let me step back a little bit. If I was a shop owner, like I owned a repair shop, I would assume that if I wanted a copy of Ratchet and Wrench to be delivered to my shop every month, that I could write that off because I need to know what's going on in the industry in order to like be a good shop owner. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay, cool. So by extension, as a commentator, I feel like at least on one occasion, I need to know what it's actually like to drive an NP01. If I rent that seat for a session, can I write that off?
So I will say I'm not going to say it's a little bit of a stretch, but it's a stretch. It doesn't mean the story is wrong. It doesn't mean that you couldn't convince an IRS auditor, if you had to talk to them ever, that it was a ordinary and necessary business expense for the reasons you just said. Mm-hmm. But the reason why we'll get into in a minute why we set things up a certain way is because most traditional IRS auditors would look at you in the face with big wide open eyes and go, I don't know anything what that means. Because they don't have any experience to understand that, so you have to have an appropriate story that would connect the two if it ever came up.
Okay.
So to avoid telling the story, you separate the two activities. Okay?
Okay.
So what happens in racing, and if you look around race cars, there's a lot of stickers on them, right?
Sure.
Why do you think that is?
Ostensibly, it's to advertise your business.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what you do is you pay to put a sticker on somebody's car for whatever you're doing. And therefore, in return for that sticker, you are paying an advertising cost.
Okay.
And maybe you get to sit in a race car.
All right.
A lot.
Is an IRS agent going to care enough to ask about that story? Like, Ryan, why did you sponsor a car for one practice session?
No, because, and here's why. Because there's no connection between spending money on advertising and a result.
Got it.
Right?
Okay.
So if you go
that makes a lot of
advertise on
sense.
Facebook, or if you put a billboard up, or the fact that Fox Factory here has all this stuff at the racetrack,
right?
Is that going to guarantee you a sale or profit? No. But you do it in the pursuit of that it is for marketing or advertising your business. Just because there's no result, you can't connect the two. And that's how you for the most part, that will work for many people, not all people, how you could potentially have racing in a business that could help you from an IRS tax perspective.
The fact that you happen to be both the advertiser and the driver are unrelated. You're paying for the advertising. The seat time is just
that's
right.
a perk.
Something.
Like, can I write that into an advertising contract? Is that customary?
You could. I would recommend you absolutely do not do that.
Okay, got it. Okay. So
fair enough.
So it's a handshake between me. Let's just say it's me and you, just for fun.
Okay.
So I am saying, hey, I'd like to put a DriverSeye Live, West Consulting LLC sticker on the 24. And then you say, Ryan, thank you for your advertising. I really appreciate it. You're a really fun guy. I like hanging out with you. Say, would you want to try my race car out sometime? And that's like above. Is that how it would work? And that's above board. That's fine.
That's absolutely above board. What we would have then is we would have a marketing agreement that says, I'm going to place this sticker on your car for 1 race, 5 races, 10 races, half a race, on a bumper, on a hood, on the roof, what size. And for that, this costs you X.
Okay.
Now, what if I let you drive the car? Well, that's different. You've separated those two activities.
Yeah.
Okay.
DriverSeye Live has the budget for about a stint, I think, of a sticker. Never mind the driving.
Yeah, no kidding.
But that's how it's done. And I'm probably one of very few that has a little bit of credibility here for anyone who cares that's listening, or you've gone to sleep during this yellow flag situation talking about taxes. But I actually have multiple race teams at pro levels, one of which I actually have gone through an IRS audit with in this environment, which is why I know exactly how this works and how you have to document it. Most CPAs, don't race cars or don't take any sort of risk in their life, of which I am, one of you guys who races cars and therefore understand it. And that's the problem with many CPAs. If they don't understand the activity, they ultimately automatically think, oh, no, that doesn't apply because your story doesn't make sense. Right? Because the story is the gray matter in between the black and the white of when something is an ordinary and necessary business expense and so forth.
Got it.
This makes a lot of sense.
I think we've gone back to green here.
We have, yeah, and it's just to clarify here, the red flag, the leader pitted, and we pick up the next car in the line, which happened to be the number 550 Fifth Gear Motorsport came in. WRL was in conversation with the team to get the car to slow down to allow the safety car to catch up, because it all happened kind of in a bang-bang format in terms of getting the safety car out. And the team was very responsive to making that happen, but the driver was not. The driver continued to circulate, trying to catch the queue, not realizing he was becoming the queue. And so the quickest way to deal with that was just to have everybody stop, send the safety car, go get the 550 and make it the first car in line. And now everything is by the book the way it should have been, with a actually very quick red and then yellow flag to get us back to racing. We only went double yellow here about 17 minutes ago. So a good quick turnaround and everything dealt with in the right way. The race is basically panning out now the way it ought to have. Ryan, this is your show here, so
it's my show.
Or
okay.
we can switch and talk about race cars.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. I wanted to say thank you for your insight. Obviously, you didn't formally provide me with any advice.
That's correct. We should clarify that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nor to any of your viewers. But feel free to call me anytime you want.
Yeah, exactly. So, let's talk about it. Let's talk about how has your day been going? What are some highs and lows, if you will?
Okay, I guess I'll start with the highs because there's only a couple of those. The high is we brought a new car, an M240IR, which is a phenomenal car. It is that 15-20% better than our home-built 24. That was originally a clone before you could bring those cars to GP1.
Right.
Great car. We got it about 3 weeks ago. As I know you guys talked about earlier, it came from SCCA.
Yeah, Bossum was in the chat telling us it's
correct.
History there. Yeah.
Correct. So it's recently raced, but we knew coming here that we didn't have time to really go through it all and whatever. And it literally sheared a Heim joint on the rear trailing arm, and we were looking for a welder to fix it. And hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. But It's a great car. It had a great driver in it this morning, which is one reason why, the 3 top cars, which are very 3 high-level drivers, if you know them, were just running nose to tail all morning. So that was a high. The low was the bolt shearing off on my co-driver, who's here with us watching. And luckily, he just thought the tire was flat, and I go to get in the car, and he goes, "Wait a minute, the tire's not flat. Something else may be wrong." And there was obviously a trailing arm that was no longer connected. So
fun.
So it is sitting in the paddock waiting on repair. The 333 car of Bruce Innovations, the reason it went for a whole lot of spin-around dances this morning was the ABS had basically failed, and they are still working on figuring out why. There's no reason it shouldn't be, but it is not working. And 24, which got, tagged in the rear, and it was smoking because the tire was hitting bodywork, and they took a big hammer to it, has been running around reasonably, I guess, and then just recently it came out of the paddock. It was understeering, and they took the wing off. So now it has no wing. I have no idea why, because I was on my way up here to try to find a TIG welder and come talk to Brendan and Ryan, and I saw it come out of the paddock with no wing. So that's new information to me.
Are you actively still soliciting for a TIG welder? Is that part of what we're accomplishing here, or did you accomplish that on the way up?
I have not accomplished it as far as I know. So if anyone out there has a TIG welder in and around Road Atlanta, we are looking for one to use for probably a total of 7 minutes.
All right.
Perfect. That covers
I have
that.
to imagine someone has, this can't be a thing that's that difficult to find within 10 minutes of this track.
No, I'm sure it will be. It may not be until closer to the race end or this evening or something, but I'm not worried that we won't have it ready to go for tomorrow. But at the moment, we are sitting here in the air conditioning with Brendan, and it's great.
Awkward moment here between the 77 and the 119. It was a little wide on the way into turn 7. 77 fired it up the inside, and then through comes the AE Victory Supra on the way out. That's the second place car scooting up the road here down the back straightaway.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. I also have a question. Go ahead.
No, you have a car question. This is a little bit more abstract, so go ahead.
333. I know it's not your car as such. What engine is in the 333?
S54.
Just exhaust creating the high pitch kind of.
I think that's
scream out of that car.
It's exhaust, but they put a ZF8 speed in it recently.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I think that's part of maybe how it's spinning up to sound so high pitched.
Okay.
That would be my non-technical,
it sounds
non-mechanical.
Great, to be clear, I'm not complaining about it. I was just curious as to this doesn't sound like the car I would have expected. Unfortunately, it just wasn't pointing the right direction.
Yeah, and we do still have the 2 Mustangs.
Excellent.
We will be at Utah with currently at least 2 cars, probably both BMWs. Possibly James here and I may bring the GT4. We are looking for one more driver for one of the for one of the BMWs. So we'll see how that plays out, but we will be there for Utah. I'm excited for that one.
Awesome. Look forward to that. Ryan.
So you're a car owner, and Bruce Innovations runs the cars for you. I want to clarify real quick. How many of the cars do you own?
So I am an owner of, so we have a partnership.
Okay.
The 2 Mustangs, the white one and the black one. The black one's the GT4, and then the now M240IR and the 24 car, the M235.
So what was because as I understand it, you used to, when you had the E36, have like a more traditional setup as far as like we've got the one car, the group of us own it, and then sometimes we rent out the seats. What occurred that made you decide to go from doing a setup that's more like that, more like what a lot of people start off doing with their buddies, to actually we're going to buy a bunch of cars and make this into a rental business?
Sure. So a couple years ago, which was the year after we built 24, one of the owners said, I can't race anymore, or unlikely to race very much.
Okay.
Well, what do we do with the car? We just built it. It's the coolest thing in GP1, right? Do we sell it, or do we rent more seats? But we're really just amateur dudes. We don't have a shop, right? Like, how would we do this? And that's how originally we went to Big Mission, and Big Mission supported the car.
Right.
And then ultimately, what happened was actually James, who's here with me in the booth, we weren't going to Charlotte, and he wanted to go race Charlotte. So after a lot of convincing, he conned me into racing Charlotte, and Bruce Innovations had seats open in their car, and they're in Charlotte, so they're right there.
Right.
So we go race at Charlotte, and like lap, I don't know, 4 or something, James got punted into the wall, and the car looked destroyed, right? The motor mounts were broken, the side was all tore up.
Yeah.
Right.
And Will Mitchell, who now works for Random Vandals, but at the time he was with Bruce, goes, "Give me 2 hours." I said, all right, because I'm already looking for flights home. Like, we're not getting back in this car.
Yeah.
Come on. So he goes, "Give me 2 hours." All right, I'll give you 2 hours. Well, 2 hours and 15 minutes later, he drove up in the race car to the paddock. They flat towed it to their shop, which is a mile away from the Charlotte Speedway or whatever it's called.
Right.
And fixed it. He drove it back to the track. And I was standing there, and he just jumps out and goes, "Get in the car." Okay, we got in the car, and we ended up in 5th place.
It's amazing.
So what that showed me, that was my introduction to Bruce Innovations. And what that showed me was they knew how to run a race weekend. They knew how to put the effort in to fix a car, how to, resource just that.
Right.
So after Watkins of last year, we transitioned. Well, we started hold on, let me back up. I don't know exactly when. Sometime after Charlotte, Will calls me and goes, "Hey, we want to race in WRL more. Who do you know?" Because you've been around this a long time. You may know a lot of people that may have race cars sitting on the sideline. Who do you know that may want to rent their race car out? Right? I said, well, let me see. So then me being this risk-taking entrepreneurial, not like a normal CPA guy, I start shopping for race cars myself. Okay. And because James Boyd introduced me to Bruce, I decided to ask him if he was interested in potentially buying a race car to own, race, and rent. And that's how we ended up with the 2 Mustangs. And then, once you start going deep in this deal, like it's sort of like quicksand, you're not going to climb out, you just hope to survive.
Right.
So, it just keeps getting deeper is really how it's working at this point. That's why we now have an IR. Right. I passively put the Mustangs up for sale. Ultimately, I would like to sell the GP1 white Mustang, the GT4 Mustang. I don't mind keeping, but for the right offer, I might sell it.
Sure.
And just develop this team into something that is a good group of guys that wants to go racing, is what it really comes down to at this point.
That is awesome. So that's kind of a cool way to have that shake out, where you were introduced to the right people and then saw an opportunity that you were just able to take advantage of.
Yeah, I'm not sure I took advantage of it or it took advantage of me, but we're in that transition.
Sorry, there's a car spun at the exit of turn number 1, guys. Looks like black BMW, maybe. We're standing yellow flag here at start finish, and then waving yellow at turn 1, and the car has continued. Actually, it doesn't look like it hit anything up there.
Maybe it just stopped at pit exit and decided not to merge properly.
If we could pick up the the SS camera here, Jordan, we may be able to identify that car as it comes down the hill. That'll be it.
No, it wasn't Palomar. It might be this one here.
No, this one. Yeah. This one. No, it'll be this one. Further back up the hill. So it was, behind PC. With the 190 maybe? Race control log may have it already. 521 is the number that's listed. Yeah. There we go. So your plans for the rest of the year? Other than Utah, which we are.
Utah, we'll briefly talk about. We are actually going to another race series, 24-hour race. Here shortly.
Yeah.
But we're doing that first.
Is that the same one that Justin Ford's going to?
Second straight interview to refer to it exactly the same way.
Well, we love WRL.
Sure.
But I also love VIR. WRL doesn't go there anymore.
What car are you guys going in?
The IR.
Nice. Really?
Yeah, and some of it comes down. We were going to take the 24 car. But now that we have the IR and Devin in his infinite wisdom and knowledge of these cars and understanding the rules of that said other league, we can actually add an auxiliary fuel tank that he already has and run 2-hour stints.
And you just do that.
That's in the rules, according to him. This is unverified by me, but this is what he told me.
Because you're running in that other that like super class, right?
Yeah, it's EC. Listen, here's the deal, guys. That other league is what this league used to be.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
100%. I've done it once before this same 24 a couple years ago, and not that there's anything wrong with WRL, but it is more grassroots, more how WRL. And I've been doing WRL for 12 years.
You guys are one of the OGs.
It is. Yes. That is what it's like there, and EC is what GTO used to be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the very first race we covered was won by a 235 IR at Coda in 2017.
Yeah. Was that the Vest cars?
It was Phoenix.
Oh, I remember that car. Yeah, because we all pined over the, oh, these are so cool.
Can you imagine? I think back to those days and like, there were 4 GTO cars. Mm-hmm. One of them was the original NPO1 design, and like one of the 2 other ones was the 235 IR, and it's 4 seconds a lap quicker than everything else, and it's like, wow, it's amazing.
They are. I mean, I drove it yesterday, and I got to drive it from pit lane to the paddock today, but it's a well put together car.
Yeah, sure,
it really is.
Yeah. We're talking about track 24 hours VIR. I have no problems with it because RJ rightly uses that as an example of a place to go get track time before you jump into WRL, right?
It's true.
You're being surrounded by spec Miatas and, slower, let's say, SCCA type club racing cars.
Well, and also what I'll tell you, I did it in a Ford Fiesta ST.
There you go.
And last time I went, because our buddy Kevin, who you have met, loves Ford Focuses and Fiestas for some weird reason, but he does, and somebody needed some seats, and we went and did it, and it was fun. Here's the difference. Besides EC, all the other classes are very equal on the track.
Okay.
So even though they're in different classes because of their point system and all the rules I don't really understand, they are very equal on track. So that makes the on-track experience actually fun because you're really racing with everybody while you're on track. Mm-hmm. And so that was fun.
This makes a lot of sense. You're actually having a wheel-to-wheel battle, not hammer and tong, but a decent actual little scrap with, let's say, 50 other cars rather than maybe 15 other cars, right? And then you've got this EC out there, way in front doing whatever.
And literally, when we were there, they basically, like GTO does here, compared to a lot of our production cars, just kind of, they go by.
Yeah.
Right? They're not part of it.
Closer to an IMSA type situation, right, where you have a real differential between the classes and the performance targets of those classes, right?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is even though there's different classes.
Sorry, WRL is more like IMSA, whereas
correct.
What you're getting in the 24 and Champ Car in general is a mess of cars in different classes that are all running basically at the same performance levels.
Yeah, so Bruce is taking our car, which will now be the IR, hopefully, and their M3. And it's Devin, Shane, his brother, Will and Bill Choice in the M3, and then a bunch of us from our team in the IR.
Cool. That'll be cool.
Yeah.
Is that going to be a race so much as just a giant party?
Well,
if it's Devin and Will, or is it a 24-hour race, quote unquote?
We'll see how it goes, but it could be. We'll go with both.
Incredible.
So then Utah.
Yep.
And then there's
Watkins Glen.
Watkins, which I was going to go to. I mean, not now, but our cars will likely be at Watkins, Sebring, and Coda for sure. For sure at Coda. Coda's my home track, basically.
Sure.
So actually, I need to almost find more race cars to fill the seats that people want for Coda. So.
Yeah. No, we look forward to it. Hopefully we should get you guys up at Watkins Glen. Just a solid debut, I think, last year. Sold out at 75 cars or whatever the target number was.
It is currently my new favorite track.
Is it really? Was last year your first time there?
It was.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Before that, it was Road America. Okay? Here, and I'll explain myself. My home track is Coda.
Mm-hmm.
Coda's cool, but technically you can mess up there and not really mess up. It's got so much open space. Like, your risk there is low. It's a cool place. Been there a lot. All right. So Road America is more about, for us, because we live in Houston, we get to go in May when it's starting to get hot and go to some nice cool weather and the environment and the place is cool and the track is awesome.
Yeah.
Then now going to Watkins Glen, same thing. Good weather, good environment, good place, awesome deal. And guess what? The track now is take like Road America, functions of Road America, but then add in the difficulty of other tracks with blind corners and all the other things going on in Watkins Glen. And it was like, okay, this is my new favorite.
I got you.
Now,
That makes a lot of sense.
it may be the honeymoon period because I've only been there once, but currently it's my new favorite.
It is the fastest track in North America these days. I think still, if you go top flight sports car racing, right? I think it's got the highest average speed. I know Motorsport is up there as well, but they've paved some of the runoffs, so there's a little bit more forgiveness there than there used to be, right? But the track still has consequences. You're still carrying a ton of mid-corner speed, right? You feel the G-forces. Like you said, blind corners, huge elevation changes. The chicane that was put in for safety is still like a fourth gear corner. You're doing apexes at 90 plus. Like, there's a lot there that you can experience a lot and go very quickly without putting the car at a ton of risk, which I'm sure has benefits all around.
Yeah, and to be honest, Cumming Racing is not the only reason we do this.
Sure.
It's also about getting out of town, going to a cool place. James here has already talked about we need to find a nice steakhouse for tonight since our car is in the paddock, you know, things like this. So
sure.
It's also about having a weekend, not just purely about
Of course. Finger Lakes in October turns out to be a pretty nice time to be there. Who would have thought?
That's right.
Yeah, we enjoyed our time last year. Yeah, yeah. No, it's last year. I was a little chilly in the mornings. I think we were right around freezing. But,
That's okay. When you're racing cars, a little chilly in the mornings is what
I
you
have
want.
no problems with
This being cooked to death and your chill out works kind of is rough.
Does chill out sell systems for iPhones by chance? we could use a little help these days. We're in rough old shape at the moment. Daytona was fine. Here it's not so good. Ryan, if you have anything else, the floor is yours. Otherwise,
no, my questions
Jay
have
go
been
sweat
answered.
it out. All right.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Hey man, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you find a welder. Any improvements?
Oh, really? I had sort of checking my messages here, so.
Lateral grip.
Motorsports. Okay. Well, Devin is supposed to be on it, so
we'll
see what happens here.
Jay Tompkins out of the Bruce Innovations, primarily the number 24, but host of other cars as well.
Yeah.
You know him from such things as. Anyway, Jay, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. You guys are welcome anytime, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
We'll just get a little quick update here while Brendan readies whatever it is that he is readying, as we got a big gaggle of 5 cars on the front straightaway here. Just trying to organize themselves. GP1, you've still got All-Star Racing, BMW at the front, number 5, followed by the 44 of PC Racing, another BMW, and then the 38, the Palomar Racing in the older spec E36. The 221 of HK Motorsports, and the 550, the lone Porsche and GP1 of 5th Gear Motorsports. GP2, looking at Rebel Racing, still in the lead, number 222, followed by the 190 of Blitzkrieg Racing. They're about 2 laps down at this point, so that's a pretty safe first place as long as Rebel Racing can bring it home comfortably. Third place, the 851 of AOA. Fifth place, fourth place, the number 521 of RWF Motorsports, and then the 779 of Lagunatic Racing, 3 laps from 4th position. They had some troubles in the morning in the Subaru BRZ. GTO, we're back to the ACP with Tangerine Associates, number 2 at the lead, followed by, with a 30-second gap, the 52 of ACP with Tangerine Associates, and then the 119 of AE Victory Racing. That car was in the lead before one of the more recent pit cycles, and they've now gone back to 3rd position. And in 4th place, the number 70, Round 3 Racing Porsche Cup car. 5th place, the number GTR 99. And then 6th position, but 2 laps down and probably out of being able to catch up those 2 laps with only 2.5 hours to go, is the number 123, last year's champions, NFC Motorsports. GTU, we've got the 58 of Stratus, followed by the 909 of Automatic, the 1 of Round 3 Racing, and the 109 of Roberts Motorsports. And I think that gets us the end of the runnings here. Brendan, what's going on, man? All right. He's gone. Brendan's not available. All right. So 2 hours 22 to go. I think, Jordan, this is a great time to pay the bills here. So if we could just run an ad real quick. Yeah, let's get the ad working. We'll have Continental pay for my trip in a NP01 coming up here at High Plains Raceway. So I'll be behind the wheel, thanks to Continental. We'll be right back. Thanks.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
The Lanier Endurance SuperPrix, a round of the World Racing League. We're here at Road Atlanta. I'm Ryan with DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek will be back with us shortly. JT allegedly will be returning after having done some sim racing. I don't know if he's supposed to be back in 20 minutes or back in an hour and 20 minutes. I feel like it's 20 minutes, but I don't know. So, that's where we're at. I just gave a rundown a moment ago. The rundown has been completed. Jordan, why don't you throw up the schedule real quick? We'll talk about the schedule. The schedule presented by Continental. Beautiful, look at that. July 25th and 27th, Road Atlanta. That's right now. We're doing that right now. August 29th through the 31st, so we get about a month break, and then we're going to be heading out to Colorado on the plains, flying into Denver, driving out there. You're able to see the mountains and the plains where they meet. That's High Plains Raceway. We'll be there for, I believe it's a 14-hour one shot of glory. Shot for glory. Something like that. On the Saturday is my understanding of how that event's going to run. So we'll be doing that. It's going to be fantastic. Hope to see everybody there. And then I'm hoping a lot of people take the opportunity to leave their haulers at High Plains while they fly home, and then they can fly back out to High Plains in September and drive their haulers up to the Utah Motorsports Campus, also known as the Bill something. Yeah, they changed the name.
Burt Brothers Motorsports.
Burt Brothers. Thank you. The Burt Brothers. Bill Burt is the person who did all the sound design for Star Wars. That's why Bill Burt. Anyway, Burt Brothers Motorsports Campus, presented by Ford or something. It's in Utah. It's the racetrack, the road course in Utah where they used to run the Trans Am and the Pirelli World Challenge. That one. That's where we're going to be. So first time there for WRL. We're very excited.
I don't think Trans Am ever ran at Utah.
Are you sure?
No.
I would lose lots of money on that bet. I would be willing to put down like $1,000 on that. So, I feel like I've seen highlights of Trans Am at Utah. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's a cool track. You should go. October 17th to the 19th.
It's only been around since 2006, and there for a while. Trans Am just kind of wasn't a thing.
I mean, is Trans Am a thing now? What qualifies Trans Am as being a thing versus not a thing,
TA2.
There you go.
So there is a website called ultimateracinghistory.com. They did? What year?
Utah Motorsports Campus, Trans Am.
2010?
October 14th through the 16th, the Utah Speed Tour.
But is that Trans Am or is that just SVRA?
Trans Am presented by Pirelli.
What year?
It doesn't say. It doesn't let me click it either.
Yeah, Ave scores breakthrough Trans Am victory at Miller, June 2010.
See, there you go.
There you go.
All right. Watkins Glen, of course, the Glen.
Trans Am West counts even less. But that's fair.
Watkins Glen, the Glen, one of the many racetracks in this country that has a bus stop. Really good for urbanism there at Watkins Glen.
It's called the Inner Loop.
Yeah, whatever. The bus stop. The bus
Inner
stop.
Loop.
The International West bus stop.
International Loop.
November 7th through the 9th, Sebring International Raceway will be making our return to Sebring. Looks like we're going to miss the Halloween slot, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, we did last year as well.
You hate to see it. That'll be fun. Spectator event as well. Come on down to Sebring, Florida. Might be able to catch some Friday Night Lights. See, what you guys don't know is that I'm going to start heavily promoting the Sebring High School Corsairs, or whatever they call themselves, heavily on the Thursday. I'm going to try to get everybody to go on Friday night if there's a home game that weekend. This year or next year, if I end up going to
They're
Sebring.
the Blue Streaks.
The Blues? That's not
the
a
Sebring
mascot.
Blue Streaks.
Stop.
Sure it is. It's also the radio call sign for PSA Airlines.
The Blue Streaks?
Blue Streak. Yeah, Blue Streak.
Okay, all right. And then, of course, to round out the season, we'll have Circuit of the Americas, these hallowed grounds that host all of...
hallowed grounds.
Mohammed bin Salam's vanity projects. Can I say that?
Sure.
Okay, cool. And then I'm going to say it. Is WRL FIA sanctioned? Didn't think so. All right, we're good.
No, neither is the event we'll be covering there 2 weeks prior. Back-to-back trips to Austin, Texas.
Back-to-back.
Back-to-back.
Like Michael Jordan, 96,
It's like
97.
will to win, but B2B.
Business to business.
Yeah. But instead, it's not the moniker you think of. You see an acronym and you think, oh, that's wheel to wheel, and then you find out it's actually not that at all. It's
Okay,
the same thing here. You think it's business to business, but actually it's not that at all.
Speaking of business to business, Brendan or Jordan, did you, and Layla too. Layla's on the social medias. I don't know if she's in racing social media, like if that's part of her algorithm or not, but, you know, anybody, the listener. Did you see the clip of Mike Joy talking about how business to business sponsorships have ruined racing?
As opposed to tobacco companies just heaving
No, as
money
opposed to like
into the
consumer
void?
brands sponsoring stuff. So they talked about, and it was something that I think I've been saying for a long time, and now Mike Joy said it on someone's podcast. So I'm like, yeah, look at me, I did it. And he talked about when you have, you know, you go to Hy-Vee, for example. That was the example he was using.
Yeah.
Was you go into Hy-Vee or you go into Food Lion on the right weekend, right? You can't walk through the store and not see a zillion NASCAR or IndyCar, if it's for Hy-Vee, references all over the store. It's everywhere. There's cardboard cutouts. You got, you know, historically, you got Kyle Busch holding a bag of M&Ms. You got all that stuff. And it becomes part of the culture that you go to the store and you see the signs, you see the people, and it's part of the brands and the whole, and like everybody gets all excited. Young Jordan tries to convince his mom to buy him Drakkar Noir. You know, the whole bit, right? And she said no to the bud, and he said, okay, how about some questionable cologne? And so you used to have that, and people, because they were things that they interacted with every week, they, you know, had like a passion for it. It was something that they could feel they could be a part of. And now that you've got like business-to-business transactions, it's like, oh, well, this race car is going to be sponsored by the brand of oil filters that I use at my dealership for my dealership group. Like, you don't care about that. No one cares about that. Like, yeah, it's business-to-business. Money has changed hands, and you get to give some VIP people a good experience so they feel like they're rich people, which they're already rich. They know that they're rich. That's my bit that I added. That's not what Mike Joy said. But no one cares. When you've got all these like weird sponsors that are just business-to-business transactions that don't care, like K-Line, and I understand that's a little bit different situation. But you have K-Line sponsoring the side of an IndyCar for years. Like, nobody's in the I want to buy electrical poles business. Like, that's not something that me as a consumer, someone who watches IndyCar, can get fired up about. Husky chocolate. I can't buy Husky chocolate. It's impossible. You can't do it. It doesn't matter to me whether a dealership service department is using Pennzoil or Mobil 1. Like, and I don't change my own oil, and a lot of people don't. So in going to this business-to-business model, you've made it to where people don't feel as connected and the sponsorship, because of that, doesn't get activated. They don't expand it. It's the activation that drives the eyes to the sport. And so if there's no activation because you don't care, because it's a business-to-business deal anyway, so that people can move money around for taxes and go and get VIP experiences, then that's not helping racing. It helps racing when you've convinced people to spend sponsorship money on things that will be activated. And it's something that I've talked about for a long time, is that, exactly, Chili's. Thank you, Jordan. Jordan talked about Chili's. Jordan's roommate is activating the hell out of Chili's, going on YouTube channels and riding an electric bull and wearing the goofy jumpsuit, which I'm a little bit jealous of, not going to lie. And if you could let him know, I don't know how much of Carson's ear you have, Jordan, I would buy the, like, 90s race car jacket of that fire suit. Like, I would spend actual money on that. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Even Jordan's surprised.
Really, like, I would buy only of the goofy one with, like, the jeans or whatever, like, that one specifically, I would buy that jacket, 100%. And, like, I'm the goofy size. But anyway, that's my point here, is that, like, you see little pockets of that by the people who care, because Carson has made it a point to care about activating sponsorship, because that's how you get money, and that's how he was on Dale Jr.'s podcast talking about this, that he was wearing a hat around like a dork, and that's what got him money to go racing. Like, and as soon as he got the money, he stopped wearing the hat because it was obnoxious. But, like, he's wearing the hat again because he's walking around with the Chili's suit on and all that stuff, and, like, that's cool. People like that. It's funny. Yeah. And nobody... Anyway.
So this merges well with the conversation that I have, or a talking point that we've had in WRL broadcasts over the years, which is that a big part of the loss of popularity in motor racing at the top level in the United States in particular, but I'm sure elsewhere as well, is the loss of consistent branding and sponsorships across a season. Right? For a long time, I mean forever, like, the Tide car was just the Tide car, right? DuPont and Jeff Gordon, right? And that list goes on and on across multiple series, kart, IndyCar, NASCAR, whatever. And even in some of the lower categories as well, it was the same thing. But a lot of those, as you point out, Ryan, were retail brands, right? Rather than, or you know, service shops or whatever, rather than being small businesses or businesses in any way involved in business-to-business transactions looking for some level of VIP treatment or experience. And the reality is that most of those businesses aren't going to spend a NASCAR season's worth of budget.
No, of course
to get what they want, right? So you end up with this piecemealing of sponsorship over a 36 race calendar, or in IndyCar, a 17 or 18 race calendar, where, you know, in between races, even arguably the best driver in the series right now is running a different livery every second or third week, because nobody's willing to commit the full amount of money to sponsor the best car in the series, the most visible car in the series, for an entire season. And that's not universally true, but it's mostly true. And what do people in the public latch onto then? If it's not branding, and it's not a color or a livery or a driver's identity or a fire suit or a jacket or a whatever, what is there for drivers to latch onto except for a personality?
Right.
Is that personality promoted well? Is it a good personality? Is it something you want your kids to see? Is it is it a facade? Is it real? Is it fake? Is it a character? Like, I think there's a lot of things that go into the way modern auto racing is promoted and sponsored that leaves a lot to be desired over the old model. And it's interesting to obviously hear your viewpoint on that, and to hear somebody like Mike.
This was my viewpoint interspersed with stuff that Mike Joy talked about.
No, but that's my point. Is that somebody that has been at the top of the series since at the top of 90s, the series
95
since the 90s,
something like that. Yeah.
Paul Sparta has an interesting
I
chat
here.
Read that.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So you're wrong on the sponsorship front. Marketing dollars go to the highest return for spend. I understand that completely. I totally understand that, Paul.
Read that whole comment.
Racing competes with Google ad spend, conferences, and all other spend outside of motorsport. Yes, 100%. My counterpoint to that is not founded in science at all, but founded in vibes, which I understand among business people, as someone who's finishing business school, makes it
mostly worthless, but that's fine. I'm going to say it anyway. Just so we're clear, I'm declaring that my viewpoint is worthless so that people don't think that I'm trying to be somebody I'm not. I feel pretty strongly one of two ways about that. One, it sucks that... This is like such a backwards way of going about it. It sucks to me that the best way to get people, to influence people's purchasing habits, are to show them 15-second bits in between each of their Instagram posts or sponsored links on Google, stuff like that. I would prefer, and I think people my age generally would prefer, to be influenced by people they trust and by corporations putting money into the things that they enjoy. And my hope is that somebody at some point, will realize that, come up with a way to track that, and make it more competitive with Google Ad Spend, for example. Because like it's eyes, and like if you're doing Google Ad Spend, you can track, click-through rate and how much money you're getting per click and all that. I totally get it. Which I think hurts a lot of businesses at this point, frankly, and a lot of small places. But if you look at, for example, the place that I work at right now sponsors the local high school football team, and you can't measure would it be better to spend $10,000 on Google Ad Spend and all that kind of stuff localized in our region, or put $10,000 so that we show up on Yelp Hire and Google Business Hire and all that stuff? Absolutely. But people like us more because we put 10 grand into the football team. And on paper, because we're not tracking where people hear about us, etc., you're never going to see the data that shows oh, that's worth it. But very anecdotally, people like that. They come in, hey, thank you for sponsoring the gear for the summer. It's the summer camp. We sponsor the shirts, and we have a sign too. Thanks for getting the gear for my son. I appreciate it. That's really awesome. We've come here for a while. We just really like that. And I think there's a lot of that goes on that is going away because we have this need to want to overanalyze and business numbers and MBA everything, which I think for society at large sucks. That's how it has to be. So I understand, Paul, that money-wise on paper, Google Ad Spend, conferences, all that stuff, you're right. Absolutely a much better way to spend the money. But I think that sucks. I think that's a societal issue at this point, and I wish that wasn't the case. You can activate B2B sponsorships. I'm sure you can. It's done differently than consumer brands, but that doesn't help racing. That's the thing. That doesn't help the problem that I hear all the time, which is, oh, nobody watches racing anymore. It's not very popular. It's hard to get people excited about it. And that's the issue. You have the brands help activate the racing so the racing gets more popular, and you do all the things together. I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, you can activate the business to business. I understand that completely, through conferences, through having people come to your VIP tent, through all of those things. I understand that. But the problem I hear about in racing isn't, oh, we don't have enough business people at the track. We don't have enough people who work in parts departments who have free tickets. We don't have enough of those. It's no, we don't have enough gate revenue. We don't have enough eyes on the TV. Those are the two problems that I keep hearing. And if the eyes on the TV continue to dwindle, I don't know if it's going to matter how many business-to-business deals you have if the economics don't make any sense. So I believe, to be clear, Paul Sparta's way more knowledgeable about business finance as it pertains to racing than me. But me as a fan and me as somebody who works in racing on the side that's more of a fan than somebody who's deeply ingrained in the business money-making side of it, that's how I feel about it. And I feel that racing would be doing a lot better if we had more activation on the consumer side as opposed to the business-to-business side. That's all. BuildSubmarines.com says Jordan. No, it's absolutely not. It's not a consumer thing. BuildSubmarines.com. Nobody's buying Exalta. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, so Justin Tracy in the chat says, just bring the whole company down and make it more about feelings than numbers is the only way. Vibes. Right?
Yeah, but and I understand that doesn't make sense. You have to justify all of your decisions to your shareholders and
stuff, but like that gets into, again, a bigger societal discussion that this isn't the appropriate venue for. So much to say that, like, again, I think that sucks.
It does. I mean, fortunately, there are enough people who care enough about motor racing that the support is generally there. Not, permanently there, but is generally there to encourage at least nominal marketing,
right?
Of a brand, and to allow, in the case of like an Exalta, right, to provide a place for a VIP type of experience that makes your brand generally more desirable.
Right. Paul Sparta says F1 is at an all-time high in viewership. They are, because they activate it through that dang TV show. Like, that 100%, you're right, because they spend money on this TV thing that most of them don't even like, and that's what gets people excited about it. And they feel like they can be a part of it because they watch this 10-part doc in the off-season every year. And it's edited in such a way that it makes it fun for people to watch at home. I wish it was like pre-internet days. I don't think I lived pre-internet, frankly, so you're going to have better opinion on that than me. I'm just going to leave that there. I think the trick is educating the public on why racing is interesting. That's what F1 has done. Admittedly, this ain't easy. It's not. And the other people who can, if you're in a situation where you're not F1, and you can't pay Netflix an ungodly sum of money to come make compelling TV about your series, what's your next best step? IMSA tries really hard at this. It's like the one thing I will give them props for. They try really hard. I think it's misguided the way that they go about it, but they say, if you want your car to run in our series, you need to spend X number of dollars activating at the racetrack and buying TV time. Otherwise, you don't get to come play in the top class anyway. And so you have the Ford Corral, the Porsche Corral, the this, the that. They have the big setup, and Corvette used to bring the show cars. You could walk around there and do the thing. People like that kind of stuff. That's what gets people to come to the track. Most people who want to bring their family to the track are looking for something else for their family to be doing, because the family doesn't typically want to sit in the grandstands for 8 hours watching cars go by. And so being big moment there. The HK car getting a little bit loose on the entry there. It's a little rough. You need somebody else who has the marketing chops, that knows how to do that, how to get people excited about things, how to put on a good event, to be more involved. I think IMSA is excellent at putting on racing. I don't like some of the rules they use, but like they create race events that run pretty smoothly. But as far as like a fan event where people can come hang out and have fun, they do it in spite of themselves. At Sebring, at Long Beach, where the Long Beach Grand Prix organizers do the heavy lifting on that. I don't know. It sucks. Anyway, I heard it from Mike Joy. It was really interesting. It was thought-provoking. I kind of agree with it for sure. Mike Joy is old. I don't know how far removed he is or isn't from the business at this point, but
I don't know. I mean, there's lots of people with lots of opinions about what the solution is to make racing popular, but the reality is that this question has been, one that's been we've been trying to answer this basically since tobacco sponsorship left American motorsports.
Right.
Like, without somebody throwing massive amounts of money into motorsports and other brands having to match it in order to, make themselves competitive or fund a competitive team, like, we're all just trying to piecemeal this and make it all make sense. And Formula One has made storylines compelling, but ultimately you're not convincing money spenders to spend money differently. You've limited the amount they can spend. And in top flight sports car racing, in fairness, we've pivoted it from it being an R&D spend to a marketing spend. Hypercar is funded almost exclusively by marketing budgets these days. Yes, it's a big number, but it's about getting people to engage with the brand on site primarily, and to support the brand off site.
Right.
And so far, that seems to be a reasonably sustainable pathway for it. You'd throw, customer racing programs in there, like what Porsche and Ford have on the GT level before you get up to hypercars and prototypes.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, so far at least, those types of dollars are making sense. I don't know in a sponsor-funded environment, or something that isn't funded entirely by drivers who just want to spend the money to go do the thing. That's all making sense yet. And I don't know, if we've spent the last 30 years trying to figure that out and we still haven't. I don't know that we're going to.
Right.
Hello
I
to my
have a
family.
question for Jordan, real quick.
Just real quick.
Okay,
No, just hello to my family at home. My mother, Michelle, has stepped into the chat just briefly. Hello to my family at home. Thanks for the birthday wish. It's not my birthday. But I appreciate it just the same. Anyway.
That probably came across more gruff than you thought it did when Santa Claus brought you those gifts.
Oh, no, it's not my birthday thing. It's been a bit for the last 5 years.
I wanted to give you the opportunity to clear that up.
Yeah, no. That's been a
when
bit
you said
for the
initially, I was like, ooh, he doesn't know that's a bit
No,
yet.
he knows
okay.
that, I think.
Got it.
I didn't know that it was meant to be, the hat was meant to be a gift, though.
Gotcha.
There you go. That was a surprise to me. Anyway.
Dude, I'll wear the hat.
Very nice. Did you see the picture?
I did.
Yeah, it's really something.
That's my kind of hat. Dude, I'll trade you one of my Curdog racing hats for that hat.
Oh, I don't know about that. Anyway.
All right. Anyway, I want to read this last comment, and then we can move on. Mike Anderson, if you want to make the argument for the NBA version of advertisement, look at NASCAR from 2005 to today. No one cares. Tracks are empty, but the series is swimming in money as they destroy more racetracks. Jordan Worth, you're the resident NASCAR expert. Can you get on the horn and tell me if that's correct? If you want to make an argument for the NBA version of advertisement, look at NASCAR from 2005 to today. No one cares. Tracks are empty, but the series is swimming in money as they destroy racetracks. That was my question. Are they swimming in money? Like, is NASCAR swimming in money? I don't know. I don't know enough about that. I don't think so either. But I think they're doing better now than they were probably 5 or 6 years ago. Is that fair to say? Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Appreciate you.
There's a non-zero chance here. Just as an aside, I think Big Mission may have packed up and is heading home.
Oof.
Not 100% sure there, but there's an open space in the paddock where they were once set up.
It's a long drive for them, so if they can...
And it went bad yesterday, and it got worse today with the 336, and I think maybe you just cut your losses and start the drive.
You're going to make a meaningful difference for the day they get home by leaving today instead of tomorrow. Instead of tomorrow evening, even. So
yeah.
Anyway, we got PC Racing in the lead of GP1. Talked through my poorly thought out business dissertation that Brad McCall will come up and tell me how wrong I am about, which is fine. Paul Sparta already told me I was wrong, so that's cool. I'll be told I'm wrong by everybody. I still feel the way I do.
I can tell you you're wrong if you want.
That's the American way. It doesn't matter how many smart people tell me that I'm wrong. I feel this way, therefore it is my truth, and you can't be mad at me for it.
Well said. Wise words, said Jackie.
It's like a Mars bar in the warm sun.
No, those are our phones.
Oh, okay. On the subject of phones, real quick. The next time somebody looks at me sideways when I say we use iPhones, I'm going to point them to that article that got sent around 1,000,000 times about how, the F1 movie used an iPhone camera for the in-car. It's so good. Look how great it is. Like, yeah, we've been doing that. It looks great. Anyway.
I had that discussion on just the other day. Not quite so aggressive, but with a potential future client that just... Yeah, they look at you sideways. That's the right way to put it. Like, What do you mean?
Like they just used it in the biggest action movie of the summer.
We cover 800 hours of racing a year. Yeah, and it's fine, except when it's 94 degrees out.
Right.
And then it's like a little less fine. Yeah, but what are you going to do?
Do you send in the chat which client that was? I think I have an idea. Potential client. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Whatever.
No, it was all right. Anyway, it's it allows us to share grassroots motorsports with people who care. Which, tying back into our earlier discussion, like the great news about racing, at least at the moment, is yes, okay, even though the numbers are down, viewership numbers are down, sponsorship spending is down at the very top levels of American motorsports, particularly in IndyCar and NASCAR racing. I don't think there's necessarily a shortage of people interested in grassroots racing. SCCA numbers are down, but I think the market is substantially more diluted in terms of choice than it used to be, let's say, back in the 70s, in terms of, being able to go do affordable sprint racing. You have multiple choices of sanctioning body and new concepts, people doing new and trying new and different things. And now you have amateur endurance racing, which for the last 20 years or so, has created a market for itself that is pulling people away from sprint grassroots racing. So yeah, you can say, oh, numbers are down, car counts are down, or whatever, but the reality is I think there's still a pretty healthy contingent of people across wheel-to-wheel sprint, wheel-to-wheel endurance, drifting, autocross, time attack, and hot lap challenge type stuff. That means that motor racing in general is still in pretty decent health, and it's still being seen as a pretty cool thing to go do if you have the opportunity. But obviously, that's not, it's a less interesting talking point than the one we just had.
Yes. You mean the one where I can just make stuff up based on vibes and have all the paddocks business people tell me I'm an idiot?
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool. I'm excited.
We're under 2 hours to go here in the Saturday 8-hour enduro at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. Brendan Kasmarek, Ryan West up here in the booth. Layla Kasmarek is on the at World Racing League, at DriversEye Live on Instagram. Jordan Worth is on the ones and the twos remotely, handling production for us this weekend. We've already been through the recent schedule, so no need to rehash all of that. But we do have a gap, something of a gap coming up. Our next confirmed broadcast will be at the Burt Brothers Motorsports Park, or Burt Brothers Motor Park, excuse me. There in about 2 months, so a little time away from WRL here on DriversEye Live, but we look forward to a debut at a new venue. Stratus number 58 into the pit lane. It is your overall race leader, 3 laps in hand over the number 2 ACP Tangerina. Am I sorting by the right things? Yes, but I think my timing's wrong.
PC Racing have got around All-Star Racing, followed by Palomar, and then Fifth Gear. GP2, Rebel Racing, the 222, still in the lead over the Blitzkrieg and the AOA cars.
Beautiful.
I'm stuck on that's it. That's where we're at now. GTO, the round 3 racing car has gone up into second, as I believe ACP has taken to the pits, question mark?
I haven't seen... Oh, they may have been in and out now.
Okay. And then the 119 of AE Victory still down in 4th, but I imagine they will come through ahead of the 52, just based on where they were before.
When did we lose the 59?
A while ago.
Okay. Yeah, I must have been out doing cameras then. Interesting. 63 is wide at the exit of the last corner. Keeps it off the grass. Yeah, 52, it does look, Ryan, like that car was now into and out of the pit lane. Yeah, absolutely. Lap 202. Cool. EE Victory's been in and out as well. That margin, remember, from 52 to 119, forget the 70 because they weren't really involved there for a while, but between 52 and 119 was... not so very long ago in favor of the 119 by about 12 or 13 seconds, then around to pit stops and a driver change, and it goes the way of the number 52 at the end of the following stint. Now it's 12 and a half seconds from the Supra up to the BMW. So a swing of about 25 seconds over the last stint between 52 and 119. Still very, very much in contention there for the third step on the podium. It's 35 seconds, let's call it, between the number 70 and the 52 in the battle for second in GTO. That 70 owes us a pit stop relative to those other 2 cars. But I think, all things being equal, actually, here comes the 70 now. All things being equal, we should expect after this stop for the 70, just one more stop for everybody else to get to the checkered flag with an hour and 48 minutes left on the clock and roughly an hour or so stint time, particularly in GTO. So we'll see where the 70 shakes out here. The pace has been, there or thereabouts, but I think we're all starting to converge back on something of a race finishing pace here. A lot of times you'll get a period in the middle of the race where everything kind of evens or stretches itself out. You get a little more spread across different cars and how fast they're lapping, and then towards the end of the race, you'll get the faster drivers in and set yourself up for the run to the checkered flag. And I wouldn't be surprised to see and just about everybody lapping in the 133s, 34s or so as we get to the end of this one. Around the outside here for Blitzkrieg at turn number 7. Good move on the, I think that was the 222 they scooted past. Is that the 555 ahead of us, the M2? No, it's not, is it? It would be a 240. What is that M2? And the 2 is now into the pit lane as well. So this should, well, actually, let's see here. So the 808 that is that M2 we saw on board, from on board the Blitzkrieg car. And it is interesting, Ryan, to see just how much straight line speed that M2 had all the way up the back straightaway. Just drew away from the 424, and then by the time we get back to start finish, they're all back nose to tail again.
Absolutely.
So with this pit stop for the 2, we should get an answer here as to what the actual state of play is at the front of GTO, which I think is our most compelling class battle at the moment. The 52
Correct.
has come through. Here comes the 119 down past start finish. So that should put those cars. Does it put those cars onto or up into first and second? Is there a lap between them? Timing to refresh here. See, it says there's still a lap between them. Number 2 is off the jacks. Fueling is done. Yeah, and it is worth remembering here that the number 2 was offset by that flat tire it had earlier on. So it's not necessarily that the car had absolutely lost time. It was just on a different sequence. And now that we're all back onto more or less the same sequence from here to the checkered flag, it actually wouldn't surprise me if that 2 has retained the lead in terms of the amount of time it lost, which again is fundamentally 0 if it's not having to make an extra stop between its flat tire and the end of the race. So if that's the case, it's worked out really, really well for that lead ACP Tangerine Associates car. EE Victory Racing closes the gap to the 52, second of the ACP cars. 10 seconds flat last time around. 52 clear start finish. Here comes the 119 down the hill. Oh, no, it's the 11 and the 77. So a pair of Kingpin Racing Supras just up ahead. Breathe at the throttle, turn 12 apex, and we'll go up the inside into turn number 1. 119 able to follow through? Yes, they are. Yes, she is, actually. We do know the answer to that. Margin stays 10.1 seconds in the battle for P2. If you're not already following along with live timing, it's redmist.racing. That's how you can follow along from here to the end of the Saturday 8-hour enduro.
Yeah, less than 2 hours to go here.
Yeah. 70 from round 3 crosses the line. It's now 33 seconds from that Porsche up to the back of the GTO podium. So let's see what happens next. My money is on the 119 catching the 52 before anything else happens, but we know that 70 has raw pace in the right hands. there's some work to be done there, but we've seen it before.
Well, we're probably going to get a driver change here in about 45 minutes or so for everybody.
Possibly. All right. You think Cole can do 2 hours in the Georgia heat?
I'm sure he could.
Sure.
It's a matter of if he's going to.
Yeah.
When you've got Carter Peace also in the car, why would you... Or no, Carter Peace isn't in that this weekend.
No.
It's just...
I think it's Chris.
Chris, yeah.
I think it could be Josh. Where's Josh this weekend? Anybody know where Josh Blicky is?
That's a good question. I do not.
Layla, who has been active on the social media, says she thinks he's in Indianapolis. Which would make some sense.
Got it.
Jordan, help.
Jordan knows the whereabouts of every tangential NASCAR driver.
Okay.
Where is
Josh Bilicki? He's in Indianapolis. He's in Indianapolis is the answer, according to social media. Yeah, so that answers that. So I think it'll be Chris Pies. I think I saw Chris Pies in a rental car this morning. I have no idea. No clue what Josh drives. Just the 70. Also saw Sarah Montgomery in a rental car this morning, but she didn't shout at me from the access road, unlike Daytona.
Ooh.
Was looking for some scoops. You know, give us some context, but shrug.
No scoops.
No. Chandler Lenny in the chat says he's racing with us in Indy. That makes sense.
There you go.
Let's
91 Xfinity 66 in Cup. Oh, there you go.
I didn't know he ran Cup.
Jordan, who owns the 66? Oh, it's okay. Got
Carl Long owns the 66. That Carl Long? Huh. Now I guess I don't need to ask the question. What do you think Carl Long is up to these days? Because we know.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right there.
Huh.
Carl Long.
Carl. Is that on the air, Jordan? You just okay. Yeah, Jordan is appreciative of the turn one camera. I feel like I'm relaying Jordan's messages in a severance board sort of format. The board has ended the call. The board offers their appreciation for the turn one camera. I guess Ryan stepped away.
No, I am.
Oh man, come on! You leave me hanging on a severance reference.
Sorry. My work is mysterious and important. So.
Please try to enjoy all of your jobs equally.
No, this is true. This is true. Well, you've rolled a bomb out twice during this broadcast. A bomb out twice during this broadcast. Now
What's the second one?
No, the same one, just twice. So it's like, Got it.
Lenny Chandler Lenny, pretty cool to have WRL racers in NASCAR. I realize that is a very Chandler Lenny specific perspective to have, and I don't, I don't decry him of that. Also, WRL engineers in NASCAR, I guess, if that's the case. What current WRL driver would you put in as like a 90s style road course ringer, or a 2000 style road course ringer? Like, what current WRL driver would you throw in the seat?
Lucky. Sorry.
He doesn't count.
Let's see. Steve Park.
He did win on a road course, didn't he? Did that Watkins Glen win? Yeah, I thought he did.
Kyle Busch.
Current.
Current, sorry, you're right.
Yep.
Current?
Yeah, there's no right answer here.
I think Cole would be unhappy most of the time. So, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably give Cole a shot.
Sure.
Probably give Laura a shot.
Yeah. Laura's not current either.
That, you know, well, she wasn't.
Well, so she was at the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's
all
close
right.
enough. That's close enough. Sadakal.
Sadakal.
Sadakal is the kind of personality NASCAR needs.
Yes, he is.
Yes, I think so.
Absolutely. Oh, man. What a time. Jeff Coffin. No. A little driver change here.
6.6 seconds is the margin now from the 52 back to the 119, so that is coming down. As is the margin from 119 to 70, that's at 24.3. And that does make the round 3 car the fastest car in the GTO class. ACP number 2 is, I think, has enough in hand that they're not in serious danger of losing positions. Also lapping quite quickly. Last lap was a 134.002. Sure.
Good driver change. I think I've decided I need a standing desk. Because I talk all day at my job, and I have no problem with that.
Down the front straightaway, 3 wide. NFC being passed by EE Victory, also being passed by the 58. 3 wide into turn number 1. The 19 will slide wide on the exit and allow the 58 up the inside, so everybody gets what they want. The E-Victory picks up another half second or so, 3/4 of a second really on that second ACP car. Worth noting, even if it doesn't finish this way, 1-2 for ACP Tangerine Associates.
Yes.
After 6.5 hours or so.
On a similar, but not really note, would you have believed it if I had told you December last year that at Road Atlanta, the GTU field would have 4 different teams in the top 4?
At Road Atlanta last year? No, I don't think I would.
In December for Road Atlanta this year.
Oh, yes, because we knew at that point that that's what Round 3 and Automatic were doing.
Yeah, but we would have figured that Stratus would still be smoking everybody.
No, because the attrition level is such in GTU, not every weekend, but often enough that you could say, okay, I mean, this is how it's going to go, right?
All right.
You could draw that timeline out. I would say that at Road Atlanta last year, when we didn't know any of this, because we learned of Round 3's plans at High Plains, that I would not have believed 4 different teams. The 64 is headed back out on track. The open throttle mechanic special.
Yes.
Turn it around, send it again.
I was going to say, they're all mechanic specials.
Yeah. GP1, we haven't really touched it on that in the last little while here. All-Star Racing number 5 leads Palomar Racing number 38 by around a lap. Spot the number 38 out on track, make sure that's actually an accurate number. HK Motorsports, the number 221, with Klaus Draymond listed as the driver according to Sentinel, and therefore Red Mist Racing. About a minute further back from the HK Motorsports car, but PC Racing closing quickly. Took around 3 seconds out of that 221 last time through. PC Racing does have a 1-lap penalty from earlier in the day, so you could say they're slightly out of position here relative to their pace, but PC is lapping as the quickest car in the GP1 category at the moment. White and blue M3. Fifth Gear Motorsports also lapping quickly, but 3 laps off the class lead to round out the top 5 as it stands in GP1. Also set its personal best time of the race on lap 165 at the hottest part of the day. Indeed.
Indeed. Absolutely. 90 minutes to go. Actually, 92 minutes, technically.
Yeah, margins coming down again in GTO. I'm not saying any of these are foregone conclusions, because they're obviously not. But, man, the round 3 pace at the moment, down in the 132s,
So
is...
did the 2 have their penalty overturned? Oh, no, they didn't have a penalty.
No.
They had that long stop. That's
Yeah.
what it was. Okay,
Well,
got
it wasn't a long stop. It was an early stop. But I don't think it will have cost them an extra stop. Like, I don't think they have to make...
Okay.
Or will have had to make an extra stop. They just had to make a stop early.
Okay. The Lunatics fought back to 4th, with potential for 3rd if AOA stays off track for long enough after their early troubles. Speaking of Laguna Ticks, is that this weekend, the IndyCar race?
Yes, it is.
I'm really glad I didn't buy the Laguna Seca season pass like I had talked about.
Were you considering that?
I was.
Yeah.
Every year that I've lived here, I've considered it. And every year, I think 80% of the weekends I'm doing something with DriverSeye Live. So it's like, can't really do that.
Will it get you into Porsche Owners Club PCA?
No. Well, kind of, because yes, insofar as you have a campsite, and the campsite's technically part of the county.
Oh, interesting. So you're just allowed to be there?
You're allowed to have, like, paddock access, basically.
Yeah, okay.
I thought about it when I lived in Minnesota, too, for Road America. That's a really good... I like that, too, that racetracks have started doing these, like, season passes.
Yeah!
Where you just get to come to the race. Like, I think that's good, and I think it's good for grassroots racing. Because if you don't have anything else going on, and they're running a NASA regional at, Lime Rock Park or whatever, wherever you're at, it's like, oh, yeah, we'll go hang out, like, get the barbecue going and watch racing and just hang out in the sun. It's beautiful. Go camping. I think that's awesome.
I think that is an excellent... All right, let's draw this one all the way back. It used to be that amateur SCCA-type racing events were genuine spectator events. Right, there were compelling cases to be made. Like, look at the June Sprints. Right. SCCA Super Tour is like a little bit of that, but not every one of them is a spectator event. But there used to be compelling reasons, because of the pro and manufacturer interest in SCCA-sanctioned racing, to come out to those types of weekends and observe and be a part of it, right?
The blame for that falls squarely on one party, that's not why.
Believe me, I totally understand. I totally get it, and I don't disagree in any way. However, now lacking a compelling reason to come do something like that, with the exception of, like, I mean, what we do here in the World Racing League as far as endurance racing goes, this is it for amateur endurance racing as a spectator sport. Mm-hmm. Grid Life is obviously doing something different that creates something compelling out of amateur road racing, and that's very cool. In a way, the season pass concept is a way to encourage people to come be a part of these types of weekends and also make a little money off it.
Yep.
Like, the tracks are going to be open anyway. You might as well find a way to monetize allowing people that want to be there into the gate. For that reason, like, I think it's kind of a win-win. Right? Like, I think generally it benefits everybody. It benefits the hardcore fans, the spectators, people who live locally. It benefits the track to some degree. It benefits the sanctioning bodies that, get some extra eyes on the track. You don't have to staff a whole bunch of extra security and concessions and all that. And so I'm for it. Would it be better if, like, you had a ton of people that were interested in being at the racetrack all the time to watch racing no matter what it was? Sure. That's true, like, almost exclusively at Road America anymore.
Right.
Like, that might be the only track in the country where that's still true. Other than that, the season pass idea is a great one. If you've got a calendar that's chock full of events, like, yeah, bring people out and let them come be a part of it.
Yeah, I agree completely. And more venues should do it. I don't think Sonoma does it, for example. And there's a lot more interest in going to Sonoma in the Bay Area than there is in going to Laguna Seca, just generally speaking. I don't know if that's because NASCAR and has more pull-through, and people like the drags, too, because that's going on this weekend also. Another, by the way, another absolute self-own by whoever. Why are we running the Laguna Seca and Sonoma major events on the same weekend?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the Giants are in town, too, facing somebody.
Are the A's in town?
No, the A's are never in town. The A's don't exist anymore. They're dead to me. The Mets are in town. I don't know if people want to watch the Mets. Yeah. Well, Jordan Worth would watch the Mets play the San Francisco Giants.
Aren't you a Marlins fan?
Up the Mets, up the town.
Go Pirates. Go Phils.
Go Paul Skeens. All right. Where are you hoping that Paul Skeens lands, Brendan? Is it the Phillies, presumably?
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
I'd love that.
Jordan Worth says he hopes Paul Skeens goes to the Mets. I think that's feasible.
Do the Mets have another $750 million?
They have as much money as they need, Brendan. They're owned by one of the richest people in the country.
Yeah, fair. Is it the same guy that's bankrolling the entire athletics department at Texas Tech?
I don't think so. Is he?
Oh. No, it's not. But
oh, okay.
That's also currently a thing.
Got it. What about Sacramento State?
Sac State?
What about their
FBS, Sacramento State? No. Are they the ones that just joined the Mountain West?
No, they left the Big Sky, and they're going to be an independent.
Oh, that's what
because they were shunned by the Pac-12.
Right.
And the Mountain West doesn't seem particularly interested either, but they still have spent a bunch of money on their football and their basketball. Now that Mike Bibby is
what
the
conference
GM,
are they in for non-football?
They are in the. I think they're in the one with like Gonzaga and Cal Poly.
West Coast Conference, but I think that one might be going away.
Oh well,
because Gonzaga's leaving for the Pac-12.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
no, that makes sense.
This could not be geographically less relevant.
You know what? No,
to Michelin Raceway Road
no,
Atlanta.
I don't care because I have to hear about the East Coast every day, all day, constantly about stuff that I do not care about because I don't live there.
I mean,
but we still have to talk about New York every 5 seconds.
Oh, I don't like New York. The Mets. There it is. Yeah.
It's one of the sports podcasts I listen to. Their rule is we don't talk about the Knicks because no one cares. If they were in any other city, it doesn't matter. No one would care. But because they're in New York, the Knicks matter, and they shouldn't.
No, they matter when they're good, Ryan.
Which is when?
Well, like three quarters of this year.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They did. You're right.
Mike Anderson in the chat says they need to get spectators at Road America. They'll easily get 10,000 spectators. They easily get 10,000 spectators at the vintage events, so people would come. They just want to sit in the park and watch cool stuff. Yep, that's exactly what I just said, Mike. Which is that Road America is about the only track left in the country where amateur racing or race, like it doesn't matter, just whatever it is. If it's open to spectators, people will just come and hang. Like they don't care. This year was a season pass event.
It was
for WRL, which I think is one of the first times that's happened. It's very early in the year, so I don't know that they go full bore on spectators in late April. But
it's a good shakedown.
I think so. I found out recently that there wasn't even close to their opening weekend on the schedule. I don't remember who it was. Yeah, but somebody hosted an event there like 2 or 3 weeks earlier.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You're rolling the dice at that point.
Yeah, you are.
But that's March. Like
I'm genuinely shocked we haven't. I mean, we've had the snow stuff in Mid-Ohio in the past, but I'm genuinely shocked it hasn't been at Road America in April yet.
I remember driving my friend's 911 back to Minnesota during COVID, and it was probably the last week of April or the first week of May, and it snowed on the way there. In like the St. Cloud area, basically. And I was like, what is going on? What?
Well, at least all the weight was over the rear wheels, right? The drive wheels.
That's true.
Yeah. Number 2 held up in a little bit of traffic here down the front straightaway, namely the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. Do you remember the guy that used to do the dubbed highlight packages for DTM in like the early 2000s that insisted on saying Mercedes?
Was that Andrew Marriott?
No, I don't know who the guy was.
Okay.
He was an American guy. The Mets, the 80s. Anyway.
The Mets.
Yeah.
What do you think, speaking of the Mets, what do you think Bartolo Colon is up to right now?
Probably pondering what team he wants to run WRL with.
Jordan says he's coming back to baseball. Is he coming back to like the Mexican League or like? Oh, okay. Jordan says he's coming back to the MLB. I don't think that's the case.
JT Tammy is so upset about us talking about not racing at the moment that not only is he not saying it over the chat, or I'm sorry, in the voice chat here, just opening his mic and saying, "What are we doing?" He's just talking about it in the text chat.
And JT hasn't even been able to butt in because there aren't battles close enough for him to butt in on and say, well, actually, like, no, he can't, and that's why we're doing it. So
that's fair.
JT, how'd your race go?
It was good.
We do have a closing gap here worth talking about, which is 119 to 70.
Yes.
I thought the 119 was going to catch the 52 first. It turns out that the pace of the Porsche has been relentless, and the Trimtech sponsor number 70 is going to be on the back of the purple and white Supra here in a matter of a couple of laps. The reality is that they're still very, very gradually closing on the 52. So this could still yet go different directions with 81 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, the Porsche does seem to be a little bit quicker at the moment, but for the most part, they're still running around the 135 mark in front of them. So it doesn't seem like it's a lot of ground being gained.
Yeah. It's been slow. I mean, we made our last stops 30 minutes ago now. Our most recent stops. It'll be penultimate for most of our GTO teams. Should be all of our GTO competitors. We knew some of this stuff was going to start to come together towards the end of the race. Just a matter of when and how consistently and quickly. In GP1, we talked about PC Racing catching the fifth gear car, the HK Motorsports car. That has now come to pass. Choice Racing has also gone through, as has the fifth gear Motorsports number 550. So let's slot the 221 of HK Motorsports with a pit stop back to P6 in GP1. And things are close enough there in the battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth that that's all it takes is one stop and you're right off the podium. GP2, led by Rebel Racing, 4 laps in hand over Blitzkrieg Racing's number 190, and then 6 laps back to AOA Racing number 851. Tough day for the Palomar number 83. Remember that was your championship leader in the Eastern region points coming into today in GP2, which was, I think, kind of far and away the most compelling championship battle, at least for now. We're only hitting our halfway point as of the end of this race, so still 5 races left to go, including tomorrow's 7-hour enduro and then 2 races apiece at Watkins Glen in October and Sebring in November.
Yeah, down in GP2, it's great to see newcomers RWF Motorsports looking at our top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, and BRD Motorsports in the 164, not quite in the top 5, but what was supposed to just be a shakedown. 7th place, just right there around the halfway point in the field, and on the same lap actually now as the number 65 from Open Throttle Racing. So potential there to pick up a couple of spots, or a spot at least, despite today just being sort of a test day. Off of the distance, you will see number 119 AE Victory Racing and the number 70 from Round 3 Racing headed down into turn number 1 with, I think that's the 23 BMW M2.
Yep, Rapscallion.
From Rapscallion, headed up the hill. And as they make their way towards the S's, would anticipate that 70 being all over the back of the Toyota Supra GT4 by the time they come back to us here at start finish. GTU we haven't talked about in a moment because of the attrition we've seen out of that class through most of the day. But it is worth noting Stratus 58 leading from Automatic Racing 909. That's Charles Espinlab and Ryan Eversley in that car, sitting second, 7 laps off of the class leader. Then Round 3 Racing number 1 and Roberts Motorsports number 109 in P4. With that all happening over a spread of about 13 laps from first back to fourth. Heat does not appear to have been terribly kind to those Sebeco NPO1s. You know what car loves the heat, though?
The M4, the current
VW
M4.
Fun Cup.
It's the VW Fun Cup.
What? Aren't they air-cooled?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I know very little about it.
I know that you cannot drive a original Beetle in Redding, California.
Move going into turn 1.
It can't be done.
70 goes up the inside of the AE Victory Racing Supra in a little bit of traffic, and that'll be a change for third.
That's done. That was
in
clean.
GTO, 4th place overall.
Absolutely a clean pass there. Just no defense, I think, put up by the AE Victory car.
Yep, they've just gone past that HK Motorsports car. We'll see him headed down through the S's here. Off in the distance, that pair of cars headed up the hill out of turn 5 was the number 52. That margin's down to 5 seconds flat. So the Porsche and the Supra will both set off in chase now of 2nd place in class. I think the number 2, meanwhile, up in the front, has still kind of been drawing away from the team car, and therefore also 3rd and 4th. Quiet day for GTR 99, by the way.
Well, they've moved themselves up the field, though. They're now top 5, doing
That's my point.
The GTR thing.
And you know what? We have said on a number of occasions, Ryan, over the last couple of events that they've participated in, it just didn't seem like things were clicking the GTR way, that they weren't doing GTR things. And we talked earlier today about, well, is something not clicking with the new M4 platform? Are they just missing something? But this is a very classic GTR race. They haven't done anything wrong. There's no triangle next to their name. The little warning symbol there on redmist.racing, which signals that they're carrying a penalty or a warning or anything like that. It's been a clean day. They've kept making laps. They're 2 laps off the closest car ahead, but no mistakes. Just do the laps and the result will come.
Amen.
Very cool to see that kind of throwback, classic GTR kind of run.
Yeah, GP2, incredibly spread out.
Yeah.
Choice has worked their way back up to the top 5. They're still behind 5th gear.
Up in GP1.
In GP1, yeah.
Yeah. I'd love tonight to get maybe some answers on what's going on with some of these cars that have been into and then stayed in the paddock. Across from me here, we think Big Mission is up and gone for the weekend, which, is a disappointment, but is what it is. The 118 from Blaze Racing has had the front jacked off the ground since, I don't know, 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, and hasn't been seen since. Oh, no, it was when they were in the gravel here at turn 12. That's right. The 172 from TLM USA is underneath the awning. Down in the paddock. We haven't seen the Kemberg Performance Engineering Ginetta since it went out of the race pretty early on this morning. Ooh. Very odd engine note out of one of the NPO1s headed into turn number 1. That might have been the 58. Kind of sounded like a rev limiter, but I can't imagine why an NPO1 would be on a rev limiter at turn 1.
Yeah, you get the paddle shift in most of them now.
Fun Cups are not air-cooled.
Oh, okay.
Tim Myers coming in with the BK save. We'll have to
Thank
see
goodness.
it. hello to Tim. Tim, you want to run it? You want to run a fleet of VW Fun Cups?
I was gonna say, if you really want to save BK here, go ahead and bring out a Fun Cup.
Indeed.
You would have a lot more fun than that Viper you had.
That's,
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the Viper Fun Cup.
Yes.
Margin from second to third to fourth is now a total spread of about 4.3 seconds, 2.1 between each of them. That's 52 to 70 and 70 to 119. Looking forward a little bit to tomorrow's action at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We get to do it all over again, but different.
Yes.
Race start will be at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be live a couple of minutes before that. And of course, the man, Dave Miller, will be live on the public address, carrying you trackside through the morning's festivities, while I scramble to get cameras up before they all inevitably go down anyway. Looking forward towards a hotter day tomorrow. I don't know that we're looking forward to it. 96 degrees and mostly sun, which is certainly a thing.
Ah, the sun.
Yeah, mine's the sun. I like it because it's like the king of planets. Anyway, it'll be a 7-hour race. 8:30 to 5:30 is our running time. It's one of the later finishes for a single-day enduro. I'm sorry, a dual enduro weekend. But we've got, of course, that 2-hour quiet hour stuck in the middle of it all between 10 and 12. So that procedure will start somewhere between 9:40 and 9:50. We've got to have all the cars gathered up and into the pit lane and shut down, most importantly, by 10 a.m. No race engines can be running, and no race engines can refire before noon. So we'll get drivers installed in the cars a little bit before then. Race engines will refire promptly at 12 noon, and we'll go back to racing shortly thereafter. Last year, of course, gentlemen, you may remember, we were supposed to go racing after the red flag break, and then we just didn't forever.
Yes.
Because of persistent lightning in the area. Then the lightning cleared up and the rains came, and we had to red flag the race once we got going anyway because the track flooded. Again, none of that this year. I think we're looking forward to a solid day of endurance racing action tomorrow, 7 hours total. And that red flag period like we had back at Barber in March kind of throws a little wrinkle into things from a strategy perspective. It's very cool. Hammer Motorsports, I do not. When I come back next year, it'll be a 3-car team, but won't be Fun Cups. Well, I'm not interested, Tim. I'm sorry. We're burying the lead intentionally until you give me what I want. It's like, oh man, here's what we need. You remember the BMW art car livery?
Yes.
Protect me from what I want?
Yes.
Yes, this is what we need. We need a VW Fun Cup livery that's protect me from what I want.
I mean, that's reasonable, man. There you go.
Yep, we've got it. Layla's giving me the look. She hasn't seen the car. What we need is an art car livery that just has a picture of the car itself on the door.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll believe it when I see it, Tim. I'll put it that way.
Called out.
I was told there was a Continental deal, full season, M4s, it's going to be sick, and then, like, pow, gone.
It did last a while.
It did a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean his garage is almost done? Surely.
I think so, yeah.
Because that was the, like, thing, was he had to focus
What's
on
Mark
the
up
garage.
to? They all still hang around. They're all in the chat all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So might as well come play.
Yeah, right.
That's
what
true.
we do.
You're going to be spending your weekend with us anyways.
I'm so excited. Thanks, Tim. Great. .123 pokes the nose at the inside of the last corner on the 164 and then backs out of it. Good move. Oh, waving green flag at the top of the hill at turn 11, which means I think we'll have
10.
a car off at 10. Yep, it's the number 24 stopped. Somewhere out there at the 10-10A area.
Hopefully not back in the gravel 10A again.
Yep. The 70 has caught the 52, and as they come onto the front straightaway, the 52 goes far to driver's right. The 70 is going to go to the middle of the road as they try and clear some traffic. They get on the brakes into turn number 1, and the 70 smartly backs out of the whole thing. It allows the 119 to catch up a little bit, but generally speaking, the round 3 Porsches kind of dropped the AE Victory Super, at least for the moment.
Did I just see an Aston Martin come onto pit lane?
Yes, you did. Question mark. Yeah, I think that's the 89.
89X coming back out. All right.
Sweet.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not having a good day. But hey, getting back out there, going over the car, make sure it's running right, and try to run a couple fast laps, set yourself up nicely for tomorrow.
Unfortunately, I think tomorrow it's going to be hotter, and I expect the attrition to be even worse, which is, I think, not what people are looking forward to, those that have had rough days today already, that typically would be looking forward to the second day. It's just not going to be the biz, I think.
Yeah, I think you normally get a bit more attrition on Sundays regardless. But at the same time, you're at a racetrack. you're fine.
I think my timing monitor just freaked out just as Brendan stepped away, so that was good.
Freak out.
Freak out indeed.
Keeping one eye on this battle in GP1 that has been slowly evolving here is the 44 from PC Racing, consistently up until this last time through, taking about a second or so out of the All-Star Racing lead. I've watched it come down from 35 seconds, currently at 28 and a half. So we might see a good fight here towards the end for our GP1 lead.
Well, I think at the top of the hour here, we will take one more commercial break so we can bring you uninterrupted flag-to-flag coverage the last hour of day 1 of the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. Presented by Continental. It's the World Racing League.
Just as I say that, the 44 gets stalked another lap for passenger yellow.
Ooh.
Wah, wah.
Welp.
My bad.
That puts them in the running for 4th, 5th, somewhere in there. They're going to be battling HK, potentially.
Yeah, because 5th Gear Motorsports is 1.8 seconds behind them right now. Now that they've been docked the lap. Actually, see, I think they need to come through again one more time for that the actual time to be made current.
Somebody's got a minute 18 to make up, having gone around the 52.
Oh, we see it on screen.
Yep.
A little bit over 2 seconds.
Yep.
The white and blue BMW PC Racing now 3rd in GP1. And then the black and silver Porsche came in of 5th Gear Motorsports, chasing it.
On board with Blitz Keurig.
Ooh, NFC off to the right, turn 7.
Ooh. They've had a couple little situations today. Plenty of pace when they can keep the car on the island. And if not for some penalties, they'd be in the thick of the battle for the top 3, I think.
AE Victory is still 5 seconds off of the ACP car, so they're really hoping to.
I only show
make
1.5, Ryan.
Oh, really? Oh, then my timing is borked.
And we are going full course yellow.
All
right.
right.
Looks like we also have something on the exit of 10B. Ooh, I think this might still be for the 24. Yes, I think. Yes, the 24. So now that we have the 24 drivers left out of 10B, and then the 123 in turn 7, which may have continued gone full course yellow just in case.
Yeah, I mean the word is usually, we'll do as much as we can under green until we have a reason not to.
Yeah, they'll try to do a hot pull, but once you start adding a second car into the mix somewhere else, it's usually like, all right.
Well, a second car or somebody buzzes the safety truck or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's exactly where we find ourselves, not with the buzzing safety truck or whatever. Now, this is interesting and important because there is 1 hour and 1 minute left on the clock, and this is perfectly within the window for pretty much everybody to get to the end. Now, there wasn't much question on strategy or fuel or anything like that anyway, but two things we want to make sure of here. Number one, let's make sure that none of these battles get split up. And number two, let's make sure that everybody is in at the earliest opportunity, because everything is so tight at the front of GTO at the moment anyway, that missing the pit in call by even just the lap could really, really cost a ton of track position here and really set yourself up poorly for the end of the race. So I've got eyes out to the drop off the hill over the past Fox Factory Bridge. And we'll be looking for our main GTO protagonist. There comes the 70. 909 has already been in and out, by the way, so that's down in GTU, second place car in GTU. Here comes the 119, so that's in. The 52 is not, though. 2 is in, and 2's in and already out now. So that was.
Is that to avoid a double stack, presumably?
No, because the 2's already gone.
Oh.
I don't know why the 52 wouldn't have pitted. That seems like a mistake.
Yeah, an error.
Yeah, I mean...
An unforced error.
Maybe it's possible the field doesn't get stacked up by the time they come back around. Driver change on board the 119. All black fire suit gets out, and I couldn't tell who got in. It might be Sarah, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh, no, it's different gray fire suit got out. Never mind. Yeah, here is the 119 just up. Oh, no, that's Kingpin. Is on board the 77 with the 11 just in front. The 119 is done. Driver change is done. Fueling is done and sent on the way.
There they are.
The helmeted driver change assist was Laura. Getting out to help get the belts done up for the finishing driver. 24 is on the flatbed and headed into the pit lane. So who has the safety car picked up here?
Do you think Tim Myers is going to be the first customer for the Lexus GT4 cars?
Listen.
I mean, the Lexus GT4 cars that don't exist yet, that nobody knows about?
Sure. He'll look at Fun Cups. Perfect. Great. You won't regret it, I promise. I hear there's a big event coming at Daytona in a few years. If we could get 10 to 12 Hammer cars to be a part of that, I think we'd be in great shape. That's not the one, Jordan. Sure. You know, Jordan, you can just unmute yourself and talk, right? Oh, okay. Doesn't have it set up on that computer. Of course he doesn't. 52 has made it back in this time around. All right, so the 70 has come through. They will certainly be behind the number 2, which came in and out before the 70 actually ever made it to its stall. Then about 3 or 4 cars further down the line is going to be the 119. And then the 52. So they've all gone by that second ACP Tangerine Associates car. Now, the 70 was already clear of that car on track before we went to full course yellow, but this does hand that position over to, that last podium position in particular, over to the number 30, the number 119 of AE Victory Racing. Much of the rest of the running order here, at least in general, is pretty well sorted. PC Racing in 5th gear might develop into something here as we come towards the end of the day.
Yep.
Down in GP1, that'll be the battle for the last step on the podium.
Is this a competition yellow?
No.
No, I understand that the NFC car was off. It's like I get that, but like, come on. Is this a competition yellow? Did they pay? Is the 123 on the take? You know?
Ooh, safety car is in. Before we get the whole field put together, the 28 gets a huge run on the inside of the last corner. I think this kind of caught everybody by surprise because we've all hit the accelerator pretty early and the field is nowhere near stacked up. Doesn't need to be clear. 70 is going to go 3 wide on the way into turn number 1. And then a couple of cars further back is the Low Country Motorsports number 843 and the 119 of AE Victory Racing. So let's call that about 2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Next car of interest is going to be the number 52. Remember, just like we talked about, that late pit stop for the 52, well, for anybody, was going to bite, not just in terms of track position, but now we've got this scenario where because the field wasn't completely stacked up behind the safety car, I think the 52 is going to be caught something like half a lap behind where the leaders would have otherwise been. Indeed it is, just coming down the hill towards the front straightaway now. Yeah, 45 seconds, so pretty much exactly half a lap. Sometimes these things happen. You try and make sense of them, but the 2 was already in, so it wasn't like the ACP crew wasn't primed for it. Just wasn't able to get the 52 in time. And now without another safety car, it's almost, it's such a long shot that you're going to get that 52 back up to the, back up onto the podium. The other thing this slightly more strung out restart has done, guys, is it's given that 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates a pretty healthy margin to work with over the chasing number 70 Porsche and 119 Supra. Yeah, down in GP1, it's worth noting as well. Palomar to PC Racing is now 19.6 seconds. So there's a chase on there potentially for 2nd place on the podium. And then we'll wait for the 5th gear car to come through. I think they're a little further back. They weren't quite caught up to the tail end of the running order under the full course yellow. Indeed, here they come out of the final corner now. This margin will be... Everybody stand by. Oh my gosh, All-Star Racing is in the pits, out of the GP1 race lead.
No, that's going to move Palomar up into the lead.
Well, let's see what happens here, because there is a pit sign waving way down at the end. Yep, comes to the attention of the crew at the very, very far end of pit lane. Basically the last stall. They were in under the full course yellow, so there must be something else going on here with the 5. They look up towards maybe the front left corner of the car. One of the crew members down kind of on their hands and knees looking underneath the car or at the left front wheel. Anyway, they only had a minute and a hand over Palomar. They've already come through and now head up the hill towards turn number 3. So that is a lead change in GP1 with only 52 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
This
PC racing.
Yep. Well, exactly. And now this promotes the Palomar PC battle to the battle for the class win, not just for second, and the fifth gear PC battle up to the battle for P2. Although officially fifth gear hasn't come through to take that spot just yet. Okay, now 5 is moving again. The 550 is going to come down the front straightaway with a head of steam here. It's not going to be nose to tail, but it won't be very far off. Maybe just a couple of seconds in hand between the erstwhile GP1 race leader and what is now currently the 4th place car, chasing for 3rd.
Can't get the timing to stay consistent for me here. Yeah, 4 seconds, or almost 5 seconds now for AE victory on the front of GTO. So it looks like the pace at the front currently too blistering for the Super to keep up with the 2 and the 70. They had a brief time where they were in the lead. And then as the race has continued to develop here and some drivers have been changed, I think the battle that I think everybody was hoping for not quite coming to fruition. Round 3, though, able to come up the order and claim 2nd position. They're now down to 15 seconds. They were going to be a little bit out of touch on their ability to catch 1st and 2nd place, and then or to catch 1st place anyway. And then the yellow has helped them greatly, and now they're only 15 seconds off back with about 49 minutes to go is feasible, but they've got to start working on that right now, hammering that gap down.
A flat left rear was a report on the number 5. From turn 9.
Oof.
You know, that tire temps are definitely a thing here. We know those Continental tires are pretty durable. We rarely see failures there. But one of the interesting things that does tend to rear its ugly head here at Road Atlanta, and we've seen it in sprint racing as well as endurance racing, is some of these exit curbs on the right-handers are pretty aggressive. The apex curb at turn 10 is pretty sharp. The exit curb of 10A on driver's left is extremely sharp. But there's this curb here, driver's left, with pretty steep serrated edges. This one in particular is pretty wild. And then if you happen to find yourself out wide here coming down the hill, that's also extremely aggressively cut there on driver's left. And then a pretty tall curb there at the exit of turn 7. If the car's still loaded up, that can do some damage as well. Wonder if maybe that's bit here late in the game for the All-Star number 5. Remember that All-Star number 5 stole the pole for today, basically at the death of yesterday's qualifying session, coming to the checkered flag.
Stole his pole?
Yes, correct. Tim stole his pole. Obviously. No.
Oh, hey.
So the five being back up to speed now means that there is a legitimate scrap on for third place in GP1 now, as well as this lead battle between Palomar and PC. All-Star Racing puts in, oh, that's not a personal best. It's a 143. I don't know why it's purple. A little bit slower than the 550 that last time around, but the margin is 1.1 seconds. So the fifth gear car has got, I mean, a carrot to go chase here. So if you're with us trackside as we work inside of the final 50 or so minutes here from the Saturday 8-hour Enduro at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. First, thanks for being with us throughout the heat of the day today. Do come back, if you're not camping already, do come back and see us tomorrow as we kick things off for the final 7 hours of racing. Obviously, we'll have lost a few cars between today and tomorrow. A little bit thinner field, but usually that means these races tend to be a little bit more smooth. Fewer full course yellows and interruptions, and we kind of get to see these strategies play out over the longer run, which we do enjoy. If you're setting up for the end of today, the battles that we're looking for across all four of our classes here is a battle for the GTO race win. That's between second and third overall. So the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, blue sort of art car type livery, who is in an absolute mess of traffic headed into turn number 1. And the round 3 racing Porsche GT3 Cup, that's the Trim Tech sponsored number 70. So that's your GTO battle with the AE Victory Racing Supra a little bit further back, but just seems to have dropped off the pace here a little bit late in the running. So that's your GTO battle primarily of interest. Our GP1 battle, again, is the class win battle between the 38 of Palomar Racing and the number 44 of PC Racing. They're 21 seconds apart, so you're looking for the 38 BMW and the number 44 BMW M3. And then this battle rages, actually it's just gone the other way. Yep, Fifth Gear Motorsports has cleared the All-Star Racing number 5 to put a Porsche Cayman up onto the third step of the podium in GP1. I have a feeling that one may not be done yet.
There's the Porsche Cayman on the left here. So we pass by it, going down the back straight.
Yep, from on board the number 11 Kingpin Racing Supra.
And keep in mind, a little bit further in GP1, you have Choice Racing catching up to HK Motorsports.
Yep, great call.
Last time, about a 4-second advantage.
Yeah, it's a battle for 5th place in GP1, which isn't worth nothing in a field of 18 starters, 20 cars on the entry list. Oh my gosh, are we going to get the debut of the bonus Round 3 Racing NPO1?
I hope so.
I think we are. Keep an eye on mid-pit here in about 8 seconds.
Ooh.
Make the left-hand turn. Are we? Oh, what a tease.
Is it going
Jerks. To tech? Yeah, I think it. Yo, that's a good point, JT. It might be going through tech.
Yeah, get it teched, go out, put in a couple hot laps, and be set for tomorrow.
Remember, if you weren't with us earlier, we normally have the 1 and the 10 as the round 3 entrance in GTU. The number 10 was involved in a little contact down at the exit of turn number 1, had the car parked backwards up the hill at the exit of the corner, and the 64 open throttle BMW, which is the one missing the left front quarter of the car right now, collected that stop number 10 in pretty significant contact. We didn't anticipate seeing the number 10 before the end of the day, possibly for the weekend, but as fate would have it, old Brad McCall just picked up another GTU. Another Sebeco NPO1. And we said at the time we wondered if we might see that yellow-colored, orange-colored.
Nope, it's yellow.
NPO1.
It's definitely
I think the number there is going to end up being 17, but I can't 100% say that for sure. And fair enough to change those out for tomorrow. Obviously, you can't combine the laps or anything like that today. It'd be cool to see, have them come out, set a time anyway, get a qualifying time in and put them somewhere on the grid in GTU, and then yeah, send it for tomorrow's 7-hour.
Should be fun.
On board the HK Motorsports E46.
Yeah, 77 is back into the pit lane. It's Cargo Shorts Racing Kingpin. Supra.
Ooh,
Good shot.
interesting.
Of the
Yep. Hold on, the 28 and the 123. Isn't that?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're on the same lap.
Take a second for timing the update because it shows me the 28 is 29 minutes behind the Mercedes.
Yeah, they've actually just gone by. So when it updates here in a second, it should show Random Vandals about, I don't know, nothing ahead of the 123. Has it hasn't updated. Oh my gosh, it's the 172.
All right.
So that answers one of the questions we had earlier, which is what's going on with all these cars that have just been in the paddock all day?
Well, the 74 did briefly come out again from AOA.
Yeah, I did see that earlier. 172, I just saw hold up in the pit lane there for basically all of the afternoon, or the whole of the afternoon. So why didn't the 123 update on timing when they came through here? Remember that those cars have lost time for different reasons. I'm not 100% aware what happened to the 123 where they stopped out on circuit. But the Random Vandals car was in the pit lane for a while that was all related to a loss of power, which in the end, I think ended up being related to cooling issues.
Is this the 123? Oh no, that's the Supra on pit lane.
Yeah, 77.
So I need to bring up an important point here in GP1. The pass under yellow for the 44 PC Racing was overturned due to video evidence. So now they have been put back in the lead and have about a minute 20 gap, I believe, over Palomar Racing.
Wow.
So robs us of a close fight for the lead in GP1, but it's good to see video evidence being used to make sure cars are not being punished for something they didn't do.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree there. So I noticed on the timing in GP1 at least, the cars that have Sentinels available have the Sentinel logo next to their
timing thing.
Timing.
Yeah, it also displays the driver that's listed in the car on Sentinel, which I think is very cool.
That's cool.
Can I welcome a guest?
You can.
In this late hour. Happy to welcome, I think for the first time to Drivers Eye Live. I'm not sure if you've been up here before. No.
Correct.
Awesome. It's Andrew Gardner out of the Palomar Racing stables,
Nice.
both 38 and 83 this weekend. Thanks for stopping by.
Correct. Yeah, appreciate it. I'm
Yeah.
just happy to provide another sweaty driver in your small booth here.
Well, we got the air circulating in here, so it's actually not so bad. I was trying to figure out which car you were behind the wheel of this weekend. Obviously, 83 at the moment is stationary. We
Yes.
heard a little earlier that was clutch issue.
Yeah, so they're working on changing the clutch on that.
Okay.
So now we have lots of time since
Yeah, sure.
unfortunately we're no way to stay in the fight today. Yeah, unfortunate end. I just got, we talked about which car I was in, the 83.
Yep.
Running GP2 at Daytona.
Oh, okay.
So that was the right car to be in at Daytona,
for sure.
because the 38 went out early. Had some piece of shrapnel get into the radiator and ended things early. So luckily it was in the 83 for Daytona for the big win there.
Yeah.
That was an amazing day.
Yeah, so into the 38 this weekend. I don't know if you know this. Apparently the PC racing penalty was just overturned.
Okay.
So they've gotten a lap back. So you guys have been kind of nose to tail there. It's put the PC race car back ahead of the 38.
Okay.
In the GP1 fight at the moment. So favoring the 44, at least for now. But anyway, you guys obviously based out of San Diego. Are you a part of that core group that's based out of Southern California there as well?
I would call myself quasi-core. Yeah.
Quasi-core.
So,
What does that mean?
Yeah, so Nick Romano, you've had him up here before. Good friend of mine. We coached together at Exotics Racing. I work for him now at Fast Sideways as well.
Okay.
So we've gone back a long time. He met up with the Anderson brothers, so got Nick and Andy, or excuse me, Andy and Mike hooked on this drug we call racing, even deeper than they already were. So they're 3+ years into this long commitment. So I'd say the brothers, Nick and one or two other guys have been really core at building this program up. I've come in, been a little bit less frequent, but signed up for 6+ races with Andy this year. So coming up to help out with the race car on occasion.
I got
when
you.
I can.
Yep. So you're doing the long hauls out to the East Coast along with most of the team there as well.
Racking up those airline miles.
Yeah, I gotcha. So 83, as you mentioned, big win back at Daytona in GP2, put you guys at the top of the Eastern Region point standings. You guys don't necessarily seem to be in for the championship as such, but you do all of the races anyway, right? Or are you guys out there actually chasing the titles?
Take everything we can get.
Yeah, I
want to
gotcha.
go for the big prize. Andy is a very driven, very motivated, very dedicated guy. Heart and soul of the team, and we're out here for the big shot.
I gotcha. Winning at Daytona, kind of a special experience for you?
Well, as I was looking at which tracks I wanted to select this year, Daytona I wouldn't say is my favorite track, but when I saw it was a race into the night race, if you ask me what's the big show for North American professional sports car racing, it's the 24-hour, right?
Of course.
If I had all the money and the talent in the world, I would be in the GTD car there in a heartbeat, right? So knowing that you guys ran under the lights, absolutely dream come true right there, and the event absolutely lived up to its name. Up there where the big NASCAR boys and all the IMSA boys run, up on the banking, coming down into turn 1 with a full head of steam. You got an MPO one coming underneath you. You got a GTO coming on the outside, and I'm in a GP2 and I'm catching the slower GP1 cars, and I'm like, I got that guy at the apex, and being able to do that and all under the lights. Childhood dream just completely checked off there, and with a great group. I love running WRL
for sure. Yeah, what other races have you got on the calendar for?
So
25?
Mid-O, Road America, Daytona here. Be back for High Plains, and then we'll see what we get after that.
All right. Well, whatever your car you pick, you seem to be on the right side of the choice there.
Not always.
You well, you say that. We're 2 for 2, at least so far. Obviously, don't have the class win stitched up yet here with that change from the 38 over to the 44 at the top of the running order, but still up on the podium.
And we got Nick in the car now. It's just
in the 38.
Yeah, Nick's gonna close it out for us. Most capable hands we got. So,
tell me more about Fast Sideways.
Well, you might guess that we like to teach you how to go fast, and then there's an element of sideways to it. We are not a drift school, which might be the first thing that comes to mind. We are a car control clinic. Nick is very, very, very good at car control. And he said, hey, I won a NASA ST5 championship. Maybe I have a pretty good idea what I'm doing. Why don't I see if I can teach a few other people to do that? So started out with a couple of, I would say, closer associates, getting them to bring their cars out for a couple events. And it went really well. And more people keep coming out, and we run a lot of times at Willow Springs, so it's a West Coast. He's got Southern California and Northern California covered. You bring your car out. Could be a track day car, could be a full cage race car. We have 2 types of events generally. There's a skid pad focused car control, so understeer and oversteer type of events. Can't drive at the limit if you don't know what's on the other side of it.
Of course.
So be able to dance on that limit.
Okay.
So that's what the pros do.
Yeah.
So Nick is very excellent at that. And so we do that. And we then also we have a full track day program where you pair the skid pad activity with. Let's actually put that on the lap.
Okay.
Let's see if you can now okay, skid pad's a little easier. Can you do that on a more complex corner with elevation change, all that stuff? So, yeah, car control, drive better at the limit or closer to it, right? It's pretending we take everybody all types. We got a guy that had just gotten his driver's license 2 months before.
Yeah.
And we got guys that have been racing for 30 years and they're still looking to bring up their skill.
That's very cool. It's it's one of those things. Sim racing is great at teaching you driving lines and racing, but what it doesn't provide you is that kind of feedback. You get certain feelings through the wheel, but the race car driving experience is felt through the whole system, right? Through the whole body, right? So much of it comes through the seat that living at the limit where you're trying to make the most speed or where you have the potential to gain the most speed by running the car kind of on the ragged edge is not something you can prepare for in a simulator.
Absolutely.
So like you say, it takes that experience running at or near the limit, and unfortunately sometimes over the limit.
Absolutely.
And the more you can do that in a controlled environment with somebody who has the expertise to tell you, okay, as you approach the limit, here's what you do, here's what you do. When you feel it start to go over that limit, here's how you get it back. Whatever the case might be, there's so much time to be gained there for a racing driver that's trying to improve their craft.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure to some degree, it's something that you guys, I know that you know this, but it's not talked about enough, right? As drivers try to improve their skills, being comfortable in that uncomfortable place.
Everybody, the coaches knows Ross Bentley.
Yeah. Sure.
He's been a mentor to Nick, and my buddy Kevin Madsen is down coaching with the other upscaling folks today too. He's spent a lot of time with Ross. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. That's a life mantra. Honestly, if you want to get better at something, you got to challenge yourself. You got to step outside your comfort zone. Very much applies to car control and race car driving.
So how do you balance that mentality of living comfortably at the limit with what we're doing in the World Racing League, which is theoretically anyway to take a step back, say, okay, we don't need to be at the limit all the time. Nobody needs to be going 100% here. We're all trying to get to the end of 8 hours, 15 hours, whatever the case might be. Okay, you can go do this and understand how the car behaves there, but let's step it back and balance it out with an endurance racing mentality.
Love it. That's probably the best. After you get the box of what we're doing, then the mentality of how do you apply this. It's like the best question to ask. You got to put your endurance racing helmet on 100%. The finish line is not the end of turn one. It's not the end of lap one. You might be able to gain a few positions by being really aggressive, but then you might have a guy it's his first time on track, and he doesn't know about car position, and he thought he was good, and then he's freaked out because he's getting swarmed on both sides, MPO ones and GTOs going around him, and then he starts making bad decisions, and the window you thought you had, and you're sideways trying to make a pass, and then your day ends on lap one. You got to get that endurance racing mindset. The mentality, the philosophy of teaching the skills is not so that you are being reckless. It is not to teach you to be an aggressive driver. It is about teaching you to maximize your performance. And you're trying to be 10.5 tenths all the time in a sprint race. Yeah. But the equipment in an endurance race may not last. Engine, transmission, clutch, whatever it is. And then your opportunity for mistakes. Whether it's you making a mistake in your own car, or not leaving enough safety room and somebody else makes a mistake, and then your day's done, right?
Do you see applications for what you guys are trying to convey, both in terms of living comfortably in that space where you're pushing, when you need to push, obviously, is in all the time, and that endurance racing mentality? Do you see that as being an advantage that you guys uniquely have at Palomar because of the connection with Fast Sideways? Or do you feel that most of the top of the field kind of brings that same mentality, and you're all just trying to get the most out of a full day of racing?
That's a great question that I probably can't answer.
That's fair enough. I don't know enough
of the drivers in GP1.
Fair. So if you're plugged in enough and you're, getting to know your competitors and everybody that's around you, maybe you start to get a sense of, well, here's where we're better than them. Here's where we think we have all these advantages. Never mind the car, which I know you guys have pretty well sorted at this stage. I could ask you for, some maybe future plans there, but I won't put you on the spot because I know Nick's in the car. But it does make sense. I mean, you guys have obviously got things well sorted in the GP2 car, in the 83. The 38 is running great as well, competing for wins and podiums.
What I can say, though, a different version of the question is, what do I see in GP1 in general?
Yeah.
Running the GP2 car and running the GP1 car. Not my first time in the car. I've been a few races. the level of competition really is very good in GP1. Right? It's if you're not at the budget of running the GTO, GT4 cars, which is what everybody would certainly love to be able to do. This is where the action is. Right? GP1 is so competitive.
Sure.
And the driver skill there is very good. I do see variation. You can be in the same. You can see your competitor, in two different stints, and one guy you're pulling on, the other guy's on your tail.
Sure.
There's some variation, but it is tighter than GP2. It really is a very high skill level, and we know that there's a half a dozen teams out there with great drivers that give us a great run for our money. We got to be on our A game at all times.
Yeah.
That's really. Now, do I know their mentality? No. How they approach racing? Who's the guy inside that helmet? And is he level-headed?
Sure,
Does he know
yeah.
what he's doing? Couldn't say there, but really, I think that's the main thing to say about GP1 is love the commitment level and the hard work by all the teams in that class, and I love the great high level of competition and a lot of very professional level-ish, high level amateur but professional-ish kind of drivers.
Plans for the rest of the day or tomorrow?
Finish clean.
All right.
That's been our mentality all day today. Finish clean. We just got minutes left. Nick's in the car. He knows what he needs to do better than anybody else. And same plan tomorrow. Let's just get out and run a clean race and to go chase that checkered flag, see where the chips fall.
Awesome, Andrew. Appreciate you coming by. Thanks for chatting to us here on DriversEye Live.
Yeah,
Andrew Gardner out of the number 38 Palomar Racing BMW, currently second place up in GP1.
All right.
Yeah,
quite well.
Absolutely. A team that I remember them being the newcomer, and now they've been around for a long time. Palomar. Out of Southern California.
Did you guys happen to see a car coming down pit road a couple minutes ago?
I did not.
It was a new car.
Was it the 17?
I don't know. I didn't get to see it. What the number plate was. But it was an MP01.
Was it white and yellow?
I couldn't tell the secondary color, yellow, orange-ish, not sure which.
Is this on the round 3 car?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether that's yellow or orange.
No, it's really not.
But it's come out on track. As I think that is AOA or TLM USA.
AOA, 74.
Yeah, one of the two.
Yep, confirmed, yep.
Red Nose BMW GT4.
I think we just saw a moment ago the number 2 actually put a lap on the team car number 52. Such has been the pace of that car since the race restarted around half an hour ago or so. And it's had to be that quick because the round 3 racing car has basically been matching it or closing on pretty much every lap since we went back racing. It's 11.6 seconds from BMW back to Porsche. And then that Supra kind of falling off the back of the of that lead duo. Layla points out that it's cheddar cheese yellow. But you know what other color people use to describe cheddar cheese? Orange. I will say
description from the wrap company says yellow.
What are wrap companies now? The Blitzkrieg car is very orange, but you know.
I was reading a document on their colors, and it's confusing. We could go into that when you have the Mike and Brad show.
There we go.
I think we might have to. I'm sure they're pretty tired of the yellow-orange bit, but I'm not, and that's important.
We'll table that. I do want to bring in something a bit more important for the moment.
Okay.
Tamara M in the YouTube chat says the Blitzkrieg 190 in GP2 is second place, but the transponder has stopped counting laps.
So
interesting.
Back in my day, it was your responsibility to make sure your transponder worked.
I also want to point out NFC Motorsports is out on track. We've seen them from a couple onboards here, but to my knowledge, on timing, they are still lap 221, and that hasn't changed at all. So I'm wondering if they are also having a transponder issue as well.
Yeah, so we kind of noticed that when the which car was it went by them on timing? It was
Random Vandals.
The Random Vandals 28. Yep. We had thought that it was going to be a battle for position, but I don't think any of us realized at the time that the 123 had been out there for a minute. So,
well, we visually saw them next to each other on track.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So when I caught it on timing, and you had pointed it out, JT, I thought what we were getting there was a situation where once the 123 came back around, they were going to show as being together on live timing. But if the 123 hasn't been counting laps, then we actually have no idea where the 123 is. There's no reason to believe that their position on track is still relative to the 28 because we can't verify that's where it was in the first place, if that all makes sense. Yeah, interesting that we're having this issue with two separate cars. Transponder issues are not the most common thing in the world, especially in an endurance race.
True.
Having them on two separate cars is a little interesting.
That is a little weird. You're right.
Unfortunately for the number 17 round 3 car, I'm sure this is a race shakedown as much as it is anything else, but coming out to try and set a lap in the heat of the day is pretty tough. Most of the fastest laps in that class were set earlier this morning when the temperature was still below 80. We're obviously up above 90 now. And of course, track position in a 9-car field is not, the green flag is not the most important thing in the world. JT, I don't know if you also mentioned, in addition to those two cars having come out of the paddock, we also got the 333, which followed them out of the paddock earlier.
Okay, nice.
Actually, just a shakedown here. 70 has also now lapped the 52, and the margin for first place in GTO, second place overall, is out to 13 seconds. So that traffic, including the team car to the race leader, has helped that margin grow a touch with 20 minutes left on the clock. Looking at something like 13 laps probably, and should be no concerns on fuel here to the end of the race, with pit stops having come with about 55 minutes remaining underneath the full course yellow. It was a short yellow, so if anybody was running at or under an hour, it might be a little tight, but I don't think that applies to anybody, and it certainly doesn't apply to the number 70 Porsche, which was going longer than just about everybody.
Yeah.
Tadakal Kalsa in the chat. Number 11 Kingpin being driven by Ryan Keeley on loan from Palomar. And number 77 being driven by Rob of the esteemed House Walker. I'm actually not sure I've ever heard Rob Walker say words. I think every time he's come up to the booth with Sadakal, which is like back to the fast track racing days, the year they first showed up at COTA in the M4s. Sadakal and Rob came up together, and Rob just wanted nothing to do with being on a microphone. He didn't want to put a headset on. He just wanted nothing to do with it. Which compared to Sadakal was hysterical. Because like we obviously didn't know him that well. We didn't know Sadakal that well, but the energy was obvious. Yeah, it created a very funny scene. GP1 race lead is 1 minute and 17 seconds between PC Racing and Palomar. We knew that had kind of gone the way of PC having nearly a lap in hand there as a result of their pass under yellow penalty being overturned from video evidence. The next battle down the line was Fifth Gear and All-Star Racing. Remember that All-Star Racing had the flat left front tire just after we went back to green, about 2 laps after we went back to green inside of the final hour. Came in, replaced the tire, got everything sorted. Came out just in front of the Fifth Gear Motorsports Cayman. But unfortunately wasn't able to hang on to the spot. And in addition to having given up that third place on the podium, it's fallen back even a further 14 seconds.
And I would put an asterisk on that as well. I'm not sure a 1-lap penalty has been applied to that car.
To which car? To All-Star?
The 5? Yeah.
It does say -1 lap on Red Mist.
Okay. Then we're good.
We've also got a battle brewing here for 5th place.
Yes.
In GP1. That's HK Motorsports and Choice Racing. We still have the Choice Racing on board, Jordan? 5:22. Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Yeah, it's been coming down about a 1 second a lap on average.
Yep. Next car you'll see up the line here is the number 119 Toyota Supra from AE Victory, and then another car up further from that is the 221 that they chase.
Klosterman behind the wheel.
.141.5 that time from Choice Racing. Down to 4 seconds. Fantastic lap. Nothing disparaging in this battle for a top 5 either. You can say, okay, well, it's not a podium. You're not picking up a trophy or anything like that. But remember that GP1 field is 20 cars deep. It's top quarter of the field, top 5. Yeah, absolutely all worth fighting for here in the closing stages. Plus, it's fun to go chase somebody down after 8 hours, man.
Definitely.
Those long runs are really, really satisfying as a driver. Not a racing driver myself, but even in the sim racing world, JT, I mean, we've all been there. You put in those 2 or 3 hour stints and you're, just a long slog to try and catch the car ahead of you. And then all of a sudden it becomes like, all right, we've got a couple of minutes left on the clock here. Let's just go do it. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun to see that pay off after a long day of racing. On board the 221 now, underneath the Michelin bridge. Lead margin in GPO holding steady there, right at about 12, 13 seconds. A lot of dust there on the exit of turn 5. Next car for the number 70 to lap is the 123 Mercedes. Where have I seen this before? What do you mean?
No kidding.
It's brand new.
No kidding.
Yeah. In the interest of kind of wrapping our day up here as we approach the final 15 minutes, or work inside the final 15 minutes of Saturday's 8-hour enduro from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Anything worth wrapping up here? I know not everything is secured as the GTR 99 car comes into the pit lane late.
He's getting a run. Won't do it for turn. Or he's going for it.
221 backed out of it really early, and the Choice Racing BMW absolutely sent it. That came together a lot more quickly than I thought it would.
Yeah, the 221 had to back up because of traffic there. So decided to tuck in, and the Choice BMW read that just correctly and went in for the inside there, and the 221 was unfortunately losing too much speed at that time and couldn't defend.
Anyway, anything to look forward to tomorrow, guys, from your perspective? Anything worth wrapping up today? As we get a checkered flag here in about 15 minutes, we'll make it quick and get ourselves off the air.
I think we saw the field thin itself out a little bit today, and so tomorrow you'll have a little bit less traffic, which should lend itself to less passing under yellow. I don't think people pass under yellow because they're stupid and not paying attention.
No, clearly.
I think it happens because there's a lot of cars on track, and you're trying to slow down, you're trying to check your peripherals, there's somebody in front of you, they're going kind of slow. Was I to the yellow flag stand or not? You know. And so I think when you have a little bit less crowded track, that sort of thing happens less frequently. In addition to it being warmer tomorrow, I think it's going to cause more mechanical attrition. So I think a lot of teams today that got some penalties that put them out of contention are going to have fewer penalties tomorrow, fewer opportunities for that. And the shorter run, I think, to the second part of the race will contribute to that as well. So, in conclusion, I'm looking forward to it. I think it should be a good time.
Well said.
Thanks.
Yeah. No, I am looking forward to it tomorrow. As we said, it's a completely separate race, so you get this reset headed into Sunday. We did lose a couple of cars between, yesterday and today, and then again between today and tomorrow. It does tend to be a more relaxed day on the Sunday. Everybody kind of has a good time. We do a few more interviews. We kind of have a revolving door up here, and we get to enjoy ourselves up in the air conditioning here in the DriversEye Live booth. We have, of course, the quiet hour between 10 and 12, which does throw a little bit of a mix into the strategy element of things. Roughly an hour and a half of racing. In reality, it'll probably be about an hour 15 of racing to come before the quiet hours begin at 10 local time. And then we'll pick up back racing again at noon. Just enough time to get down to the Cracker Barrel. On Highway 53. Ask me how I know.
You actually went to Cracker Barrel?
During SCCA weekends, yeah.
Oh, well, all right.
I don't think I've ever been.
You're not missing out.
Into the pit lane comes the number 164, BRD Motorsports. Kind of Chattanooga Tornwagen. BP2 BMW. This lead margin has really stabilized there, right at 12.5 seconds, which, you love to see things change, come closer together, spread further apart, whatever. But to me, that says that these guys are pretty much at, maybe not the limit, but of where they're comfortable with here. Nobody needs to go for broke, but it is kind of fun to go chase these things right at the end of the race. And the 70 has the pace there if they want it, which makes me believe that they're using it, right? And that number 2 has responded in kind. 12 seconds the margin at the front of GTO. AE Victory Racing seems to kind of be in just a bring-it-home mode. And has been once the 70 started to escape up to go chase that number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. Waffle House greater than Cracker Barrel. I'm not a big Waffle House guy.
I like Waffle House a lot more than Cracker Barrel.
I don't love Cracker Barrel either, but it doesn't mean I'm a Waffle House guy.
Got it.
You know?
Copy.
All-Star Racing has been demoted to 6th.
JT now talking to us through his Nokia cell phone.
Yeah, it does still say -1 lap there. It's an interesting one. Number 2, by the way, if it hangs on, it'll be their first win of the season. Having picked up a couple of podiums earlier on in the year back at Eagles Canyon in February and Road America back at the end of April. And it'll get in the way of a hat trick. 3 wins on the trot for the number 70 of round 3 racing, which of course had picked up wins back at it would be 4 in a row. It swept the weekend back at Road America.
Yeah.
And of course it went at the Paul Revere 14-hour back at Daytona. So good run from the number 2. Clean runs, by the way, from just about everybody inside the top 10. Roberts Motorsports in the 109 is the only one that's kind of been in a recovery mode. 15 laps off the overall race leader. But other than that, everybody in GTO is not really put any feet wrong today.
No, pretty steady after the early caution trouble that we were having. People have been just kind of plugging away at it, doing their runs the way they need to.
Yeah, a lot of that, and I'm not going to say we see this on a regular basis because I don't think we do. But 60 cars on a 2.5-mile track is a lot of traffic density. Similar to what we see at Barber early on in the season. And the old yellows breed yellows adage is certainly in full effect.
It is.
So you do tend to get that early on in the day. And then, as the heat begins to take its toll a little bit in terms of attrition, a lot of times you'll get that field start to thin out and allows these races to kind of settle in before fatigue takes over, and then you start to see mistakes, or can start to see mistakes towards the end of the day.
Yep.
We'd still have 2 hours to go on a standard length petite Le Mans endurance race.
That's fine. I'm cool with that. I like that. Is petite on a Saturday?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. I was just remembering they don't have the break.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, unless they started it at noon, which I think they've been doing recently on the Saturdays anyway.
Interesting. Well, then you can't get everybody home for the, that sucks. For the Monday trip home at that point.
Oh, if you were to run it on a Sunday.
On a Sunday.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that anyway. Do you remember the first year of Super Sebring, when it was announced that they were going to do this, that the initial proposal was to run the 12 hours of Sebring from 10 to 10 or 10:30 to 10:30 on Saturday, and then to start the WEC 12 hours of Sebring at midnight?
Yeah.
I do.
That.
I actually
wanted
do
that so much.
Yeah. I think back in the days I used to marshal, I think I would have hated that.
Oh, almost certainly.
I think getting through a full day out in the sun after, 3 other days out on track, and then being like, okay, you have 2 hours, be back at, 11:15 or whatever it is, and then you have to do this whole thing again. Never mind the fact that it's at night, which is whatever, but I don't know. I don't know about all that. And I do kind of wonder, in thinking about if that was one of the hang-ups in actually making it all happen.
Oh, almost certainly.
Yeah. Great ideas in racing that never materialized.
Should have.
Just like the New Jersey Grand Prix.
As we begin to wrap things up here, yes, that was one of them. Let's save that thought for tomorrow. I'd like to dive into that one. Terrible ideas in racing that never happened, or great ideas in racing that never happened.
Right.
Or terrible ideas in racing that did happen.
That might.
Might still happen, yes.
But are still in the news. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. I did get a text message or a Facebook message from Patrick Wilmot, who was in the off-leash motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4, also in the Heraflight GTU car. Engine blew up in the GTU car after 10 laps, which is bad. Yeah, that's tough. From the pole-sitting GTU car, by the way. So we go 3 wide at turn 4, which is a decision. A piece of debris cut the alternator belt on the Mercedes, which they then got fixed. Patrick said he went out in it, and it was the fastest car on track. So with any luck, tomorrow kind of wipes that slate clean. White flag is now waving at start-finish, so we've begun the final lap. I don't know why the timer is roughly a minute and 15 seconds off, but nevertheless, we head towards 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, such as the case is, and with about 12 seconds in hand, the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW begins its final lap of the Saturday 8-hour enduro. It's actually ballooned out to 16 seconds now, and a little bit of traffic for the round 3 car. Realized maybe it's just not worth being 10/10ths here until the checkered flag. Best to preserve the second place, take home the points. Already the points leader in the GTO Eastern Region Championship as we begin the second half of the season, starting with tomorrow. AE Victory Racing still there in 3rd position, begins its final tour of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I think just about everything here is settled. Well, it's close-ish between the Choice Racing 522 and the HK Motorsports number 221 down in the battle for 4th place in GP1. Remember that it did go the way of Choice Racing not so very long ago. And I look to my right, you look off in the distance from the cameras for the overall race winner, the GTU race winner, which is the number 58 Stratus Racing Sebeco NPO1. 4 laps clear in the overall running order.
Yeah.
And another class win for the blue and black Stratus NPO1. Next car across the line, or one of the next cars across the line, is the AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra. After heartbreak at Daytona, fighting for the class win after 13-plus hours of racing, come back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta next time out and are able to secure a podium finish in their number 119 Toyota Supra. It may not be full-on redemption for the way things went last time out, but I'm sure it doesn't feel bad being down in that AE Victory camp. The GTO class win will go to the ACP Tangerine Associates number 2 BMW, as it's been now for the last couple of moments, our last, hour or so, let's say, maybe hour plus. Hard fought towards the end with the round 3 racing number 70 Porsche, but able to hang on there and get the first victory of the season for that number 2 BMW M4 GT4. Further down the classes, we'll round out GTU. That 58 takes home the class win. 8 laps in hand over the 909 from Automatic Racing. Ryan Eversley and Charles Espinlaub in that car come home second on the podium. From round 3 racing, the number 1. Sebeco NPO1 rounds out the podium there with the Roberts Motorsports number 109. 14 laps off of the class lead, but does finish up there in 4th place. Stratus number 59 incidentally will round out the top 5. Your GP1 class winner is the number 44 of PC Racing. 48 seconds ended up being the final margin back to Palomar Racing, so that came down pretty quickly. But that 44 likely just in cruise mode to get to the checkered flag. Some late drama there with penalties being overturned. Put the PC Racing car back on top, and it did not look back. Palomar 38 second, and then 5th Gear Motorsports. Number 550 Porsche came in on the final step of the podium. Other protagonists right towards the end included the 522 of Choice Racing. That BMW got the spot from the number 221 HK Motorsports BMW to round out the top 5. All-Star Racing slips from 1st all the way back to 6th with that late race puncture and a late, we think maybe a late penalty added to that car as well. tough end of the day there for the All-Star number 5, but they'll be back at it tomorrow to do it once again. GP2, a comfortable win for Rebel Racing, the number 222. 10 laps in hand over the 851 of AOA Racing. The Lagunatic 779, maybe I think the first car we had in the pit lane first thing this morning, recovers to a podium finish in GP2. Is 20 laps off of the class leader, 1 lap in hand over the debuting number 521 of RWF Motorsports and the number 90 of Blitzkrieg Racing. Remember that those are provisional results. We know that the 190 had a transponder issue. Let's see what direction they decide to go there and how that all pans out. Whether a manual adjustment has to be made for the Blitzkrieg car. We'll get our official results a little bit later on this evening at the podium ceremonies. As the man Jordan Worth says there at the bottom of the screen, even more Road Atlanta to come tomorrow. We'll get our cameras all recharged and squared away to go in the Georgia heat and sunlight once again. Appreciate everybody being with us throughout the long day here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix on DriversEye Live. Join us again at 8:30 a.m. to do it all again. We've all kind of done our wrap-ups here, so I'll get us through to the end. So for JT Tammy and for Ryan West, who joined me on the microphones today, for Jordan Worth on production duty from his remote studios, for Layla Kazmarek, who's been up here on the at World Racing League and at DriversEye Live on Instagram. Give us a follow there. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel on your way out. Thanks for being with us, and join us at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, the final 7 hours of racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I'm Brendan Kazmarek, and until then, take care.